And I should have everyone's audio too. Everything that I'm hearing, I should be getting all sound. So, um, yeah, actually, I'm gonna test that. Can you talk for a second, Rust?
No,
Thank you. All right.
but I can say something else if you want me to.
No, that works.
Okay.
All right. So I usually give it a couple minutes, but I think I've added everyone like 3 times this morning. I think we're good. I think we're good to just kind of like move into this bad boy. So, um, welcome. Any contributors? I think you're able to just jump up on the stage. Feel free to do that. Just stay muted or push to talk while we're doing our thing. And when it's more open discussion, feel free to uh, jump more in it. Um, welcome. This is the May Dwarf Day. We are celebrating what I thought was going to be a very hopeful 1,000 members, and it turns out that that was a little unambitious of us. Because from the time we got 1,000 to this Dwarf Day, we gained almost 200 members, and it's not been like a slow plot. It's been pretty aggressive. We are dwarves, and we are legion, as it were. So thanks to everyone in the community that joined to pad those numbers, and to those that have made the new dwarves feel welcome and help them understand this behemoth of a list that we love to run. It's pretty amazing. Probably doesn't hurt that we are absolutely crushing it in our conversion rate and showing everyone exactly what mono red can do. But we'll get to that in a second. So, here's our agenda. We're going to start with some community updates. Then we're going to move on to a big review conversation. All the contributors and are going to be able to jump up, and then we're going to jump into pilot spotlighting, talking about different people's lists, especially Axis and Papasquats, who have taken down 2 tournaments in the last month. Congratulations, both of you. And then we're going to go through some of our contributors and mods who are, represent diversity in the playing and brewing of Magda. Then we'll jump into some live Q&A, and then we'll play some games. So let's move on to our updates. So we have I think the number right now is like 1171. If I had to guess, it's probably moved up a couple more since last time I looked. Thank you, everyone that's here. Magda has won her first 64 plus tournament in 2 years. That's been tracked, that I can easily access. But also she won another one like 2 weeks ago. Papasquats and Axis, as I mentioned, they won Path to the Peak 4 and the Play to Win April event. I think it's April. It might have been
And
May.
then the day after the play to win event, there was I think it was 72 player Queen and Rook event that it also won.
Right. We need to pull that user into here. I've been trying to find them to invite them. It's sometimes it's hard to track people down based on just on their names. We'll work on that. Something that's pretty amazing relating to Magda's conversion rate is that we have the highest of anything with double-digit entries. Right. It's pretty easy to have a 2 people entry and then someone top 16 and the other person not, and have a 50%. We have double-digit entries and we're still hitting above 50% since January, and that it's not every weekend we have a top 16, and that is pretty incredible. And people have to start not respecting Magda on the table because we can just win out of nowhere, but respecting that even if they respect us at the table, they have to respect that we can win anyway. And that's in large part due to a lot of the new additions that we've gotten. Cards like Return the Favor and other cards from Outlaws have really given us a shot in the arm, and we'll talk about those in depth. But it is truly it's mind blowing to see a monocolor deck do something more than just be the Mimi fourth deck at the table that people, get surprised by every once in a while, right? We're just doing it consistently, and people are respecting us, and we're still doing it, and that's a great thing. So the thing I wanted to talk about before we move into um, the next topic is Discord. We are very close to Discord level 3. Um, that's going to give us a bunch of benefits. We get a vanity URL. We already have one picked out, but we're holding it, waiting for us to actually get to level 3 before we announce it, just in case. We're going to have better audio quality, so you can hear all of our wonderful velvety voices in higher def. It'll be especially good for the recording for all these excellent people that can't be here but would like to and want to listen to it in the back end. We also get an animated server banner. We have some things in the works on community art that I'm not really ready to announce, but just say it's in the works, and we're very excited about it. And we'll get a bigger stage. Something that actually we ran into last night is that it only tells us the first 100 people that are interested in an event. I don't know if that's because we have a stage limit of 150, but who knows how big Magda's going to get, right? She seems to only know how to grow. So the next Dwarf Day, maybe we'll have triple this. We'll see, and we'll want that bigger stage. So if you have unused Discord subs on servers you've otherwise just kind of abandoned, and it just sits there because you pay for Nitro, consider throwing it our direction and getting us level 3 so we can get the the vanity URL and the audio quality is kind of the biggest thing, and it's just nice to have. And thank you if you do so. The next thing I want to talk about is Shodokan's Mega-Primer. It's impressive and a little scary how quickly he went from I need to make the primer to primer's done, yo. Shoda, do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Sure. So because there are a lot of new pilots, I wanted to make the transition into learning all of the different Magda combos as simple as possible. So I started the primer by essentially breaking it down into multiple points, and that basically turned into starting your combo or combo starters, where that is how you make your infinite treasures. That covers infinite tap treasures, infinite untapped treasures, how to transition from one to the other through specific stacks pieces, and then going through some important information that is like adjacent to combos but not specific to them, like draw loops, how to protect your wins, stuff of that nature, and then how we go to end the game. And then after that, I talk about some of our staple cards, our suitor staple cards, and I'm currently working on card packages, talking about specific things that we use in the deck, the reasoning for it, why some people actually decide to not use it, why some people decide that it is good, and all of the cards that go along with that. And it's a massive undertaking, especially that last portion, because the theory behind decision making and what makes a deck different from one another really comes down to the packages of cards that you decide that you want in it.
Yeah. And it's
Also,
oh god,
because everyone learns differently, every combo has video representation. So if you are more comfortable listening to someone talk about something and watching them go through their combo on the Mox Field play area, then that's available for every combo.
yeah. As someone who has mild dyslexia and significant attention span issues, videos are I'm gonna say super helpful for me specifically, and I'm sure there's plenty of people like that. So thank you. It's been a massive undertaking. I've been in awe of the amount of time you've thrown into it over the last week, and no one should be able to write this eloquently, this quickly, and that much in that short of time. So I guess enjoy your superpower.
Thanks. I mean, Rust and I were joking around the other night, and we saw that it basically is a quarter of the first Harry Potter book. So, have
That's
fun.
And then you added like 4,000 more words to it.
Right. Jesus.
Yep. Yep.
That is amazing.
And it keeps growing. It'll probably end up being the size of the first Harry Potter book by the time I'm done.
Right. This is going to be very good. This link will be available pretty soon. There's a couple surprises in there that we want to like demo today because there's been some new discoveries that we wanted to talk about today, and we've been holding them back for a couple days. And we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, just big round of applause for our boy. He is crushing it on making sure the new players have the best and fastest and easiest on ramp possible, because there's a lot of you. All right, the next thing is something that has been a similar amount of work for me and Aaron down there in the audience, and we have a podcast in the works, and we're very excited about it. Open Hand cEDH. It's the three co-hosts are me, Koibito, and Shodokan. It's not explicitly Magda focused, but it's very useful for Magda pilots. Yes, Cubbies, it's being recorded. Oh, probably someone should type that in chat. So yeah, the Open Hands podcast is our answer to podcasts that only skim the surface of a bunch of very important and nuanced and deep topics like card packages and the nature of politics in cEDH and what makes stacks interesting or viable or not viable. Topics like that can really take a lot of time to delve into. We have a couple of episodes recorded already, and we are working on our third in the next week, and hopefully soon after we'll be able to launch. But I wanted to announce this to you, cool people, so you can, have that on the horizon, and we hope you like it. It's been an excellent and fun undertaking. It's been great to talk to Shoto and Koi for the extended period of time we get to. They're about 90-minute episodes, and I just want to throw a big shout out to Itchy, Aaron down there in the chat if he's still there. He's taken on the editing labor, and we appreciate him so very, very much for that, because it was going to be me and now it's not. So yeah, that's the Open Hands podcast, and let's move on to the next thing. Fresh from the mine. We have some new spice. New is kind of relative here because OTJ's been out for a minute, but I think we've had a long enough time to really crystallize our thoughts on a lot of cards, test a good bit. If there's any contributors in the chat that want to jump in, was that I just speak. I don't know if I put that on you, Pigeon, but if there's any contributors that want to just jump up and get with the
hello.
Yeah, hey bud, and jump on stage. I'm happy to have you. This is going to be more of an open discussion for these cards.
Let me join on my computer real quick, and I will be back.
All right, buddy. So our first card, or I'll actually go through the overview real quick. We're going through a bunch of cards. Most of them are viable depending on your build. Some of them are going to be just kind of trap cards we're going to discuss. So, yep, invite to speak. Poop. All right, you there, Pigeon?
Yeah, hello.
Hey, bud. So, first card I want to talk about, we're going in alphabetical order based on set, is Explosive Derailment. It's an interesting card. It is a powerful card, but it's ultimately an expensive card, is the way I would look at it. How do you guys feel about Explosive?
This card is correct. I've been playing it for 2 weeks now, and every time that I see it, it has done exactly what I want. The fact that it is 4 damage on an instant spell is something that is very rare for red, regardless of the CMC.
Okay.
And with a lot of the important things that we need in, even though Stax is not very common, being able to remove your Sharn, Linvala, Drana and Linvala, all of these things that have a lot of actual toughness is pretty important, and it allows us to remove our own Stax pieces just like a Braid, or our opponents. So
Okay.
because it's modal, and because it has a huge upside of being instant over something like Mizium Mortars, which was used before mostly for the 2 mana deal 4 damage, that's pretty big. And now that we get to use things at instant speed, even though it costs 1 more mana, that's a trade-off that a lot of players are willing to make. As far as the theory goes behind why you would use it instant over a sorcery, not necessarily in this exact situation.
I'm curious on your experience, because a classic example of things we have to deal with is a Dranith. Getting 3 mana out for a Dranith and following up with actually getting our commander out for treasure generation the following turn. Do you feel like early turn access has been an issue for this card, or that's not been a problem?
My thing is that Dranith is shutting everyone down just like it's shutting us down. And although we aren't on as many mana rocks as something like, Kinnan, we're still at parity with our opponents when we use this to remove Dranith to get stuff out. And we get to sort of dictate the pace at that point by saying, okay, the table is unlocked now, I'm unlocking it because of XYZ. You don't have to use that in the early game until you've made a board that you can actually leverage into making treasures. So I think the difference comes down to how you approach the mid game and why you want to remove that Dranith versus the fact that it is pseudo shut off on like turn 2 because you don't have 3 mana.
Mm-hmm. And I think, it's worth considering, I guess, there is not another Abrade. Like, there is Abrade. And then there's a bunch of similar things that don't quite do Abrade stuff. So just having a duplicate of Abrade for 1 more, I think is worth considering.
Also, having a Shatter that's also removal, like you said, because it's a second Abrade, gives us essentially a deck slot. Because a lot of the times when you are using these Shatters, it's going to come post-infinite where you're doing a draw loop and you need to remove something specific if your build doesn't fight through it. So, that's wonderful. It gives you those options to potentially find ways to remove that blind obedience after you've turned it into an artifact with liquid metal torque or something that may have not been there before without specifically adding something just to remove artifacts.
Yeah, I agree.
And because it gets rid of some of the bigger butt problems as far as the toughness goes, the modality and how valuable that can be kind of shoots it up, in my opinion. But the 3 CMC is something that a lot of people will die on that hill. But I think because of the value of 4 damage, it just, to me, is worth at least testing for a little bit longer.
So, someone asked that we read the cards out. I'm happy to do that. I've gotten into podcast mode recently, so I'm used to it. So, Explosive Derailment is a 1 mana single red pip instant. It has Spree, which allows you to choose one or more additional costs. You can add 2 generic to the cost to deal 4 damage to target creature, or an additional or an additional 2 to destroy target artifact. So it is a and or modal. More kickers. So I'll say, as someone who's testing Magmatic Galleon, that this card doesn't seem as, what's the word, outlandish as I might have initially thought, because I was happy to pay 5 mana for just a 5 mana ding and a treasure generation. So this is different enough, but it still plays in the similar mana value area.
I will say, I considered this for a while. I tested it for a bit. I think when we look at a braid and why it's so good, it's the value we get for being able to do 2 things. This is that same spell, does a little more damage, costs a little more, or we could pay 5 to do both, which is actually pretty relevant a lot of the time. I've found myself in a lot of games, especially more recently, kind of getting, not necessarily hellbent, but getting close to being hellbent and having a lot of mana or not much to do with it. So this card does definitely give you options, and I do like that a lot. Whether it's worth a slot, I'm not sure. I've slotted it back out, but I think it is definitely considerable, especially if your list is really needing to remove artifacts and have less of those effects.
Mm-hmm.
I think that it's definitely more of a more mid-range card, especially for those decks that value interaction a lot more. So like Rust and I are on a very large pool of instants and sorceries compared to some of the other decks, right?
Right.
So in those situations where you value being a reactive player and being very proactive potentially with your removal when necessary, it's very helpful. And like you said here, because it is modal and you can add both sprees to it, being able to say, oh, I have extra mana, I'm going to remove this Draneth and then kill another player's mana crypt
Yeah.
and slow them down, have some sort of resource denial, is very powerful.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm gonna more strongly consider the card in the future. I think I've been talked off of Wintermoon, so I'm maybe looking more at cards like this versus Mog Salvage. All right, so let's go move on to the next card. Great Train Heist. This is another really solid card. Sorry for the amount of text. There's just a lot to talk about with this card. Let's start with reading it. Great Train Heist is a single red pip instant. It has Spree. You can choose one or more additional costs. For 2 in a red, you untap all creatures you control. If it's your combat phase, there's an additional combat phase after this phase. The next mode is 2 generic. Create creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain first strike until end of turn. And the final mode is red. Choose target opponent. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to that player this turn, create a tapped treasure token. Card's kind of nutty. It's a slightly cheaper aggravated, right? It's
an instant speed aggravated, because
Right.
everything else, there's only one other spell that is a combat trick like this that is instant.
Isn't it like 6 mana?
Yeah, it's 1 more mana, or you can like discard 2 cards to play it or something like that.
Right.
I forget. But the fact that it's instant speed makes this card insane.
Yeah, I mean
it's super good about being able to, like, you even put a gotcha, right? If I want 2 mana, make 2 or 3 extra treasures because I swung at someone and they didn't block. After declaration of blocks, you can now cast this instant and get a ton of extra treasures, or have an extra combat and a ton of extra treasures, or just another combat. Like, you have so many options.
I want
And
to piggyback
super
onto
simple.
that, because the 2 mana for just getting the extra treasure is kind of like a pseudo professional face breaker. But this applies to every creature that you're attacking with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there are a lot of decks that top 16 consistently where they don't have creatures or they have just an Esper Sentinel early. Like
Right.
turn 2, right? So in those situations, if you get this card in your opening hand, this is insane acceleration, or it makes you a threat a lot earlier, which can be good or bad, right? So the other important part about this is that while that's the case, most of these decks are still only on 3 to 6 single target interaction. So removing Magda early is not always going to be a priority for these decks, but it's still going to happen.
It's
That being said,
good.
like the fact that early game you get to get that acceleration almost for free while still having mid game value with the second ability at the top is quite valuable. But this card can be considered kind of win more. The gotcha aspect of it is very powerful, though.
I'll say that in a deck that's running at least 5 vehicles, this card presents the same kind of value as Bottlecat Blast, and that's a card we consider like one of the stapliest staples. Because even if you don't have the extra combats, you can just spend 4 mana and make 3 treasures, make 2 treasures, right? 4 mana, 2 treasures, instant speed on top of like a counter stack. It just does the thing that you need an expensive instant speed spell to do that makes treasures.
So if you're comparing it to Bottlecat Blast specifically, Bottlecat Blast excels in situations where we already have some treasures and can reduce the cost.
Right.
However, in situations where you cannot reduce the cost, this is almost assuredly more value depending on board state.
Right.
So the floor for this card is it's not bad. It's like generate 2 treasures, right? Or at the minimum 2 mana generate 1 treasure at instant speed, which is something we've put in the deck in the past.
Right.
But the ceiling for this is win the game. And I think any card that has modality where the ceiling is win the game is worth at least testing a lot.
Right. I would agree. Like, I think it's slightly better in the make them have it, more turbo-oriented strategies, because the third mode is going to be online a little bit more. They're running more cheaper Robo Dwarfs, which will get you I need 1 activation and this gets me there. And that's the reason I'm currently not on it. Mostly because I think if it had a way to target if you have to, I would rather target an opponent with one of the modes. I know it does. Yeah, with the last mode it does. So actually, it's not bad. Yeah, you get a crime out of it too.
You get a crime out of it too.
Yeah.
So this is swattable, very very noticeably. If an opponent decides to have a SWAT-like effect and change that opponent, you're not going to get any extra treasures because obviously you're not going to be attacking them. But I think this, like what Shodokan said, is just so modal. You can do so many things with it. You can win the game with 2 mana at instant speed after blocks have been declared. That's so good. And while it can be win more, or if you have no creatures in play, this card really sucks. I think it's currently in where we're looking in the meta of some creature decks, some don't play a single creature and just like combo. There should almost always be an open attack somewhere.
Yeah, I agree.
Or I would say that at the very least, stuff like this, the more that it gets played, could warp things to the point where players are going to be more willing to block our 1/1s than they already were.
Right.
But until that point is reached, the card is going to perform well.
Yeah. Yep, absolutely.
Until
Like,
people realize they have to block their Esper Sentinel to a dwarf, and they clearly don't want to.
I mean,
Then we'll be in a different position.
that's almost already like the case, but no one in their right mind is going to do that because they don't want to give up their draw engine.
Right.
And decks that are built around having one or two or three draw engines to get to their end game as fast as possible, it's a tough call, and it's something that they're almost never going to make.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
okay.
agree. People are playing really greedy right now, and draw engine is it is like their children. They hold them close.
Very close.
All right, so I think we're good here. Hell to pay. Trap card. Don't do it. Hell to pay is an X and a red sorcery. It deals X damage to target creature, create a number of tapped treasure tokens equal to the amount of excess damage dealt to that creature this way. So, I don't like when opponent dock sides just win the game. I don't like when I feed those dock sides. And I'll sometimes play pretty, I'm going to say, pretty safe, pretty disciplined and responsibly. This is a very irresponsible card. And not because you can just win the game off the back of it, because you can, but because if you can't win off the back of it, like if someone has a bounce spell in response to the cast, you're gonna make them treasures. You won't be able to do anything with them, and then you won't be able to recast your Magda, right? Because you've probably dumped into this spell. You're just feeding some player with the ability to get dockside the game, probably, and that's the reason this card is very spooky, because yeah, sure, it can get you a win, but if you can't win with it, it is a impossible to pivot from card. And with the amount of cards we've gotten lately that just offer immense pivot potential and the ability to like form or scramble together some sort of backup out of it, this card not having that makes it very unattractive, in my opinion.
We already just talked about potentially cutting sorceries that deal 4 damage for 2 mana. This card does 2 damage for 2 mana and makes you a treasure. And even though there are 1/1s in the format, a lot of decks are removing them because of Bowmaster.
Right.
So that's not a viable like mana value. You have to consider this at the 4 to 5 to 6. And a lot of times you're not going to want to spend on your own turn 5 mana to get rid of the 4 drop and only get 1 treasure out of it. That's really bad return on investment.
Really bad, yeah.
Yeah.
And it requires like a not magical Christmas land situation, because there are plenty of 2 drops, but there's not going to be a whole lot of situations where this is going to give you 3 treasures consistently. And if the floor is just I'm spending 4 mana for 1 treasure at sorcery speed, like that's just not good. If the floor was I'm spending 4 mana for 3 treasures consistently, even if it's at sorcery speed, then it's a little bit better.
I agree. This card is exactly what Bottle Cap Blast wanted to be, but is like the little brother that is really bad at playing video games.
Right.
It's not only sorcery speed. It's not only extra mana. We can't just cheat it out for 1 red. It also requires you to make all that mana you so clearly worked for really bad, especially if it gets countered.
Right.
It looks good. It isn't good. And even as someone who plays Amulet, to make them untapped, this sucks.
Right. I agree. Any other thoughts on this?
Card bad, move on.
Yep. All right. Well, we're moving on from card bad. Move on to we're here bad card. So I remember when Magda's home was still on the Red Love server. I remember talking about like the perfect vehicle back in the time before Flywheel, before Magmatic Galleon, before a lot of vehicles were printed. I think this might have been before Clown Car. I was like, well, what if we had a vehicle that cared about the cards that tap with it and give you value for crewing. I was like, that would be an awesome card. So let's talk about that card because they printed it. Luxurious Locomotive is a 5 generic mana artifact vehicle. It has 6 power, 5 toughness, and whenever it attacks, it creates a treasure token for each creature that crewed it this turn. It has Crew 1, but you may only activate that crew ability once each turn. So, you're noticing it doesn't have haste. So you are telling your opponents just to, go tutor up a board wipe, or literally just kill your stuff. Honestly, they could just oh, this is a good time for Bowmaster, Ristic Study. Do you want to draw some cards? Right. It's a card that has a lot of text that sounds really exciting. Like, it's like, oh great, we have 3 dwarves, we kind of just win the game, right? Or 2 dwarves, honestly. Like Magda and a dwarf and Luxurious Locomotive, and you just kind of have the mana you need, or the treasures, and that's great. But you have to wait a turn cycle. And if we compare this to a bunch of other wait a turn cycle cards, like Ancient Copper Dragon, or the RMS Titanic, or Cavern Horde Dragon, some of those don't, right? Like the cards that just take a single bolt and you lose all your value. Like, some of those have haste, right? And you get the treasures immediately, more or less. Just at combat on your turn. That's an incredible make them have it moment, because usually they can't counter it in the case of like ancient copper or Cavern Horde.
We are reading that last bit of text that totally makes this card garbage, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
We're gonna get there.
Okay.
It's more important that this thing doesn't have haste. That's actually worse than the activate once per turn. Like, we don't really love vehicles that need you to activate on your turn to make your value, because being able to create treasures in response to things so that the treasure generation's top of the stack is very relevant. Don't get me wrong, that's very important. But the fact that you have to wait a turn cycle to generate any kind of value with this, and it like opens you up for a big make them have it moment that is an entire turn cycle, right?
Yeah, but like it. Regardless, like, okay, I get a treasure on attack. What is it? Careening Minecart gets a treasure on damage. Like,
ETB.
like, is it ETB?
No, I thought Careening Minecart was on attack as well.
Maybe not. I don't know.
Careening Minecart says. No, it's when it attacks. Yeah, like, this is just worse than Careening Minecart.
Well, no, it gets if you have 2 dwarfs, this gets you 3. This gets you 4 treasures, right?
Oh, because you can. Okay, yeah, guys, because you can crew multiple all at once, and then.
Yeah.
Right, you can overcrewing is an important aspect.
Okay.
The reason
I have it ingrained in my head that you you sequence your crews, but yeah.
You do sequence your crews. That's the second part that makes this card really, really unfortunate, is that we want to, on our opponent's turn, in response to removal, on top of the stack, we want to say, 1 treasure. All right, generate that treasure. Another treasure. Generate that treasure. And we can't do that with this guy. Makes it immediately unplayable, on top of the fact that it's just like a worse RMS Titanic.
We did a podcast about the Thunder Junction stuff, and I put on my Devil's Advocate hat and tried to make this card look good. It's fucking bad.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why. Like, every single piece of this text is like, wow. And the reason I wanted to point this out is this tells you how good Magda's gotten, because I designed this card in my head, more or less, 2.5 years ago, and now I'm just like, why did they give us dog shit? What, did they hate us? That's how strong the deck's gotten.
I mean, once each turn, it literally the only thing that kills it, right? If I can do it as many times as I want, and also make as many treasures as I want, and it's crew 1, and it's a 6/5, I don't care if it costs 5.
Oh, 5 is a bit much. 5 is a bit much.
It is a lot. It is a lot, but for the payoff you get, this is like a better
Magmatic Galleon?
I think this is much better. Yes.
I would honestly say that this is better than Magmatic Galleon, because even though you can set up some things with that, you're usually only getting like 1 or 2 burn spells, And even though this is only on our own, like, attack, you don't have to deal damage. You just have to attack.
Right.
Exactly.
So, like I was saying before, there's so little single target removal in the format's current iteration, that this could just end up being a 5 mana win the game if it's not if it lives for a turn, right?
But it's
But-
like what? Like you have like maybe 1 or 2 creatures that crew it.
2
It
is
depends
fine.
on your board state.
2 is fine. 2 is absolutely fine. 4 treasures off
It's
of 1
totally
card is
good.
great. It's just everything else drags it down. Like the number of treasures it generates is not remotely the problem here. You have 2 creatures. That's 4 treasures. That's amazing. It's just everything else sucks.
Yeah, and I mean I'm not gonna end step tutor this. So
No, yeah, I would. This is the ancient copper dragon. Just if you need that card, do that.
yeah, I
All right, moving on to hopefully a good card. Yeah. So we're talking about Magda 2 Electric Boogaloo.
looks weak.
Mid as fuck. All right, so Magda the Hoardmaster
Not as good
is
as the first one.
not as good as the first one. Oh man, the bar is so low. So it's a 1 in a red. It's a legendary creature, dwarf berserker, notably not an outlaw. 2 power, 2 toughness. They bumped the toughness. That's a big get. That's amazing. Thank you, Wizards. The ability is whenever you commit a crime, create a tap treasure token. This ability triggers only once each turn. Like that's good. It's good. Targeting opponents, anything they control, and or cards in their graveyards is a crime, and that is means basically everything you do that isn't an attack is a crime. The second ability is sacrifice 3 treasures, create a 4/4 red scorpion dragon creature token with flying and haste. Activate only as a sorcery. They put some training weights in this on this creature because they really could have opened it up and made it like really
Still
spooky.
wasn't enough.
Right, it wasn't
Bridge
enough.
still
She's
cracked?
still cracked. It's cracked in half. So I'm gonna let the combo meister here talk about the combo ability. But as someone who very much loves tempo play and like interactive spells as like the way I play Magda, crime pays, yo. Just like everything we do, the lands that we leave up for interaction that turn into a treasure and EOT, and we get to force a bad block with like Shinka or something like that, and also get a treasure out of it. There's just so many really cool ways that your deck. I mean, just running Hammerheim, which was just a Mimi anti Fimage card, turns into a treasure token for 1 mana. Like, there's just so many good cards that this card triggers off of that can be done every other turn, right? It's just good. It's very, very good.
Hammerheim's free. The Shinka's 1 mana.
Oh, I count the 1 mana in the tapping of a land. It's effectively
That's
1
true.
mana.
Yeah, effectively.
Yep. Which I'll pay every time. There's not many rates in the game that gets you 1 mana draw a card, or make a treasure rather. 1 mana draw make a treasure. That's that green Smuggler's Hoard card from Capenna. Lands you control have make a treasure.
Oh, Smuggler's Share or whatever.
Yeah. Should have been a red card. Deck.
The 6-drop one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that card would be so broken.
All right. So the combo potential and the Stax beatdown potential of this card is pretty amazing too. Just being able to like, if you really like lay down a ton of stuff like Winter Orb and Tanglewire and GPS, and like just say, okay, I'm gonna beat you guys with like 12 power worth of dragons over like 3 turns. They're not gonna be able to win the game from that point, and you're also just like putting a clock on the table. The combo lines this card opens up through Stax pieces is actually pretty interesting. It has a Null Rod combo. Shoda, do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So the most notable thing about this is that when you read it, it says sacrifice 3 treasures, create a 4/4 red scorpion dragon creature token with flying and haste. activate this only as a sorcery. So previously, one of the main lines that people would use is a combo with Axeguard Cavalry when it is a hasty copy of itself as an artifact, so that you could continually untap Maskwood Nexus with Clock of Omens, so that you could generate a bunch of 2/2s that now could have haste because you're also untapping your Axeguard Cavalry. This is a direct replacement for that card if you want to do so, because it nullifies the need for the line. Now, that being said, you don't have to do that. A 2/2 that can tap, or a 2-mana dwarf that can tap itself is still very powerful, right? But
Commits a
because,
crime.
yep, it commits a crime. The fact is, though, that fighting through Nullrod can be very difficult, and having a way to be like, okay, I'm going to get Maskwood Nexus, and then I'm going to have all of these things that are available to me. If you have your Blood Boiler out, you have a way to make infinite treasures, even if it's on your own turn, that will just let you win with it whenever you need to. Like untapped treasures. So it's a transitional tool from tapped treasures to untapped treasures, while also being a combo outlet. So it kind of does everything.
Right. The combo specifically is, I want to say it's Magda plus Magda 2 plus Roaming Throne plus Zorn. Is that right?
Huh?
To get to do the if you tap all your dragons to make infinite treasures.
Yeah, it's you can
You need Maskwood
either
Nexus.
Yeah.
you mess with Nexus, and then you need enough copy spells between Zorn and Roaming Throne where it would make at least 4 treasures.
Right.
When you tap your dragon, that is, because you use 3, create a dragon, tap it, and then whatever. But that's more of a line that you would take most of the time through non-cage, null rod lines or budge states, because finding your creatures is very important
Right.
because of cage, right? Cage
Right.
shuts that down, and she would already need to be on the board. You need access to it. It makes it clunky, which is why the null rod specific one, where you're already winning or already making infinite treasures in another way, is much more likely to happen.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is potentially a direct replacement for another card, and this has a lot more upside than that card does because of the whole crime thing. And then its ability to double trigger with Roaming Throne for extra value, it can put a clock on the game very quickly.
Yep. It's pretty amazing. It really is. I
do
say
want to lean into this fucking stupid ability of crimes real quick. I've commit 4 crimes on 4 turns, like just made 4 tap treasures in one cycle. It's absurd. Your lands do it, your cards do it, your purse does it to graveyards. You can target anything with anything. It just makes a stupid amount, regardless of the card itself. It's absurdly good.
Yeah. I don't see this as a replacement for Axe Guard, although it can be. Obviously, it does do it. It's the redundancy, right? I look at this more of like a if you hated Gimli and Gloin, this is kind of doing stuff in the similar realm of just having additional ways to make treasures, but this time it's easy instead of difficult or not that common, right? Playing historic spells was a lot less common than committing crimes in our majority of our builds.
Yeah. I think that like the fact that things like Clock of Omens targets, unlicensed hearse targets, like we have a lot of things that target that we didn't really think about in the past, and now that we get treasures for that, it's like, oh, these are a lot harder to cut now if we
Right.
were ever going to cut them to begin with.
Right.
And now I want to sack my treasure to do it. I'm gonna get it back anyways, and I didn't waste anything. I just went mana neutral, and also got to deal with something. That's
Right.
really good.
That's also really important, especially for the 1 or 2 cost removal spells.
Right.
Or counters. The Red Blast works too. Power
Right.
Blast works too. All of these things work.
Mm-hmm. So if you're playing the tempo game, which I recommend, it's very fun. It's just fun to play like a very controlling Magda, even if you pretend you're not sandbagging. Uh, it's fun to play that version. Cubby's asked if we would consider Relic of Progenitus over Grafdiggers to, heighten the value of this card in the deck. I don't think so. I think Grafdiggers is just really good at stopping really important things.
Relic of Progenitus not stopping like the Eldritch Evolutions,
Kidding.
the Court of Callings, the Invasions, I think is too powerful.
Right. Yeah, I like to say his top 5 decks, Kinnan his top 5 deck, we can't ever not run Grafdiggers. It doesn't matter how hard it is to win, they win better than we do. So we have to pull them down to our level.
There could be an argument that you could say for specific metas, Relic of Progenitus can be very strong because of its interaction with, with the, lines that they're taking. Because if they're using their graveyard, if they're, using Underworld Breach, which a lot of the top decks in the format are, this is a very strong card. It does enhance Magda, the Hoardmaster.
Mm-hmm.
But outside of those specific situations, it's not really all that great. It is only a 1-drop, so it is a good answer to graveyard decks. But I don't know. It's one of those things where if you want to cut something for it, and you know that this is a silver bullet for the most popular win con in the format outside of Thoracle, then go for it.
Right. All right, let's press on. Card is cracked. Don't cut Axe Guard. That card's also pretty cracked.
Well, it depends.
What?
It depends on your list and what you value more.
If you don't necessarily need Axe Guard if you already have like 3 other win cons.
Yeah.
I think Magda's my 3rd win con, so or my 2nd win con, so I'm not sure if I wanted to cut Axe Guard. Anyway,
Are you on Welder?
I like that.
No, I'm not on Welder.
I think personally, Axe Guard depends more on what your density of tappers is than your win cons, because
That's
it's
true.
a self-tapping dwarf that is no cost associated with.
That's actually true. All right, pressing on. Mobile Homestead, a card I wished was better. It is
Close.
It's so close, right? 2 mana, 2 mana is really the number for vehicles. So it's too generic for an artifact vehicle. It has haste as long as you control a mount. I don't know what a mount is. I don't know if they printed any. They certainly didn't print any in red. Whenever Mobile Homestead attacks, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it onto the battlefield tapped. Isn't that Thrasios text? And it has crew 2, and it's a 3/3. The card has some incidental value. There's a lot of reasons why you think, oh, great, okay, crew 2, that's a number that matters for Magda. It doesn't have haste ever, which really hurts it, right? Like this waiting a turn cycle for value on these like 2 and 3 mana vehicles is really, really hampering their ability to be like excellent, more than just like middling. The fact that we're often on like somewhere between 27 and 29 lands generally means we're less than a third of the time likely to flip a land and ramp. Also, ramping isn't exactly the most exciting thing for our deck in general. It's not something we're like hungry for. And you have to tap, or you have to crew on your turn. We've already talked about how bad or how suboptimal being forced to crew on your turn is to get the value out of your vehicle that isn't just vehicle. And having to have the internal tension of just you either get the potential for a land or you get to crew when it's advantageous to you do so in like a tempo situation where you're trying to do it end of turn or to get somebody, right? this card just doesn't quite do enough for that trade-off. So it's not really even in the running to replace something like a flywheel or a high speed, right?
There's the better effects for 2/2. It's a 3/3 for 2, but also not haste. Hell, I really tested Bessie. Bessie is probably one not many of you know about. Is a 3/4 with haste for 2.
Mm-hmm.
That
Oh, it's great in Calamax.
Oh yeah, it's like actually kind of a good card.
Yeah.
That says whenever this creature is crewed, target legendary. Oh no, whenever this creature attacks, target legendary creature can't be blocked this turn, which can also commit crimes, which can also do things. I just don't think this is quite gonna be ever worth it.
Yeah, Bessie's better than this.
Even for 2. Yeah.
This card is really good if your deck has a, deck building limitation of your cards can only be $3 or less.
Yeah. Right. This is I would even consider this like our vehicles are so cheap that like you could probably run every other 2-drop over this.
I mean, there's actually not that many good vehicles for low value, but yeah.
I mean, 3 more, and you're talking about like your 150, like 3 more vehicles, right? And you're talking about like your 150th card, right? It's the you don't need that many vehicles, and so for every single one that's much better than this card, you're just never gonna play this.
For lower budget versions of the deck that are like specifically meant for those sort of deck building challenges, you definitely need more vehicles. But,
That's true. That's actually absolutely true.
Yeah.
All right.
And ramp.
The ramp part is important for the decks that don't have access to fucking fast mana.
Right.
Yeah.
Actually, that's actually a very good point. Okay, if you're playing in a $300 tournament, maybe consider this card.
$100 tournament.
Okay, maybe $100.
Yeah.
Maybe one of those ones.
$100.
Like
Maybe
there was a
afford it.
guy on the cEDH Reddit that was like, we have this $3 maximum per card thing, and I was like, that's a cool. I was like, this definitely isn't cEDH, but that's a really cool deck building challenge for how to make Magda still function.
Right.
It's
Alright.
actually a lot easier than you might think, which is kind of funny.
That is my favorite part about Magda is you can build her very cheap if you're not trying to buy every foil under the sun.
You don't even need Maskwood Nexus or anything like that. There are ways
Mhm.
around that if you are careful.
Yeah, we do need all the foils. All right, next card. Return the favor. Okay, we're gonna. Okay, so we can talk about this card a lot, but I want to start off by saying it's probably an auto include for the foreseeable future. It's a red, so like 4 mana, instant. It has spree and it has 2 1 CMC or 1 generic modes. The first is copy target instant spell, sorcery spell, activated ability, or triggered ability. I'm honestly surprised at this point it's not letting you copy creatures. You may choose new targets for the copy, so you can target a ton of things. The second mode is change the target of target spell or ability with a single target. I was never super excited to play Bolt Bend. I was never super excited to play Fork. I'm excited to play both of those in one card. Really excited. It's incredible. So
the ceiling for this card is insane.
The floor for this card is insane. Like there's just like the floor for this card is copy target tutor, go grab Dockside, right?
No, the floor for this card is 3 mana, make 1 treasure, because you can copy your own Magda.
You just copy your own.
Yeah. That is true. I guess that is the floor,
That
right?
is the absolute floor.
Right.
And no one's gonna counter that, really.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's one of those things.
Still
where...
an instant speed win sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Like I don't think other than what was it, the 4 CMC loot spells, I don't think we really have that much in the way of instant speed treasures. Like,
yeah.
So that's actually not nothing.
And something
being able to have your I forget what the 1 CMC one with flashback was, but have that at instant speed, that's actually a big deal.
Is it Big Score? Is that the name of the one?
something
Big
like
score was the
4-mana one.
yeah, the one CMC one. I forget what it was.
We know what you're talking about, though. So,
Strike it rich.
that's right. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah. So, very important for this card is that this gives you a restart point. If you've already searched, or you're making your treasure, you're making a treasure 2 search, right? And someone tries to bop Magda in response, right? And you only need the one treasure. Like, say you do like the trigger stacking, right? Where you crew, then crew, then crew, then crew, instead of doing it all at once. This gives you the opportunity to copy the treasure trigger on top to get to the number that you need to search in response. And then you also get to swat the interaction that they were using to remove Magda in response to you making the initial treasure that was going to get you to 5 or 6 or whatever number they were scared of, right? And this really changes the calculus on the whole, oh, we know when to interact with Magda. It's on the trigger, right? You have an out to those situations now. And an out that actually gives you value added for an extra mana, which is kind of mind-blowing that is like how protected your win attempts are getting. The second thing that I think is really important about this card is it is a beautiful sandbag card, as Axis has mentioned in the chat. This is like the ultimate, I want a GPS on my main phase to really lock down this game, like, sandbag card. I'm not comfortable enough with the amount of cards people have in hand at this moment, but I know if I GPS, I will get there eventually. And instead of counting to 10, you're now counting back up to 5. They're less scared of that inherently, and you are much safer and are not worried about many presented wins in the window. I know if you guys watched the Thunder Conductor game that I had with it's in the content channel where I played against Thunder Conductor. I GPS'd, or I tangle wired, then I GPS'd, then I sculpting steel the tangle wire, and I never got up to more than 5 or 6, and then I just realized, okay, literally no one can play any spells in response to this. This card is incredibly safe. I'm gonna fork my search, right? And it just does it. It makes the GPS on main phase not like a tempo loss, and that's the best part about this card, in my opinion. You don't even have to make them have it. You get to protect your later make them have it with like no tempo or opportunity cost. This card is amazing. This card is truly, truly something.
The fact that when Magda's out, the opponents have to question if you have mana up, if they should play their dockside, is hilarious.
Right.
Because they know your dockside will be before their dockside, and you don't have to cast a dockside. You just copy it. And if I've said this a few times. I'm gonna explain why. If their dockside's resolving, that's a very good sign that while this is an instant, this will get through. It doesn't always get through. Obviously, there's counter spells that aren't for creatures. Sometimes it'll happen. But if their dockside's going through, something is wrong, and they're either presenting a win or a massive value play, and now you are likely to have that on top of their dockside.
Right.
Which is just so absurdly good.
And
I've done this with Kinnan flips. I've done this with Sisei activations. I've done this with literally anything on fucking Earth. So good. So very, very, very good.
I mean, we get to go and grab any of our legendaries, so it's like go get Magda 2.0 for Sisei, right?
Yep.
So that's very strong, but the fact that your opponents can, be locked out of something through like Null Rod or Stony Silence or something stupid, and someone decides, I'm going to play a dockside, and then they're going to make whatever it is, 10 treasures, and your dockside's going to make you 13 treasures or something. You're just like, okay, cool, I copy your dockside trigger and win the game.
So, I don't think we've actually gone far enough on that line. So let's say that opponent's dockside is going to make 5 or more, right? your initial response is, okay, cool. I'm going to fork it. I'm gonna return the favor, the dockside. I'm gonna get my treasures. I'm gonna go search up Null Rod. You're gonna come in. You're gonna make those treasures on your turn, right? They're doing this on their turn. It's gonna spin to you because now everyone's locked out of artifact mana. You're just going to make the number of treasures you need to search again for Curse Mirror, and you're probably just winning the game from that. Just from forking the dockside trigger, right?
Yep.
You just have that line right there.
I did that line the other night, and my friend, when he played the docks, I was just like, I don't think I ever play this card again against you if I know that you can make 5 treasures. It's just not worth it.
No, it's not. It's basically we turn everyone's dockside into a really bad return the favor.
But that's also like only specific to if you're running Null Rod. So a lot of builds are not, and
Okay.
I don't blame the builds that are not. But
I don't either.
if you are, then it's correct.
This card it's so good. Like I can't tell you how great this card is. Aside from me just repeating myself about how excellent it is, anyone have any novel thoughts on it?
One thought that I have is, I know we're running it, obviously, because we're mono red, but I do wonder how much this card is going to factor into the metagame as a whole. I can definitely see Sisei running it. I don't know if they will. It does seem like 5 mana, and then
No, it's 3 mana.
spending 3 more.
It's 8 mana, get 2 activations, which is not uncommon for
the game,
situations.
right?
It's not uncommon for situations when they already have Cradle, right? So a lot of their early game plan, if they've been shut down, they only have, their commander. They're just like, cool, I'm gonna go get Cradle. They play out a couple creatures over a couple turns, and it's just like, okay, cool, I win the game. Like, it's the same sort of thing as Magda. And the other thing about this is that it gives extra access to things like Rogsai and Blue Farm and stuff to steal their opponent's win attempt with Thassa's Oracle. And we can actually do the same thing, which is hilarious. Because if we actually have treasures already, instead of stopping their Thoracle win like you normally would with
Torpor
Orb, if you already have like the way to win on top, which you're sandbagging, which we often do, you can just be like, cool, I'm gonna go get Professional Facebreaker. I'm gonna copy your ETB on Thoracle, and then I'm just gonna exile my whole deck and win the game.
Or if you're on Dualcaster, you can just you can return the favor there. You can return the favor if you only have the 5 treasures, right? And you have Maskwood already, or you have 10, then you can get Maskwood and then Dualcaster. You can copy the return the favor to copy the Thoracle, and then go grab Dualcaster for their Tainted Pact, right? And that's another way just to steal their win.
Yep.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend that. If you've got a way to do it, I would stick with grabbing PFB, because at least that gives you stuff in hand effectively.
Sure.
The thing is that they're holding priority, so like it's not going to be simple, but yeah, you can still do it. You're still spending a lot of mana to do that, but that's a very niche situation that might come up, but that's like Magical Christmas Land for me.
Right. It definitely is Magical Christmas Land. I think the Null Rod line is actively something you can do practically every time someone plays a Dockside. And that's, Dockside wins games.
That alone is scary for like giving to Rogsai or giving to Blue Farm. Like, if those decks don't decide that the card is worth running, then I don't know what card is worth running.
I'm gonna let them sit in their ignorance. Don't tell them.
My bad.
You Rockside pilots, you heard nothing. Yes, we do have a list of the cards that we've talked about so far. I'll roll back real quick and just tell you. We've talked about Explosive, Derailment, Great Train Heist, Hell to Pay, Luxurious Locomotive, Magda the Hoardmaster, Mobile Homestead, and Return the Favor, which I think means we are done with OTJ, and we're going to move on to the big score. So, we got Fomori, we're going to talk about basically every land, rock, and and red card in the big score, because they really pushed all these cards. So let's start with Fomori Vault. Possibly our best pickup from big score. It is a land, colorless, that that taps for colorless, and it has a 3 and a tap ability that has an additional cost of discarding a card. You look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of artifacts you control. Put one of those cards into your hand, and the rest onto the bottom of your library in a random order. So I look at this card kind of like a professional facebreaker adjacent card. In like, if you already have it, this card with infinite treasures, if you have infinite tap treasures, you can spin this, go grab whatever card you need to remove, whether that's a Grafdigger's Cage, your own Grafdigger's Cage largely, cast that, and then proceed to combo out. It's valuable for that. It's also just a very solid mid-range card. If you have 6 to 8 treasures, this is like a dig through time for red, in my opinion. And I have a hard time finding fault with it when I've been feeling pretty mid on my colorless options in Magda recently. Another notable thing is that it isn't a draw, so you don't get punished for it with Orcish Hoardmaster, and under your own Uba Mask, it doesn't cost you anything. It'll also allows you to get artifacts in the graveyard for Engineer, which most of us are going to be on, or a creature for Portal to Phyrexia. So there's some incidental value there. We're not really a graveyard using deck all that much, but there are ways to filter effectively, or select effectively. Oh, that's actually really cool. Nick said that he, with infinite treasures, he was able to just go search for SWAT to protect Magda to protect a win.
This is like the best selective card advantage we could ever ask for, and it's
Right.
gonna land a little pricey for 3 and discard a card. But if I'm infinite and don't want to deck myself for some reason, let's say One Ring is exiled or something, I can look through my entire deck, find the exact card I need, take it out, and then win. That's really fucking good for a land. And it still taps for a colorless. That's good.
It's also a little pricey at $15, but if you haven't already bought one and you've got the money for it and you want a paper deck, I'd probably go out and get one, because they're not going to go down.
It's going to go expensive. Yeah, more expensive than less expensive, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
And they don't like reprinting lands.
Well, I mean, so whenever I bought the Showcase foil, when the set came out, it was $10.
Right.
The Showcase foil is like $60 right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Regular copy's 14.
Spec on Magda cards, guys. Just right. Just that. I mean, I'm not saying spec, but it's better to throw $40 at cards that might be useful than to have to spend $120 on cards that are absolutely essential.
And as a colorless land, it's the kind of card where
it'll find another home even if it doesn't end up making the cut in Magda.
That's what happened for me with Agatha Soul Cauldron. It's cards like that.
Right. Exactly. Oh yeah. Also, you can just go get you the roaming. If you're under Grafdigger's Cage, you could, instead of go get the answer for roaming throne, you could just go get roaming throne.
Yeah.
Or sword.
Like anything.
Yeah, go grab anything. Like, it does the thing. I think it's one of our strongest colorless lands that don't tap a creature.
Yep.
If you run Simian Spirit Guide and you need a red colored mana, you can grab Simian Spirit Guide. Like.
Yep.
So I think something that we haven't really touched on with this card yet is that if you are using Goblin Engineer or Goblin Welder as part of your deck list, this card goes way up in value because it is a free discard outlet to your stuff like Portal to Phyrexia, or maybe even your Grafdigger's Cage or your Torpor Orbs if you're looking for engineer uses. I have used this card so many times to get the Portal to Phyrexia out of my hand and then put it into play at instant speed off a Goblin Welder. Like the discard interaction when you are on those two cards specifically is like super nice.
Yeah, it's definitely better with Welder, but I still think it has value with Engineer. Just being able to say, a cursed mirror, gotcha, bitch. Right? It's just good. Yeah, Fomori Vault cracked. Get one. Generous Plunderer. Trap card. I don't even know what deck this goes in. I think this is a 60 card. I'm not even sure. So I'll read it real quick. It is a 1 in the red creature, human rogue. So it's an outlaw. It is 2/2. It has menace. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may create a treasure token. When you do, target opponent creates a tapped treasure token. Whenever Generous Plunder attacks, it deals damage to defending player equal to the number of artifacts they control. Even in my Staxiest of days, I don't think I ever lived in a world where this card was attractive. Giving your opponents treasures is bad. Like you are player A, player B, you give a treasure, player C cast a dockside, and they can't even sack the treasure in response. That feels bad, guys. I don't know how to tell you this, but you don't want to give your opponents treasures, and you don't care about their life total. The only life point that matters in this game is the last one, unless you're like doing like dragon beats, which not even our dragon players are on it right now.
That's not true. Adnos exists.
Adnos exists, but not at the cost of giving your opponents treasures.
No, but you're saying life doesn't matter.
No, oh, sorry, for beats specifically.
Okay, I was very confused where you're going with that. So this card sucks. The only situation it will ever be good is by increasing your dockside count for one turn.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think we have other ways to make the other cards in slots that makes dockside a little bit better. We can just play Return the Favor.
Yeah, exactly.
Get double your own dockside triggers and have people give you the shock Pikachu face.
Right. Did no one keep interaction for Magda? Nope. Yeah, is there anyone have any like differing takes on why this card might be useful? I'm open to them.
Not to go back to Return the Favor, but I do think it's funny that like all these players are like, we don't have to keep interaction up for like Magda's spells for the most part, because all of her spells are there for helping us remove things we want removed anyway, in most cases. So it's like, well, it's either going to be used to protect my own thing, or it's going to be used to stop someone else's win. And if Magda's not usually presenting a win through a spell, so
yeah. I think I agree. Yeah, even in like Karn Null Rod lists, of which I am one of those people, I don't think I'd run this under really any circumstances.
This card's bad.
Yep. This card is interesting. I don't know if it's a good card. It's a really good, interesting card. It's very list dependent. Shodo's gonna have some thoughts later about how we talk about this card in general, but the problem with this card is it fills the same slot as Spine, but doesn't do as much as Spine does. If you're not on Spine, I don't see why you would ever run this card. If you are on Spine, it doesn't hit enchantments, which is kind of the really big reason you run Spine on. One of the big reasons you run Spine, I guess. It just isn't quite there. Like, Spine kills your own Null Rod, Spine kills your own Grafdigger's Cage, and it kills Stony Silence.
Maybe the only time that this card is used is in that Tel Jalad package where you remove Twin Shot Sniper, and you want a way to be able to win through Grafdigger's Cage.
Right.
Otherwise, the only thing that this thing does is it provides you a way to make 3/3 golems that are for beatdown packages. So this is also a decent way if you are on a welder package to win the game if you're on a Stax package. But if you're not, and you're on Tel Jalad, then this is a way to win through Grafdigger's Cage. and it does dodge Torpor Orb. Does
Yes.
not dodge if your opponent is playing Mother of Machines, though, but that's super uncommon.
Right. Doorkeeper is a
That
little
being-
bit more common, though.
Yeah, Doorkeeper is a little bit more common.
I
That
just rea-
being said, though, Telgelad Stylus is something that I don't think is a good card, but for the people that like it, this does the thing slightly better than Twin Shot, only for combos, but Twin Shot is a lot more helpful by giving you the ability to remove something. So it's trading off uncounterable in a way, unless they Trick Bind or Stifle, the channel ability, or you're having 2 damage to any target for playing an artifact, and then you can build a board state for getting rid of your treasures. So if your main game plan is like, I'm gonna beat down, I want my Null Rod out, I want to slow this game down, removing a treasure isn't a possibility through Null Rod. So like, removing a treasure for 2 mana and activating this to get that 3/3 is also not possible through Null Rod. So it's like kind of a nombo for
Right.
that sort of game plan as well, which is pretty funny to me.
Right. I'm of the opinion that this card just doesn't quite do enough in any direction to make it good enough. Like I was talking to a guy earlier that Twin Shot Sniper is one of the top like 5 or 10 red cards printed in the last like decade, because it really does present an Otawara like effect for red.
And it's so cheap. 2 mana.
2 mana. 2 mana for 2 damage is not bad when it's uncounterable.
2 mana
Like-
for the only thing that can hit it is like swap. That's it.
Right.
Literally the only thing that can hit it.
So I just
That's
can't
good.
I just can't see like ever trading this up or trading up to this from Twin Shot in the same package. But I realize I didn't read it, so I want to read it for people. Legion Extruder is 1 in a red. It is an artifact. When Legion Extruder enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. It has a second ability, 2 and a tap. Sacrifice another artifact. Create a 3/3 colorless golem artifact creature token. So what we're talking about there is that it gets rid of your Grafdigger's Cage. It like our primary self non-bowing artifact Stax piece we can remove with this card. But we have better ways of dealing with that situation with better win lines that doesn't cost us a slot or, introduce like some suboptimal redundancy. So this card is interesting. I'm going to say on its face a good card, but I just don't think it like replaces itself. It replaces any piece anywhere well enough to justify itself.
So if you specifically compare this to Spine, like Spine's 7 mana, so playing that from hand is going to be a little tricky sometimes.
Right.
This is 2. However, Spine is a catch-all that is just too powerful in helping you dig yourself out of situations.
Right.
So if you're already post-combo and you need a way to get rid of your Grafdigger's Cage to open up a creature to win the game or something, like it's already too late.
Right.
But specifically for Telgelad Stylus, there's not a lot of ways for them to, get through the Grafdigger's Cage sort of thing outside of clock combo. So it's one of those things where it's not great.
I'll put it this way. If I had the choice between running Spine, running this, and running no out to those situations, I would choose no out. And then I would choose Spine.
That's okay.
And then I would choose Legion. Right? So that's just...
I will die on that Spine hill. And we can have an
Same.
entire podcast about Spine if you want.
Unironically, me and Should have spent hours and hours discussing the legitimacy and necessity of Spine of Isha. It is possible.
Can we read the text of Spine of Ishal for people who are unaware of what card we're talking
Right,
about?
yeah. It is. I will paraphrase it because I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I'll read it.
Yeah, you're good.
Go for it.
It's in my primer that's up. So Spine of Isha reads: when Spine of Isha enters the battlefield, destroy target permanent. This includes lands. When Spine of Isha is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, return Spine of Isha to its owner's hand.
And it's 7 mana.
And it's 7
mana. And then when it gets shot, or when it goes to graveyard from play, what happens? I mean, that could be. So
I did read that part, but when it goes to graveyard from hand, from battlefield, it goes to hand. So there are a lot of situations where you can hold priority over this and still put it back into your deck, which
With
is
Elixir.
important for a lot of lines.
Yeah.
Welder elixir.
Yeah,
things.
Welder
So
elixir, yeah.
something that I want
Engineer
to
elixir. Well, engineer not.
make a comment on for specifically Extruder versus Spine.
Sure.
With the uptick in Dauntless Dismantler seeing play in decks, there are a lot of times where if you have a combo line that is going to win the game, you have to be able to remove Dauntless Dismantler. And a lot of the times, in recent memory, if you're playing in a game that has Dauntless Dismantler in it, generally speaking, you are playing against a creature deck. And a lot of the times, if you put Portal to Phyrexia into play, it's not going to kill what you want it to.
Sure.
So I think having the actual answer of Spine of Ishal versus this card to be able to hit whatever you want without any restrictions is good. I think Legion Extruder is a good card in certain circumstances, but I think if you are playing this over something like Spine of Ishal, for example, because it, quote-unquote, can kill your Grafdigger's Cage, notably, it cannot kill your own Null Rod, which, Spine is also used a lot as well for some combo decks. But I think the biggest thing is that Legion Extruder just does not deal enough damage to deal with the problem permanents that you are facing in your pods. Right. And on top of that, it does not get rid of the your own Null Rod style effect.
Right. I agree. I think that's there's a lot of reasons why this card is not quite good enough to justify any kind of swap in that sense.
I do want to touch on also, just because we're here, Spine. I extensively, for an entire month, tried playing without Spine. There were way too many situations where I needed it. I don't like the card. I want to cut the card really badly. That doesn't mean I can. I just cannot. Because I need an answer for everything at least once. It's just something at one point, and Spine gives me that. While it is 7 mana, I've also hardcast Spine a good amount of times when I needed it.
A decent amount, yes.
Yeah, whenever I have it in hand and I really need to remove something, I'm just gonna find a way to cast it. It sucks.
And I think
it's something.
Not to cut you off here, but I think that until Wizards of the Coast gives us a Blood Moon on an artifact, we have to have something that deals with Gaia's Cradle.
Wait a second.
Or dragon.
Dragon, yes. If they put Blood Moon on a dragon, I will put a dragon in my deck.
Same. Well, you have all thumbs
I'm gonna be honest. For people that run Spine, and I guess this is a good time to talk about this as any. I'm okay with the draw. Like, I just count my 75-minute rounds when I'm playing casually. Like, if it's one out of 15 games where I had to have Spine to not lose, or to not, if I needed Spine to win in that moment, I think I'd rather just draw rather than have a dead card in hand that I would see 1 in every 7 games in a otherwise keepable mulligan. Does that make sense?
I mean, I
not
think
really.
We're playing this deck and cEDH to just be consistent and be able to win at all times. I don't think we should be locking ourselves out of wins for no reason.
Because especially for me specifically, you get to a point in a lot of your games where it's like, you have to win this final pod.
Yeah, once you
get
out
unless you are being completely cracked in every single round that you're playing in that day. A lot of the times, most pilots are going 2-2, maybe 3-2 or 2-3, and depending on the brackets for these tournaments, if the difference between a draw and a win may keep you out of top cut.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
In addition to that, once you get to top cut, a lot of times the 75-minute thing matters a lot more. So there are some events that when you get to top 4, it's just play the game, and regardless of time limit, someone wins, right?
Right.
So in those games specifically, you want to have that extra option available.
That's fair. I don't necessarily disagree that is a valid take. It's just one that I haven't found. I haven't seen. I think personal bias and experience is going to just tell you whether this type of slot is needed, right? And mine leans me in the other direction.
I also think it's heavily dependent on the other packages in your deck. Your deck specifically is only on a combo package that would work with Engineer and Sculpting Steel, which may be used for other lines. So the reason for you running Spine of Isha for a combo potential is a lot less pertinent than someone that is on either Welder as well, Telgelad Stylus, or Elixir of Immortality.
Gotcha.
I definitely think what Spine does is it lets you utilize those windows at the cost of a dead card in hand. And I think we've cut so much fat from the deck so far with, all the dragons and other extraneous pieces that we don't feel are necessary anymore, that having Spine as that one dead card, it gives you so much more flexibility to take advantage of that window and just say, okay, I can guarantee a game win. And even if it's like, I can't win on this turn, but I can completely shut down the table. It's one thing to say I'm going to put all my stacks out. It's another thing to say, okay, and y'all have 0 permanence in play. Like, the game is done.
So the other thing that I would argue for Spine of Isha is that most cards that you add to your deck may give you a 1 or 2% increase in your win percentage. Spine gives you at least a 5% increase.
All right, I'm gonna challenge myself. I'm gonna cut Galleon and throw Spine in its place. I'm gonna see how often it's relevant and how comfortable I feel with it being in the list, and how bad it fucks my MLs, and I'll keep track of that.
It's also a really easy bottom card if you're going a 6 or a 5 or a 4.
That's actually very
super easy.
right.
And our deck goes to 5 very often.
Very often. All right.
I don't think it
shuffle
affects affects mulligans like all that often. To be
Right.
fair.
How often am I searching? Except when I'm tutoring with Magda, right? Like very, very infrequently.
Right.
Oh, someone gave me like a basic land because they like passed something. Like, okay, then I'll do it. That's like about it.
Sure. That's actually a fair point.
Yeah, it goes to the bottom and it stays there.
Yeah, no, we get value from mulligan bottoms almost as much as our boy Grenzo. All right, so I think we've talked enough about a card that isn't Legion Extruder to tell you how much we're not interested in Legion Extruder.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
I do think that
7
even though we like diverted to another conversation, I think that conversation, especially for the newer pilots, is worth having.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And I'm full well aware that I may be wrong on the Spine thing. I will be proven
to be fair,
wrong.
half of the decks that like our contributors have, or I should say, our contributors are 50-50 on if they are on Spine or not. So there are clearly other pilots that believe, no, that doesn't need to include Stylus.
Stylus is a bad card.
Stylus is a bad card, but if you are on Stylus, not having Spine is also stupid.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. All right, so I'm going to move on from this card. Otherwise, we'll be here for years. Memory Vessel. We're going to speed through this. It is a 3
This is the
red...
one that I forgot to put on my sheet. And we completely skipped for our podcast.
Yeah, the podcast episode where we covered a lot of cards in more depth and had different side conversations, which you guys should all listen to when it comes out.
This card exists.
This card exists. It is bad. So 3 red, artifact, does a really poor imitation of a memory jar. Taps exile Memory Vessel. Each player exiles the top 7 cards of their library. Until your next turn, players may play cards they exile this way, and they can't play cards from their hand. Activate only as a sorcery. It has all the bad text. It doesn't go to graveyard. You can't elixir it. Bad. It exiles the cards. But doesn't get rid of their hand. It locks our hand under Dranith, which is also not good. It still allows people to Boseiju and Otawara, which is not good because they can still channel from cards in their hand because their hand isn't removed. And you can only do it as a sorcery, which makes it utterly useless. Do we have any thoughts on this card other than that it is bad, wrong, bad?
Next card.
Just play memory jar
So
over this 900% of the time.
I do want to talk about that. If the effect was not sorcery speed, I think it might have legs.
Sure. Would you ever run it over memory jar?
Over it being not sorcery speed, maybe.
Right.
It depends on how badly you really want the quote unquote silence effect.
Yeah, the fact that it is a silence effect is not. It's the best part of the card, right? But it's only it's a disruption piece. It doesn't kill Thoracle players. I feel like it's worse in that sense. But um, let's press on from this bad card to a good card, really good card. Molten Duplication. It's 1 in the red. It's a sorcery. Create a token that's a copy of target artifact or creature you control, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types. It gains haste until end of turn. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step.
Yes, good. Makes
Yep.
Portal for 2 mana, makes Dockside for 2 mana, makes Roaming Throne for 2 mana that has haste. Everything about this is good. Very good.
Yeah, it's a must answer. Is the only thing I don't like about it.
It is a must answer, and then that forces them to use it, and then we go on top of their counter of our spell, or we do a different thing and swing, and then do something else for another mana or 2, and also win the game. Requiring them to counter it is sometimes really bad for us because we don't want all the counters gone. But if we're going for it, we want all the counters gone. So it's good and bad.
So something I'll say is the thing I like about this card is that it offers a very interesting pivot win con. The card. So say you have 5 treasures, or you have 5 treasures and Magda, and you're molten duplicating your Magda, for example, to get a Robo Magda, and then you'll search out clock and win the game. That's win 1. That's win A, right? You cast it, they don't counter it. You proceed to run through your combo and win, or they try to beat you some other way. If they try to counter Molten Duplication on the stack, if you're on Dualcaster Mage, you can tutor Dualcaster Mage in response and proceed to win the game that way.
Yeah.
Right. If you guys are familiar with Tic-Tac-Toe, where you set up the 3 wins in the 3 corners, it's kind of like that. You're like, okay, answer either way, you lose, and that's a good place to be for the deck. It like really makes it really feels good because it's just saying be able to win the game, and under the situation where you're most often able to win the game, having a Robo Dwarf and 5 treasures is like the most likely position to win the game. And if you have this card as your Robo Dwarf, it gives you 2 different attempts effectively at the same time, and they have to choose to answer both of them. And that's pretty excellent.
Yep. I have a side note, even more of a good reason. I've gone to combat with Magda, swung with Magda. She's my only creature. Just after combat, make another Magda that has an artifact, sack original, and then just get clock and win.
Right.
Like, card's good. Card's fucking good. It has so many use cases. It can copy so many artifacts or creatures. They have haste. It's just so good. It's a better Twin Flame by far.
Yeah.
The only play pattern warning I would put out to new players is be cautious. If you Molten Dupe your Magda, somebody can easily just Bowmasters, and you just got 2 for 1. So if you're gonna do that, my recommendation is have a search up so that you're at least able to get your search off, get some value, and stabilize while kind of figuring out after that. But that's just something to keep in mind with this card, is it's an easy way to get 2 for 1.
I think something else to keep in mind with this is that, let's say you are at 4 treasures and you need the 5th one to tutor. Depending on if you think they might have interaction for it, like, they try to kill the creature in response or something like that, it is a safe and viable way, or option rather, that instead of using Molten Duplication to target the creature and then crewing the creature to make a treasure, you could just target the treasure.
Yep.
So that way you don't get blown up by creature removal. Which, sure, you're not making a Robo Dwarf if you're doing that, or something along those lines. But
yeah,
having the tutor is better than just not getting it at all.
There's some fun stuff you can do with this. I think the other day, I put it on a Mag Galleon.
Oh,
It was, yeah,
oh.
yeah. I was gonna go for the win. I was unfortunate that someone managed to, just the way that it shaped out, they were able to go straight from a, I think they, Born Upon a Wind did a toxic deluge. So that kind
Yikes.
of, that was a, I was like, okay, instant speed board wipe. I can't respond to that, but yeah, it was gonna be game. That was very unique out that they had.
I also think this card is really good in the fact that it gives you a sorcery speed way to double up on your curse mirror.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Or your sculpting steel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the card's really good.
So it doesn't do it on sculpting steel, because whenever sculpting steel becomes a copy of something, those are the copyable values,
Right, you're right.
as opposed to curse mirror that at the end of turn it goes back to just being curse mirror.
Right, 100%. So I'm not currently on this card. I'm currently on Nexus, and we'll talk about that next. Maybe we'll save like the comparative analysis between the two cards until after we've talked about Nexus a little bit. Does that sound good? All right. So, is there any, aside from like the make them have it aspect where people are just going to blow you out either with a targeted removal or with a counterspell? Is there any reason why you guys think that people shouldn't be on this card?
Not at all. This card is good. Good mana.
I think it's basically auto-include territory.
Agreed.
I think that if you're not on Dualcaster Mage, that this card isn't quite as strong. However, because of this card and how strong it is with the rest of our deck, and similarly, Twin Flame and Heat Shimmer specifically, because you can make copies of opponents' docksides, it sort of makes not running the Dualcaster Mage like trifecta at least of Molten Duplication, another copy spell of choice, and Dualcaster Mage kind of suspect in some regards, because there are now ways that we will go over later, winning with Dualcaster Mage that are quite interesting and don't even necessarily need things like Elixir of Immortality or anything like that to be done.
Right. So these cards might be ancillary, which is kind of a crazy thought.
You might need to get moving. We're pushing. Pushing 1 o'clock.
Yep. All right. So, Nexus of Becoming. It is a 6-mana artifact, generic. At the beginning of combat on your turn, you draw a card. Then you may exile an artifact or creature card from your hand. If you do, create a token that's a copy of exiled card, except it's a 3/3 golem artifact creature in addition to its other types. It's a good card. It is a strong card. It is another way to get an uncounterable Aether Vial style effect to put a Robo Dwarf into play. All your dwarves become Robo Dwarves in your hand. That's really strong, but it is also draw 1 card for 6 mana. That is slow.
Card advantage, bro. Card advantage.
Right.
We don't have any of that.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
I think the most compelling thing in my mind is that it's stuff out for free
Uncounterably
outside of Null Rod.
Yeah.
So if you're on Null Rod, there's potentially some benefit here, but even then, like if you're going for a clock line, like you don't want Null Rod out. So I don't know. It's kind of a weird spot.
I've actually been testing this. I didn't really super love it, and then I decided today I'll test it. I actually kind of like it a lot. It draws you cards. It makes you artifact creatures. It can have artifacts with ETBs or creatures with ETBs or any of this uncounterably. So I can just have a dockside for free that no one can deal with, except stifling the trigger.
Right.
That's also an artifact golem 3/3, so it can't be like bowmastered. This is actually really good, and it draws you cards. I just love that. So good.
Yeah, this is oh god.
I was gonna say, I do think if you for some reason are still on Chisgoria I think that this is a solid replacement, and
Oh,
you
yeah.
should definitely consider putting this in that place because it does not exile cards, and it is a guaranteed cost reduction. In fact, you don't even have to cast it,
Yep.
so you don't have to wait for your timing restrictions.
Right.
I
So
think
All you gotta
that,
do is
if
make
I
for a
remember
beginning
right,
combo.
like Rust has some differing opinions on this card.
Yes, I would like to talk about that. but I was going to let everybody say what they want.
let me say my pro, so you can do all your cons. Okay.
Go for it.
So something that I think is very important, I think Shoto is the one who came up with this concept, is that we're a deck of extremes. We have a lot of, one drops that eat damage like nobody's business from like Bowmasters. And then we have a lot of like really uncastables up in the 4 to 9 range, right? And this kind of like averages them out to fantastic, right? Your 1-drops become 3/3s, on top of the fact they become win the game cards, right? And your 9-drops come in for 0 mana, and they turn into beaters. Not great beaters, but like they're not like a 9/9 Karn beater, but like 3/3s, not nothing, and you didn't pay for it. So like it kind of makes all of your low drops valuable, and your top end cards free, and that's a really powerful effect. On top of the fact that it can just either vial a win in.
The other funny thing that I thought of just now is in the situations where you're actually using that 9-drop, the Portal to Phyrexia, you can Portal to Phyrexia, bolt your own Portal to Phyrexia, put it in the graveyard, get it back out with Welder.
No, you can't, because it exiles it. It's the copy.
Does it exit?
It exiles the
Yeah,
original,
you
and
exile the card and then you make a copy of it.
Yeah.
Reading the card explains the card.
But this
Yeah.
also means, technically, if you're on Karn, it gives you some use cases
Yeah.
for Karn.
It's not bad.
Yeah, for Karn,
I
it
don't
gives
super
use
love
cases.
Karn at all in this deck, but if you're on it, that does give you positive.
I am in the camp now with Rust on this card, so I will let him talk about it.
So whenever I look at this card, I do want to preface this is obviously not a turbo card. You don't play your 6 mana, not necessarily do nothing, but you do have to it doesn't get you immediate value, especially not at instant speed. The biggest thing that I think for mid-range decks with this card is that there is real cost to it. So a lot of the times, one of the biggest things that I kind of preach with the mid-range deck specifically is the quote-unquote no bad cards variance. And I think that for the mana cost that this card has and the utility that it provides, it's not worth it currently. I think if there's more interesting ways that you could start abusing this as
a tutor target, because even though
as like a tutor target, yes. Because honestly, one of the big things that I'm most afraid of is the fact that the draw is not a May, and that is actually a downside in my opinion. Because if there's a Bowmasters in play, yeah, you are not getting a you are not having a good time.
Right.
And on top of that, it does exile the cards, so you can't keep abusing the things that you were making with it. Correct. Which, depending on what you were trying to put into play, sometimes you need that.
Exiling your clock if you're on Elixir is probably not a good idea.
Right.
I think just exiling your clock in general is bad. I
Right.
mean, don't get me wrong. Sometimes you just use the Nexus of Becoming, you put Clock of Omens into play, and then you're off to the races. But
yeah, it's very much a use it or lose it mentality, and it's not a use it or lose it card. It's not turbo, so kind of it's tough.
I know this is like the boy who cried wolf kind of thing, but I see this is a win more card.
I think the not being a draw May is super relevant and considerable. Another counterpoint, and I don't disagree. This card isn't perfect. I will say there have been so many times I've wanted to tutor up Portal, but it's in my goddamn hand. I hate that. I can do this, then move to combat, not only draw a card, but then put the Portal into play anyways. So I basically just tutored Portal, and I have a card draw engine now. I don't think it's perfect. I think it deals with things and makes the creatures and artifacts I have in my hand uncounterable. And draws me cards, but also can make creatures. Again, it's not perfect, but I've used this before to like get this terrible portal out of my hand and put it in the field. I don't really need it in the deck if it's in my hand anyways. So exiling it's whatever.
That is a good point that is brought up, that if you are a mid-range or Stax deck that is on Ubamask, this is a Namba with it. So
Yep.
it requires that stuff is already in your hand, and the draw doesn't necessarily do much for you in regards to using its ability, which is a big part of what makes that so strong in the mid-game, is that it gets you that draw, and then you can use what you get in a lot of situations, because we are on a lot of artifacts, and we're on a decent amount of creatures.
And I don't think I would ever do both of them together. You're right. I think it is a non-bow.
Right.
So the last thing that I want to touch on real quick, so in my time of playtesting, which was not very long because I had pretty firm opinions on it pretty quickly. For the people who are playing this, how often, when you got this into play, did it immediately win you the game off the very first trigger?
Twice.
Of how many times that you've played it, though?
I've played it or tutored it probably 5 or 6 times now. One time it was downside because not Bowmaster, it was the other one. Notion Thief was in play, so they stole that. That's okay. That was a rough one. The other 2 times it was like above average, not insane, didn't win, didn't super benefit. But one time it also drew me a sudden shock that helped me just win the game. Because now I can tutor and kill an oppo in response. That was really good.
So the reason I ask about this is because if you are doing the quote-unquote value play of making robo-dwarves, uncounterably, just putting them into play, you are not winning the game that turn. The only thing that you are doing is incentivizing your opponents to go and get their docksides, because they are artifacts that you cannot remove. And on top of that, they're 3/3s, so they're much harder for you to remove with damage.
Right. That's actually a fair point. You're kind of leaving money on the table, as it were, for your opponents to just swipe.
This is why I do like this, especially because I know Russ and I agree on so many cards. It's good to see the disagreement on even some of them, and I'd like to talk about this. I want to get better. I want everyone to learn from this. That's why we have work.
Yeah. Well, it's also important because there's reasoning to actually run the card, and there's also reasoning to not run the card.
Right.
Yeah. And it's up to the pilot as to what they want to do. It's the same thing with card packages or combo things that you're running and why you're running them, which you have some stuff to talk about later when you go over your deck. But it's definitely something that is important for the community, that everyone is willing to be open and honest about their opinions and not scared to share them, because there are going to be people that are like, hey, what this person said makes sense to me, I no longer want to be on this card. And there are still going to be people that are like, this guy's an idiot. So it's just part of discussing cards, and that's actually one of the best parts about this community, is everyone is so open and wants to just improve the deck overall.
Right. Also, Brewer's Advantage, run random shit. Helps my win percentage. Thank you. Do run Dragon Tribal. I occasionally want people to think Udvara still exists. Oh god, they're gonna beat me down with the dragon.
What do you mean, bro? I'm on Sardian Avenger. What are you talking about?
Card is so good. All right, so I think I think we've plumbed Nexus. I'm currently thinking about cutting the Nexus and Galleon just in general for the DCM stuff, but that's more of a later conversation. Next, this card was a little bit exciting when it got announced just because of what the effect does, but let's talk about the Sword of Wealth and Power. It's a 3-mana artifact and equipment. Equipped creature gets +2/+2 and has protection from instants and from sorceries. Whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, create a treasure token. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Equipped 2. It's normal sword stuff, except for the fact that it does not give you protection from creatures. You will get chumped. And it does put Magda out of bolt range, but still. not great. Like you can get walled by anything that's a 3x, which is not a lot of things, but it's enough things to where it's not going to be free all the time. And still, if you don't hit, you just spent 5 mana to like reliably generate a treasure because it wasn't a vehicle that you used to tap your creature, right?
I mean, it's sumo shroud or sumo hexproof. Instance and sorcery protection is actually pretty relevant.
It is, but no. If you're not running Greaves, why would you run this?
I did test it with it briefly. I didn't love it. It's just too much mana, right?
Right.
But
I think this card is better than Greaves.
What's that?
I don't know about that.
I think this card is better than Greaves.
I might agree with you on that, just because I think Greaves, it creates a particular inflection point that you don't usually want, and it also gives you upside. But I think a more apt comparison is Sting, the glinting dagger, giving you 4 treasures for a turn cycle for 1 less mana. And if you're not on that, I don't think getting an extra treasure token plus protection is worth 5 mana. Not by a long shot. That's my take. I think it compares somewhat poorly to Greaves just by mana value, and to Sting because Sting is just a better card in my opinion.
I tend to agree. I have posted for y'all's viewing pleasure in the chat a meme. That's about all I've got to contribute on this one.
It is the WAP. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
All right. Anyone have any other thoughts on this card? Moving on. Territory Forge. Oh no, we can go back.
Real quick, sorry. I have been testing Greaves for a while. I also did, like I said, I did try Wealth and Power. Wasn't super fan. It's fine. I think the fact that you can play at least 1 equipment to now win through Angel's Grace is very, very relevant. I don't know if I've explained this line really a lot, but because I am a tournament grinder and need to know this, if time and round has been called on your turn and someone in your upkeep casts an Angel Grace so no one can win, you can still win if you have an equipment and a Curse Mirror in your deck. You still get to win. So I think at least playing 1 equipment should be what we do.
Wait, I'm not following. Can you?
Oh, yeah. So basically, there's a really funny, weird thing with state-based actions and equipments. If you have on your turn an equipment attached to a cursed mirror creature, that is just a creature, in your cleanup, there's AppNap priority. AppNap stands for active player, non-active player.
Sure.
Since you're active player, your thing will resolve or happen last. The Angel's Grace effect will wear off because it is now your cleanup. That goes away. You now have a priority when your sword or your Greaves unequips from a non-creature because it's the end of turn for Curse Mirror. This gives you priority to now kill them at instant speed with your deck that you've set up perfectly. So now that Angel's Grace is worn off, you kill them and win.
So this is a situation where you can get that window where their upkeep is the next turn, and that might be the last turn, right? You might be in turns, right?
Exactly. That's the point of it. Super niche, but I think playing at least 1 equipment like I put in there a while ago is stupid good.
Wait, someone asked a very relevant question. That because you are active player, that only works on your turn, right?
Equipment is always sorcery speed, so it does have to be your turn. But if you have a Greaves or a sword or something, and you equip it to a creature, you can not change it around unless it's your turn. Yes, it is always sorcery speed.
Yeah.
Even if you have what's the land that gives E-Zone effect?
Yeah.
Still can.
Okay. I'm not convinced that's a good enough reason. I feel like we're getting to like niche situations, like I have 4 flavors of stacks on the board, and turn is next turn. How do I win through this? I better have a line that can win through all 5 pieces of stacks that I run in the deck. I don't think that's like super reasonable. I mean, I know Angel's Grace is not nearly as uncommon as you having 3 stacks pieces on the board, but I don't think it's as. I think it's slightly less common that you're going to be in that situation, and it's going to be your turn. That's the last turn, and you're going to have the equipment to do it. But
I mean, if it's their last turn and they're Angel's Gracing, they're doing it so that you can't win. It
Right.
means it's a draw for everyone, but you still have an out.
that's fair.
In tournaments, that's super relevant. In regular cEDH, less so.
Fair enough. All right. Last card. Territory Forge does nothing. I wanted to recover it because I'm sad it does nothing. You cannot tutor it. It is a 4 and a red artifact. Whenever Territory Forge enters the battlefield, if you cast it, womp womp, exile target artifact or land. It has all activated abilities of the exiled card. So close, yet so far. Card does nothing. I think that's basically it.
So I do want to just like real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever this card was spoiled, I literally went on Scryfall, looked at every single card in the entire game of Magic that has color identity red, and the only thing that it is useful for is in Vintage, where you exile a Time Vault, and then it no longer has the restriction of like skipping a turn
Oh my
or entering
God.
tapped or anything like that.
That's funny.
That was the only use case scenario where I could find anything good with it.
And this is just not good enough in Vintage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
5 mana is a lot.
and even then, it's a 5 mana artifact that you have to cast.
And it has
Like,
to
you
be
can't even-
red.
you-
And Vintage is less so red
Yeah.
now than ever.
Absolutely.
But like the fact that I looked through every single card that we could possibly play ever, and I still couldn't find anything useful for it, should be telling of just what this card is doing.
Power 9 card.
Yeah, very sad that they just decided to print basically an unplayable. Maybe it's supposed to be. Yeah, I don't even know what this is supposed to answer. It seems really bad.
It's supposed to answer Lotus Field and Pioneer for the mono red decks.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, good for them if they got this piece.
No,
and it
because
worked.
it exiles target land.
Did it though?
Why artifacts are lands?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think it's it.
Cool.
I wanted to talk about Dualcaster a little bit. We've talked about it a little bit, but I wanted to talk about the cost of inclusion, the necessity of inclusion, whether we should be on it or not. We are... You're fine. You didn't know I was going there, Seiko. In my opinion, Dualcaster is one of the more attractive, like, alternate win cons. I put it up there with combos like Rings of Brighthearth and Monolith, except the individual card quality is a little better. Or I guess it's better averaged out across the multiple cards. I think Monolith's pretty bad, and I think Rings of Brighthearth is really good, but collectively they're in a kind of the individual cards are kind of mediocre. Rings is significantly better than the other. Dualcaster, I think it's more... Dualcaster's good. The copy effects are good, especially Molten Duplication, right? But it's more of like an average. You're probably talking like a 6 out of 10 for both cards. 6 to 7 out of 10 in terms of like exceptionalness. And you don't feel bad drawing Molten, and you don't feel bad drawing Dualcaster. Does that make sense?
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
The question is this worth main decking generally? Let's just start with Dualcaster Molten, because I think Molten is the obvious one. It's the best of the 3.
Yes. It is.
So, I think the best way to approach this is to approach the floor of Dualcaster Mage.
Right.
So the floor of Dualcaster Mage is this gets flashed in from hand, and it's copying a spell.
Right.
That spell is either going to be something that is helping attempt to stop another opponent,
Mm-hmm.
or it is copying something else that you want countered. Where if it doesn't get countered, you are very happy that it didn't get countered, but the idea that you can steal a black spell's tutor anything is very dangerous to give Magda.
Right.
So you tutoring or you copying a mid-game vampiric tutor, the opponents might not originally want to counter that, right? Because they would rather counter the thing that they are
Casting.
getting,
Yeah,
right?
but now they have two
So
things to counter.
now they have two things to counter that they counter for one.
Right.
So it's at the minimum a 3-cost counterspell. Right?
Right.
And at best, this card wins you the game.
Right.
So insofar as that some decks are not running Reb and Pyro and stuff like that, you could argue that, Pyroblast being able to be swatted is not great. But Dualcaster Mage, this particular thing is very strong because of the fact that there are combos for it. The value for it for our own instance and sorceries can be very high. And
Hey,
it
honey,
acts as a counter
can I ask you
while
for some iced
still having
coffee?
the ceiling of winning the game.
Thank you.
And there are very few cards that you can say have that much versatility while still having the ceiling of winning the game.
Yeah. I mean,
it does so much. It just does so much in every situation for 3 mana at flash speed on a creature that is almost always uncounterable. Just does too much, I think. Like full stop.
Midge, are you on both rings and Dualcaster right now?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I don't like
I'm on
that.
Rings Default line and also Dualcaster line.
I personally don't like that. I don't think I want that many mana rocks and then a bunch of tempo cards and nowhere really to put it if you don't have the combo, right?
Fair.
But I do like rings as an individual card anyway. It's just I hate monoliths that much. So let's talk about. So say you want to run this combo. You want to run Dualcaster Molten, right? That's the full. That's the kind of the baseline of the package. How much more do you need? And between Twin Flame and Heat Shimmer, if you had to run a second, Heat Shimmer is better because 5 mana is so much to get that extra treasure effectively.
Well, Heat Shimmer can get anything.
Yeah.
It's not just our creatures. It gets
Right.
anything.
And the upside for Twin Flame just doesn't quite measure up.
Yeah. Absolutely agree.
Like there was a time where I used Heat Shimmer to copy a Bowmaster so that if anyone decided that they wanted to interact, that I could kill the Bowmaster and not lose my entire board.
Right.
So like there are very niche situations where Heat Shimmer is not just making you a copy of Dockside that is very strong. And that one extra mana is still worth having that
Flexibility.
Yeah. And like you can also copy a Recruiter of the Guard or a Ranger Captain of Eos that is on the field to get a tutor yourself. So like the flexibility of this card is not quite as good as something like Dualcaster Mage, but the ceiling for Heat Shimmer is much higher than the ceiling for Twin Flame.
Yeah.
And if you're going to run if you're only going to run 2, then Heat Shimmer and Molten Duplication is the correct choice, like undoubtedly.
I think I agree with that.
There is reason to run all 3. And if you are that big into the situation where the floor of Twin Flame is just 2 mana, make a treasure, then it's still not bad. We have a ceiling of winning the game and a floor of making a treasure that can get us potentially to win the game. So it's like, it's very hard for that to be a bad thing when so many of our lines as backup lines require like copying Zorn or copying our roaming throne so that we can ladder our way up through and start generating enough treasures that we can tutor everything that we need to win the game.
Right.
And there are a lot of situations as well where that's actually the correct play in order to preserve a board state where your opponents can't really profitably interact until you've unlocked them. And by that point, it's too late.
Yeah. Hey, you got it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think this is kind of the long and short of it is that you have that like just the extra one is probably worth the density, right?
I mean, the interaction with Return the Favor alone is broken.
Yep. Very, very, very much so.
Yeah.
So, like, there are some board states where you're like, hey, I got 6 mana and I have this Dualcaster mate. It's like Edge of Christmas Land, but it's like, hey, I'm going to activate, and now I'm going to get 3 activations, and I'm definitely winning the game.
Right. If they don't interact, I'm just gonna get GPS, and if they do interact, I'm just gonna get something else. Probably GPS. Yeah. No, I think I agree with you guys, and I think having seen all of like there's like a sense of no bad card synergy that we're looking at here.
Yep.
And it's starting to feel more and more like the tempo-oriented, like Stax or Turbo list feels the best to play. And regardless of how you're angling yourself there, the tempo cards are kind of core, right? Because they give you extra win reach, or they let you play the game through mid-range.
So, like, even though we're going to go over combos later using Dualcaster Mage when Rust and Pigeon go over their lists, it's important to mention that, like, this being in your deck also sort of gives you extra reason to potentially remove Elixir of Immortality, since there are extra combo lines that you get from this card being in your deck. So, like, in certain situations, Elixir of Immortality would function as a way for you to get infinite casts of, like, a lightning bolt to win the game, right? And that's not possible without a draw loop in combination with Elixir of Immortality. But by running Dualcaster Mage, you give yourself a way to generate that sort of a win con if that is the way that you feel like you need to win.
Yeah.
Or as a backup to a backup plan,
Mm-hmm.
right? And if draw loop Elixir was like the thing that you're doing as like your backup to your backup, then Elixir becomes a lot worse if it's not specifically for like recursion.
Sure.
And we'll go over that when we talk about my talking about card packages stuff later.
Sure. So I think we've kind of hit the nail on the head on this one, that it's probably 2, maybe 3, but we know which 2 it is. If you were inclined to run it, currently I'm feeling inclined to run it. Someone has really pushed me off the new Winter Moon, and so I'm kind of leaning away from a lot of the stuff that I was leaning towards, and rechanging my land base up a bit. So I think I'm interested in trying this out. So. It's time for the brewery. We have a few of them, and I'm sorry we're getting to you guys so late. The conversation just flowed. We had a lot to talk about.
All good.
So
all good.
So I'm gonna pull Papasquats up here. We're gonna talk about everyone's their bio, and then we're gonna go into their list of cards. I hope this is super educational for the newer pilots in the room, because you're gonna see from the horse's mouth like things that they find valuable in their lists, and something that you might be able to learn from.
You should definitely post the list in chat for every person that is coming up.
Right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Yeah. So we're gonna try to move through this quickly. All the information on them is here. Nick recently won Path to the Peak 4, and it was actually the first like big win in the last 2 years. So it was kind of our the beginning of our moment, or I guess the us hitting our peak, not the
Ah,
right. Yeah.
clever.
Yeah. So I want to talk about your philosophy real quick.
Yeah.
You say you want to build your deck as low to the ground as possible. You make early impactful plays, and putting you closer to winning the game while still being able to pivot. So you say you say that, but you say your deck archetype is mid range, and I'm actually going to open up the deck list real quick, just to look at it for a second. I want to view visual grid. I mean, this looks about what I'd expect. I see you're on the Shimmer package.
Yep.
I see that you are on Greaves for some more protection.
We can blame Pigeon for that one.
Right. You're on Mirror. Is Forebears for the Rube loops?
Nope. It's just a way to have another magic copy.
So just
artifact
creature
dwarf,
loops.
basically.
right. Robo Dwarfs and then
Yeah.
Scourge for an outlet. Right.
Yep. Well,
Okay.
Scourge for an outlet, and then you can win without clock with it.
Right.
But yeah.
Okay. So back to the presentation. So your preferred non-clock combo is this right here. This is what
Yes.
I got from you. Can you walk us through this real quick?
Yeah, so I actually got this from Koibito. Koibito put me on this. And with my meta, it's really good. I really didn't want to play Scourge because people copy a lot, especially this day and age with all the copy effects and everything else. People are not really incentivized to copy Scourge. So I felt that was more impactful than doing Terror of the Peak, excuse me. Yep.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah. So with this combo, like, you will need a lot of treasures if you don't already have some of these pieces on board. But essentially, you get the Masquerade Nexus, then you get the Roaming Throne. Roaming Throne have it be a dwarf, obviously, and then Zorn as well. So at that point, when you're tapping your creatures for to crew, they gain enough treasure. I believe it's 6 because we get Sculpting still as well. So you can tap each creature to make 6 treasures because of all the triggers, and then you can just go through all the creatures in your deck with Maskwood to kill the table. I mean, most of the time you're gonna have enough creatures in your deck to kill the table.
Right, because you trip. So something that's important here is that you're tripling up on Scourge of Valkus triggers because it's a dwarf at that moment, and you have at least 2 copies of it, if not a third.
Yes.
And that means that your Scourge doesn't need to go nearly as far.
True.
Which is
nice.
which has been the kind of criticism of this card is that where are the numbers coming from? And it's coming from just loading up on Roaming Throne copies.
For sure.
Right. And
This line specifically, if you end up getting all of your pieces, only needs 5 total creatures to be taken out after Scourge hits the battlefield.
Right.
In order to win the game. And
Which
that's
is
from like 160 life. So between your 3 opponents. So it's actually pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's actually it's sneaky good. It looks really sketch, and I 100% was on that plan. And after my discussion with Koibito, I was like, okay, this is actually pretty gas. And I mean, a lot of times you're gonna have Zorn. You'll probably have Zorn out. You might have Masquerade Nexus out. I know a lot of my games, I just have the Masquerade Nexus out, so it doesn't really make it too hard to do. But I definitely understand it is a little niche, but it works really well, especially if clock is gone.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. It's self-contained. It works exactly with cards you were always going to be running, like the staplest of staples, and it's a beater.
Yep, 4/4 flying is nothing to mess with, and unlike Bogarden, it's a lot easier to cast. 5 mana is definitely better than 8 mana.
And
although Bogarden has flash, which is nice.
Actually, I'm kind of curious. Let me look at your list again. Are you running? Oh, so here's the funny thing. You're also running Axe Guard, so you actually have a pivot point. If you don't have the ability to tutor out creatures for whatever reason, but you can tutor out. You can tutor out at least a copy. You can kill 2 players with Cursed Mirror and Infinite Treasures. And that's just 2 players dead.
Yeah, which is really nice.
Yep, absolutely.
The most important part about this line is that it wins through Null Rod.
Yes, very important.
Yep. Yes.
Are you running Spine right now?
I am running Spine. Yes, I've teetered with it, but I have found just like Pigeon that I kind of need it.
Okay.
I hate that I need it. Don't get me wrong.
Yes, you do.
Oh,
You do need
I
to
hate
tap
it
with
too.
it.
Oh,
No,
I
I-
hate it too. Don't worry.
Yes,
I had
do
it
need to
out
tap.
for a while, and yeah, it's
The deck just
more
doesn't feel
games
the
I
same
play.
with it gone.
Yep.
All right.
You can always cover no rod.
So
I'm actually not playing No Rod, so we're
Yeah.
good
Okay.
there.
so I don't know if I would run like make that my backup line if I'm not like running the piece that it wins around that no one else is really playing right now either. Because
I mean, you're not wrong.
but it like so for me to say like Scourge is cool and it's only one card, but like would I rather be playing Dualcaster, which wins on a completely different axis, including the one that this one wins through? That's a thought, right?
Yeah.
So your favorite pep card is Bottle Cap. Is that just because its raw powers makes it insane?
Holy crap! I mean, this deck put in so much work in my Path to the Peak run, and like ever so often, like I mean, you can just sit there and act like you have absolutely nothing. You just have a Magda and maybe a treasure, maybe two, and you just act like you're doing nothing, and then you can just blow people out of the water. It is so much fun to use, especially because you can tap your treasures without sacking them to pay for it. It's so good, man. It's so good.
So
I love that card.
yeah. No, it's there's a reason it's it. A lot of people are going to be saying, "Yeah, my favorite card too." How could it not be?
I don't doubt it. Yeah, right. It's just so sick.
You said you had been trying Mask. Have you run into it yet since you started testing it?
I've only run into it about, I want to say like 2 games,
Mhm.
and I mean it put in work. Thankfully, I've not run into an opposing Drannith Magistrate, so we'll see how that goes when that happens. That's one of my fears with that card. But with how much draw is in the meta, I don't really know how else to fight it. So this is why this was one of the changes is just because of how much value Ristic Studies and Misgramoras actually add. This kind
Right.
of takes away from it a bit.
Right. It turns those cards into liabilities in some case.
Right.
So something that I want to mention regarding your Mask commentary there is that it obviously fights the blue decks that have these draw cards and also Esper Sentinel, because I don't believe that's a May either. Mask is going to make those cards that draw an impulse, and even under Drannith when you're talking about like a blue-white X deck, you're still forcing them into like not necessarily a parity, but their ceiling is so much lower. And the benefit about being Magda is that you likely already have the tools if no one is drawing cards effectively, except for one player, and they're drawing on impulse. You probably already have the tools to, inch towards a victory, right? Where that doesn't require you drawing cards. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that definitely makes sense. I just, like I said, I haven't been testing it for too long now, so I don't know what to expect from it. But the games I have had it, I've enjoyed it.
Okay, cool. I think it's powerful enough that it's almost a search.
This card can be very insane, but you do need to be very careful about your own board state and what's in your hand when you deploy it.
Right,
Because
right.
if you so like this is a pseudo win more card, because if you're not already in a position where you can leverage it to win the game, then it doesn't really do much. It doesn't help you claw back out if Drannith is out specifically.
Right.
But like if you are in a board state where like Drannith is not going to be a commonplace, or your opponents don't want to risk that, then it's still very, very potent.
Yeah, I would say that's really the thing, because the deck I look at Mask as like a windbreak. It is something that slows everyone down to a third of their regular speed when it comes to card advantage, and and but a third of not winning is still not winning, and our opponents, if they are in a position to push forward towards a win, even if they're going a third of the speed, based on their card advantage abilities, they're going to get there faster than you.
Another thing that I want to point out is that when this is in play, you counter the tutor. You don't counter the thing that they're playing in most cases, because you want to make there's a hand. So you want to make sure that the cards that they're getting don't just open up a win with that. Like if they go and they grab their Thassa's Oracle, it's very important to not just make the next tutor that they get win them the game.
Right.
Right.
All right. The last thing I want to talk about is Damping Sphere. Why is it your favorite thing? Stax piece you have?
Honestly, in my local meta, I have so many storm decks, it's not even funny, and this deck this card just puts those decks to shame.
Mm-hmm.
I have a Rogsai and a Rog Thrasios, both in my meta, and Gaia's Cradle is 100% a thing, and this card just destroys both of those things. Obviously, they can get stuff to remove it, but it puts in so much work, and it makes counter wars a lot harder. They can't really stay in there and fight it out. I just really enjoy the card.
Yep. I mean, I agree. It's probably my aside from like GPS, probably like my first. I like it more than Torpor Orb, and I like Torpor Orb a good bit.
Same.
All right, I think that's it for us, buddy. Thank you for being available and talking through some of your choices, and congratulations again. Thanks for making the dwarves proud.
Well, thanks for having me on. I really enjoyed it. Appreciate you guys.
Absolutely.
I also think that one of the important parts of Damping Sphere is that it is redundancy in dealing with Underworld Breach.
Mm-hmm.
And because that is the most common win con in the format outside of Thoracle, having that extra piece to disrupt that can be game-breaking for certain deck lists.
Yeah. Love that a lot.
All right. Well, I'm gonna throw you back down to the audience and pull up our next guest. Okay, bud?
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. I believe the next one is Max. Hey, bud. I'll pull you up here.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. You sound great. So awesome. I'm gonna throw your link down here, your list down here for everyone to peruse. And then I'm going to open that up so we can look at it for a second, and then we'll move around. So layered mid-range, what does that mean for you?
Yeah, so I think this really kind of prioritizes a game plan where a lot of your cards have internal synergy with each other.
Mm-hmm.
So we're on things like Welder Engineer package with Scrounger and like Fomori Vault pitch cards.
Mm-hmm.
We're on the Molten Duplication Heat Shimmer cards.
Mm-hmm.
Which line up really well with Matron and Recruiter and like Plundering Barbarian.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we're playing like a lot of instant speed answers, and just a lot of flexible cards that allow you to kind of gain sneaky incremental advantage in a game.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that. It's very it definitely seems like it plays more tempo-y fashion. Like we have 12 we have 12 instants in here. And that's like the number I like. I very much like this. So yeah,
I agree.
Let me pop over to. I just want to say you got you won the Play to Win tournament. I was gonna be there, but I wasn't able to make it. I'm so glad that a dwarf came to take it. So congratulations, buddy.
Thank you. Yeah, it was an awesome event. I watch a lot of Play to Win, so it was super cool. I got to play with Cam in one of my rounds, and Cam and Dylan were super awesome in the event.
Yeah.
It was just a lot of fun.
Salt of the earth people, for sure.
Cam is rebuilding his Magda list now.
Is he really?
Yeah,
I hope so.
I think he might
Finally.
No, I'm just...
You say that every time we win, don't you?
I mean, it was their event. It makes sense if it was this one that you did.
Right, because we've been kind of crushing it, and they're in their house, right?
Yep.
So, I'm pretty sure everyone here is familiar with our battered Maskwood Dwarven Blood Boiler combo. It's been the second combo since Magda came out, basically. The way it works
There
is
was a year where people were not like on this, and then finally, most players are just like, "Yeah, this is the thing." But I think,
all right.
Yeah.
Let's talk through it. Hey, I got you, buddy. The way it works is that Battered Golem firstly sees himself enter the battlefield. So even if you're under a Root Mage or a Blind Obedience, he untaps himself. And even under Null Rod, you use Blood Boiler's ability to tap Battered Golem. Battered Golem is a dwarf under Maskwood, and that allows them to create a treasure, untap Battered Golem, so you'll get infinite untapped treasures. If there's not a Blind Obedience, you will make infinite tapped treasures if there is a Blind Obedience. And it is a expensive, 15 treasure combo to assemble, but usually you're angling toward it when the game is slowed down to a significant degree. Would you agree with that, Max?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the best things about this combo is just how much stacks it gets under. You can win under Null Rod, you can win under Blind Obedience, you can win under Spell Skite, you can win when your clock is gone, and people just aren't really familiar with it. I'll put like one game I put a Maskwood into play. It didn't do anything on the board, but it cuts the tutor chain down from 3 tutors to 2 tutors, which is like really sneaky. Also, one good thing about this combo is it's incredibly hard to interact with once it's on board, because every instance of an artifact entering the battlefield will present a new ability to start an infinite loop. So by the time this combo is on board, if you have like a couple dwarves and Blood Boiler, you can just keep representing a win con through interaction.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's tough to deal with.
Yeah, it really is.
Another thing I like about this combo is that Maskwood presents a awesome pivot piece, especially when you're on something like the Molten Heat Shimmer Dualcaster scenario. Dualcaster is now fetchable if you just, all right, I'm going to tutor or draw into Maskwood, and now I have 2 different win cons that I can functionally go for if, depending on what my next 2 top decks are, right? And
yeah, and you can kind of effectively skip steps in like the tutor chain, because you can also now tutor Dockside out of your deck.
mm-hmm.
So it's pretty easy to just jump from Maskwood into Dockside into Blood Boiler, Battered Golem.
Yeah, like my favorite line here is, like you said, Maskwood, Dockside, Curse Mirror, opponent's upkeep, Sculpting Steel, and then go get Blood Boiler and Battered, because if you don't have 10 by that point, what are you doing?
Yeah, exactly.
And
you can tutor chain all the way up.
Maskwood is a deceptively powerful card in just giving you reach. So let's talk about the outlet. You're on Apple. Are you still on Apple?
I am still on Apple. So this list was pretty heavily based off of Rust's list. So
Not surprising.
Rust. Yeah. So he's, spoiler alert, not on Elixir. A lot of people aren't on Elixir anymore. I actually kind of think it's suboptimal to have like Elixir and Apple. You kind of just don't need it. But
I agree.
I think there is something to be said about just having a very, very simple, compact, easy to explain win line in a long, like 14-hour event.
Right.
Your brain's kind of just melted by the end, and it is very easy to end up missequencing these kind of convoluted, the One Ring Elixir lines after playing like a 2.5-hour game, which I had to do.
Right.
So yeah, by playing both Apple and Elixir, you get, I mean, there's got to be like 5 or 6 different lines you can go for. But this one's super simple. Post-generating infinite treasures, you tutor out Apple, you tutor out Elixir, you sack Apple to deal 3 damage to target opponent, and then you just shuffle them both back into your deck and repeat that.
Do it again. Right, yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. I don't love Apple, but I get why people run Apple in conjunction with Elixir. I'm currently on Elixir as well. But, yeah, no, I think Elixir, Apple is kind of less dead dragons as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I actively don't like the dragons personally, but
Right. Well, Scourge is different. I'm talking more like, I think more like Realm Scourge is the one we're talking about.
Yes, yeah. I also think it's a little narrow. These pieces win under a fair amount of stacks as well.
Yep.
And just having like both of these cards in your deck opens up so many lines. So like I did have a game where I got Brain Freeze and lost Elixir. Well, I ended up losing all my infinites that game, but potentially you still have some outs if you lose like either your Masquid or your Elixir to something.
Right. Because then you can, I don't know, if you use Masquid, that's a pretty bad one.
Yeah.
I would like to say, so we're talking about the Battered Golem column. Battered Golem combo. That is harder to say than I thought it was. Do you currently consider the Magda combo as like one of your possible outlets instead?
Magda 2?
Yeah, Magda 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like plan C or D post Infinite Treasures. I feel like probably 8 out of 10 times I'm presenting a win that is past my combat phase or is past or it's just like not on my turn on the stack on someone else's turn. So that's not like super ideal for me, but it is just kind of inherently in the deck because Magda 2 is so strong on her own.
Yep.
All right. Let's press on to the pet cards. What do you know? Was yours bottle? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think with kind of echoing what Nick said, this card is absolutely insane. People don't know about this tech still, and it's just so it's explosive. Its floor is just a 5 damage piece of removal, which is extremely relevant. It can act as like pseudo convoke for your artifact doors, but it just allows you to sandbag pretty hard, which is pretty play style, and you can just take a board state with a bunch of treasures, or like 3 or 4 treasures and an untapped land, and just present a win on top of somebody when you look like you're potentially not a threat.
Yeah. It's just an ultimate sandbag card. That's what like you said.
Yeah.
So let's look at your changes. Obviously, you're checking out the Molten Dualcaster combo. How have you found that so far?
It's insanely good. The cards in isolation are extremely powerful. I'd argue all 3 of Molten Duplication, Heat Shimmer, and Dualcaster are completely playable, strong cards. I almost never actually get the actual like Dualcaster Molten Duplication line, but it's just like a freebie because the rest of the cards are so good.
Right. And I'm assuming Welders is in there to give you more reach with your Apple stuff, so that so you can pivot if you don't have Elixir.
Yeah, the Welder Engineers are in there. I think they're good like mid-range cards, and they're a little clunky, but they offer like just really sneaky sequencing that will just catch people. Like you can Fomori Vault, discard a portal, and then welder it back into play at instant speed. People won't play around. And Welder is like shockingly good at just denying people resources by like welding away Mana Crypt and giving them back a Jeweled Lotus or something. So the card's just very flexible.
Yeah, makes sense. I see you're off Uba and Karn. Is it because they're hard to power out, or because they're I know Karn, it's probably because he's hard to protect, right?
Yeah, so like a little bit of context. Going into the Play to Win event, about a week before, I was on a really different list that was a lot stacks heavier with Sphere Effects and Winter Orb and Nexus and all those cards down there. I ended up changing it quite a bit because I didn't think this strategy lines up super great into the tournament meta.
Mm-hmm.
We just can't outgrind Sisei and Kinnan under mana tax effects. Trying to squeeze out the table under multiple stacks pieces just kind of often led to the rest of the table going open hands and 3v1ing, and like 60% of the time they could just break the lock. And I honestly kind of don't trust players to have good threat assessment under a stacks out board state. Um, a lot of the times people would just bounce a stacks piece past the turn and then throw the game to the next player in line. So I kind of had to reevaluate what I wanted my role to be in the pod, which was this more like sandbaggy, parasitic mid-range deck. Um, yeah, I kind of stood on the shoulder of giants here and scoured the Discord for a list that I thought would kind of represent that strategy, which led me to Rust's list. So our lists are only a couple, like maybe 10 cards different, which is some meta call stuff I swapped out. But yeah.
So I guess I actually want to talk about that for a second because the like the role of stacks in tournament games is actually pretty near and dear to my heart. The I feel like we get eaten at from both directions, right? The bad players, I say bad players, the players with poor threat assessment in those circumstances, throw games, and the good players find a way to grind out draws, and so like the Swiss kind of eats you alive, even though
Yeah.
you have like really good top 16, top 4 scenarios, right? The Swiss, you can get beaten by good players and bad players for different
Yep.
reasons.
Yep.
Um, so I think that's a really important thing to talk to the new players about is like having ample pivot potential in terms of like the speed of your deck is kind of what makes Magda great right now, and like the turbo stacks thing I think is just really good. It gives you a lot of freedom
Yeah,
to.
I totally agree. I totally agree. I think the core 80 cards of this deck lend themselves well to a bunch of different strategies
Mhm.
depending on the hand you open up. Um, if you can have fast turbo hands in a mid-range list or a stacks list, depending
Mhm.
on what you draw, and kind of vice versa the other way. Um, I just kind of wanted to load the deck with as many. Like I'm not playing stacks, but I'm still on like null rod. I just think the effect is so strong.
Right.
Depending on if you open it up in your hand and you're rolling the pod, you can just pivot immediately to a kind of tempo stacks plan. Um,
Right.
yeah, I think like reading the pod and knowing when to try and lock them down, or try and just let things happen and win over the top is something that kind of just comes with getting your reps in on the deck and understanding the meta game.
Sure. No, I agree. And you just think Null Rod just is one of the better asymmetrical effects. If
Yeah, in my opinion, it's one of the strongest cards in the deck. It kind of just does it all. You can proactively run it out early as a tempo piece and choke people on mana. Um, you can get some really good political options and have the other two players uh, work alongside you to like stop Dockside ETB, which
Mhm.
also strains the treasures on the board, and it just lines up really well into our other stacks effects. So like Nolrad, God Pharaohs is blocks a lot of people out of being able to cast spells.
Mhm.
Um, Nolrad, Blood Moon hard blocks a lot of decks from being
Right.
able to play the game.
Even the
Um,
red ones.
yeah, exactly. And so like I think it's a risky card. If you run it out haphazardly, Magda dies, you can put yourself in a position where you can't recast it, but uh, you're the one that controls when the no rod comes into play, so
Right.
you can just not run it out if you think it's a bad situation.
Another thing, Fomori Vault, A plus card lets you dump situationally suboptimal silver bullets. So, like, if you don't want to run something out, you can ditch it and find something better.
Yep. Exactly.
That's another reason to run that card. So I think we've. I think I understand your list. I'm probably going to move my list more in this direction as well. And I like that. It's very heartening to see this kind of list as what's taking down tournaments, because I want it to be. Me personally, I like tempo. I like reactive play, and being able to sit at the top table and do that and be effective means that there's room for this type of game plan that still allows for a significant amount of stacks play, right? And like my preferred game plan still has space at the table, even if if I have to be able to pivot. So it's good to see. Congratulations again, buddy.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really honored to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for giving us your insight and your expertise.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to throw you back down to the audience and move on to the next. All right. Pigeon.
Hello.
You're already here. All right,
Hello.
All right. Let me throw this down to the audience. This is all in the thing. This entire thing's going to be live as soon as I get the video up. Super hybrid. Those are words. Explain them.
I always am able to pivot.
Sure.
I'm just going to either have a turn 2 win attempt or a stacks on turn 3, or stop people with a bunch of instants and sorceries to stop them from their game plan. Just doing everything.
I got you.
Yeah, super just able to pivot.
Right. No, that makes total sense. Oh, you're on all 3. Cool. You're on all 3 twin flames. You've got a lot of top 16s and top 4s.
I've got no wins though, so it's okay.
I mean, you are probably pretty. You've put up at least a few percentage points in our conversion rate over the last 2 years. So, like, don't sell yourself short.
I've been doing what I can.
Yep.
The unfortunate thing is that all these top 16s, I've done so close. I've not been able to get to the wins.
I know, buddy. It's I know how it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the Swiss is the hard part. Access, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Yeah, we have absolutely gotten to. I've recognized that in how people like interact with like these pivot stacks oriented decks. You're just like, sometimes people just like throw your game too.
Yep.
So let's talk about your
throw it for me or against me.
Right, exactly. We'll get into Ingot Shiver in a little bit. So
Yeah, we'll get
Basalt Rings Treasure Vault. How much do you like that?
I actually really enjoy it. The more I've played it, I tested it about 2 months ago, I want to say. I thought about the line. It's an old school line for cEDH, right? Make infinite mana, make infinite colored mana, and win. But in our deck specifically, it just says infinite tutors. You could do this totally creatureless with 10 treasures and 4 mana. And the good part is, if you have one of the pieces, it's a lot easier. You need less mana, or you need one less tutor.
If you have rings, it's one less tutor.
Enjoy that. If you have rings, it's 1 less tutor. If you have Basalt, it's 2 less mana. Or if you have Treasure Vault, it's 2 less mana. So either way, it's cheaper if you have at least one of the 3. And
Sure.
As some people mentioned, and I will say, Basalt Monolith is not a very good card, especially in this deck. It's
Right.
good as an outlet for mana. But besides that, it's just a rock. It's alright. The other 2 cards in this combo are really good in our deck. Ring specifically is a little bit worse. People are less on it, but does incredible things in my experience with One Ring, or with Magda activations, or with activating like creature abilities to like board wipe with the dwarf that does damage to each non-flying. I've done a bunch of things with this.
Yeah.
It's been really nice.
Okay. Cool. So we have some spice to talk about. So all y'all out in the audience that aren't privy to this, right? This is probably the most interesting and novel thing that you'll hear today. Let's talk about this win over here. So
Let's do it.
So something that we talked about a little bit earlier was the likelihood of you needing to win in turns, and you being the last turn. if your opponent has the One Ring protection, Magda has a very, very, very hard time, nigh on impossible, time winning
Killing
through
that
that,
player.
right?
Yeah.
Because the only way you kill someone is through a lose the game effect that affects all players, or a win the game effect that affects you, or universal life loss, non-targeted life loss. Godpharaoh Statue is a card we're already running that does that. So how do we win in that situation?
Really good question. If you don't know, One Ring Protection gives you protection from everything, but including damage, but does not include loss of life. If you lose life
no.
at any point, you're still not protected from that. You lose that life. And the only card in this like entire deck, and the decks that the cards we could play really is Godpharaoh Statue, which in your end step says each opponent loses 1 life, which is very notable. If I'm in turns, or even not even in turns, I just don't want that player to have another turn because maybe they have a trick bind and stop me at instant speed that I can't react to, or something like that. I can now move to my end step, trigger my Godpharaohs. I'm gonna hold priority. I'm gonna cast this Return the Favor that I have in my hand because I've drawn my deck and I've sculpted a perfect deck in hand, right? I'm gonna copy that triggered ability of Godpharaohs. That's one of the things Return the Favor says, which is really, really important. Without letting that Return the Favor resolve, though, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna cast a Dualcaster Mage, but I'm not gonna do it from hand. I'm gonna tutor it in from deck via Maskwood Nexus because now it is a dragon. When the ETBs, I'll have another Return the Favor targeting Godpharaoh Statue. I am going to let that one resolve, then back with the original Return the Favor on the stack. I'm going to get a Liquid Metal Torque to make Dualcaster an artifact. I'm going to tutor again, get a Sculpting Steel entering as a Dualcaster Mage. Now I have another Dualcaster Mage that I can repeat through Welder or Engineer lines, that I can infinitely copy Return the Favor on this Godpharaoh Statue to make that player lose infinite life.
All players lose infinite life except for you.
All players, yeah. At that point, though, I would have already killed the other 2 players. But, yes, absolutely. Maybe all 3 players have One Ring protection, right? That's very possible. This kills all players through One Ring protection in my turn, so I never have to pass. No one has any point of interaction that isn't split second. And if I've already gone post-infinite, then I've already won, right?
We have it written out somewhere, Seiko, where it's gonna be in Shadow's
Mega-Primer.
Mega-Primer. Trust me. Yeah, we didn't
We'll
know
go
this
over that
existed.
later.
Yeah, we will. We
Yes,
didn't know this existed until Pigeon found it.
I found it a few days ago, and I was so hyped you don't even understand. I was talking with Jiva, who's a European player that I'm buddies with, and he's like, "How do you win through One Ring protection?" And I was currently on Memory Jar. I was like, "Oh, I can deck them out with Memory Jar." And they're like, "That sucks." I'm like, "It does suck, but it also deals with like Thoracle, blah blah blah, other things." This is all cards I mean, for a lot of us already play. Maybe not Dualcaster for everyone, right? But everything else, we're already all on. This combo is very, very niche and very hard to do. But if you know how it works, you still get that win, right? And that's what matters. The cards are already in the deck. I have a known line I can win through now anything, including Angel's Grace and One Ring Protection. I could do both.
Right.
So I don't have any ways to lose if there's no interaction. Like, period. Just period. If I have the win, I have the win. Which is really nice. Yeah, once you have infinite treasures, though, you just sack the treasures to the artifact sack outlet. It doesn't matter if they're tapped or untapped. You just sack them, bring back Sculpting Steel as a new Dualcaster, and keep going.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Enjoy your 50 judge calls, I guess.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, I want to see this played in a game. I'm going to have it happen, and they're going to be like, what the hell is happening? And I'm going to have to go through the entire stack, and it's going to have to be a very long, drawn-out judge call. I'm 100% guaranteeing that, but I will still win.
Hey, Rust.
Howdy.
Do you run all these pieces?
Yes.
Oh, there's your next win con you need to hit. There you go. I found your next
Yeah,
one.
I got
already
the
done
bingo
it.
card.
Have you already
You've
done it?
already done it? It like the
I did
2
it in games
days.
yesterday.
Oh my god.
That's hot.
That's funny. All right.
I had to go out of my way to do it, but I was like, yeah, I'm just going to show them this. And they're like,
Yes.
Excellent. It is now out in the wild. All right. So, Amulet of Vigor. Let's talk about your pet card.
Yes.
Why do you care about winning through Root Maze so much? No one plays that.
Yes, they do. Same thing as Russ actually talking about a lot earlier with things like Dauntless Dismantler, things
Oh,
like
yeah, for
Mangle
sure.
Horn, things like a Blind Obedience, things that aren't even as important. Some of our creatures or spells now make tapped treasures
Sure.
that are now untapped for extra mana.
Yep.
This is a 1-drop. This is an Urza Saga Tutor. This is a spell we can pay 1 mana for to help us. It's a one-sided deal with the effects that screw us.
Yeah.
And everyone else still has to deal with it. I don't have to remove it because they still have to deal with it.
Right.
Which is really important. While this card isn't always a 100% helpful card, sometimes in hand, I won't be playing it or needing it. It's always a backup option that
Right.
I'll have instead of spining and wasting my spine on a, I don't know, Blind Obedience, let's say, which I already don't like to do. This is a 1 mana spine in my opinion.
That's really fair.
I like
yeah, that's a fair way to look at it, actually. How do you guys feel about paying 1 mana for your spines, Visha?
I actually want to talk about this because to me, Amulet of Vigor solves a problem that we already have multiple answers to. In any situation that you can use Spine, you also have backup with Sculpting Steel as a copy of Spine. And depending on your list, you'll also have ways to get the card out of the graveyard again. Because if you're on something like Apple or if you're on something like Cursed Mirror, you have ways to give your Engineer and your Welder haste. So there are a lot of ways that you can actually play through the effect that you're trying to get through already without having just a simple tutor or play from hand answer to do so. So to me personally, it's a card that doesn't need to be there. If we already have 6 ways from Sunday to go into a draw loop, whether that's through Clock of Omens or Professional Facebreaker, which specifically will allow you to use those tap treasures to get the thing you need to remove whatever it is.
Yes.
So I'm not sold on it. And I guess that's why it's also a pet card, right?
Absolutely. It's definitely not been the most ideal before, but it's never hurt me. It's never been a 7-drop in my hand that I can't cast. It's in my hand and I play it. Which is also why I really, really dislike Spine, but I do agree it is required, and I don't think it'll be able to be removed unless they print something that isn't terrible for us.
They tried and they failed.
Yeah, they.
I mean, if
failed.
it wasn't gonna hit, it was never gonna hit enchantments though.
No.
The other important thing about any artifact in general, any low drop artifact, is that it protects our win with Clock of Omens.
Right.
So even though, this Amulet of Vigor might not do much, it's still something that eventually can come in handy if interaction is used.
Yes. And it sure also will untap itself. It doesn't. It is like Barry, where it says whenever a permanent enters the battlefield tapped. If this enters the battlefield, it's just super nice.
Yep. And this will. Yep. It does the thing that we like about restarting our lines.
Yep.
So, let's get into the changes. Ingot Chewer, are you on Torpor right now? Let me go check.
No.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so you're going all in on hard to counter ways to remove artifacts.
Yes. A 1-drop creature that can blow up any artifact through speed is just so good. It's not missteppable because it's a 5-drop technically.
Right.
You have to use like a Festival on a 1-mana. So funny to me. I've had it happen because they had to do it.
And it's tutorable.
Wasting that is so good. And it's tutorable because you can get Masquerade out. But now it's a dragon that you have a creature to remove another artifact, which is more like instant speed removal for us, which is super important.
So
I love
my
it.
question to you is, why are you running this specifically over Plundering Barbarian, which also has the modal effect of giving you treasures?
1 mana is super important. I really do not like 3-mana dwarves. The only 2-mana dwarf I even play is the new Magda.
Yeah.
I just don't love it. I don't love plundering very much. I think
So your
I've tried
idea
it,
is that
okay,
it's
but
a functional replacement that at worst is evoked for one from hand, right? And
well, I
at
mean,
best,
watch this. Watch this. At worst, there's a Torpor Orb in play. I don't get the ETB. I have a 1 mana 3/3. That's the worst case scenario. Evoke doesn't happen because it's an ETB effect. So I just pay 1 mana and have a 3/3.
right?
I mean, that's the Fury logic, but I don't care about that mode, right? That mode means I have
Oh yeah,
a
no,
1 mana 3/3. That's an above rate draft uncommon, right?
true.
Which is
So I
not
think
bad.
that this is just something that, depending on the pilot, may value the one value evoke or 1 mana evoke over having a dwarf that does the same thing.
Right.
And it being an answer through null rod is the most important part.
It's an answer through null rod. It's an answer with a tutor again if you have mass squid out. That you don't have to like find a braid. I never want to be in a position where I just can't do anything because I don't have like
A shatter.
any tutor for an braid, or I have to get spine. That sucks. If I can get this instead, then not only is it much harder to deal with because it's a creature having it enter the battlefield, it's also usually just a mana that's almost always uncounterable, which is
Yeah.
pretty good.
It absolutely is. And Memjar we've discussed is just it's a little bit unnecessary.
Yeah.
I find it a little more necessary given that you're not on Torpor Orb. I feel like all decks should be on one or the other. Just because it's I like having outs to blue farm. And we have outs to the breach lines. If you're not on Memory Jar or Torpor Orb, you don't have any outs to
Also,
Thoracle. Yeah, and that's a little spooky to me.
I think if it's in a game, and I have had a Magda activation up, and someone's casting a Thoracle, the game state itself is in a worse position than I want to be in anyways. Someone else should have an answer for the cast of one of the two of them. That's not my job. And if I force myself to be the one to deal with a Thassa, that means no one actually has anything, and I should be able to go for my win on top of it.
While that's true, here's my take in response to that. Much like you don't have to play the Null Rod, like we were discussing with Max a second ago, you don't have to play the Null Rod. You don't have to tutor for the Torpor Orb if it's more advantageous for you just to go for the win. But if you're the difference between winning and losing is just having Torpor Orb in your deck, a 2-mana rock that turns off a lot of other valuable pieces like Dockside. I think there's a very solid argument for running, for making sure you have that out, even if you never want to use it, because, like you said, you'd rather just sandbag and let your opponents deal with it, or win over top.
Yeah, I would definitely, with my current list, never run Torpor Orb again. I would be back on Memory Jar just because I play so many ETB creatures.
Sure.
But it's what I'm testing for now. I want to see how it goes. I do still like Memory Jar for that, but I don't like the card.
Sure.
Like, just isn't great.
Great Train Heist. We've discussed it at length today. I think it's pretty obvious why it's potentially good. And if you're on the Lord of the Ground version of the list, all your creatures are going at the one person that's open, and there's always going to be one of them. It's just it can get you there, right?
Yep. Absolutely agree.
And we talked about Sword earlier. Do you mirror those thoughts that it's just
yeah,
a little bit
it's
too
not
much
as good, and I don't need a second equipment. I don't have a reason to.
Sure. I'm glad we have we're in agreement about Stax pieces.
Yes. Number 2 is definitely Damping Sphere. Damping Sphere is crazy good. But God Pharaohs is just so one-sided and good. Right. I've still had Damping Sphere hurt me, which is a thing. I don't usually storm. It's just fine. Right. But if I need that one more mana after casting a Goblin Matron to also cast Dockside, that sucks.
Yep.
Card's still insane, but God Pharaohs is better.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right. Thank you for giving us your insight, buddy.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks, Pigeon. Awesome. seeing the kind of unique perspectives you brought to the deck, and
Yeah, absolutely.
clearly doing unique things too. That win con is incredible.
The last thing I want to do is just like play the most basic things and not try new tech. I love trying new tech.
You have
I love,
so many win cons.
like you see Ingetchu in there, you're like, what the hell?
Yeah, no, it's very much. I mean, you're still on Dead and Gone. That's pretty crazy to me.
Yes, I really like that card. I still love that. I mean, bouncing things is important.
It is. All right, so I want to pop over to the next
Anyways.
person. It's gonna be Rust.
Hey, that's me.
Hey, it's one of our old heads.
Howdy.
So if people don't realize, this is one of the lists on the database. So we're probably not treading a whole lot of new ground there, because some people are gonna have already looked at this. I see you're on triple shimmer or triple.
You're so good.
Yeah, I see
They're
you're
so busted.
You're the Warping Whale Stan. Your land base is built to support that, and I like that. You are on Ariet's Sands Elixir.
Yep, no elixir here.
Correct. And you're still on Spine, and top is your answer, is your sub-in for Scrounger, correct?
Yes, I recently cut Hanger Scrounger to put Sensei Stop in.
I think I agree with that take. But let's get into your you have quite a few you have quite a few wins, and you're going to the Invitational later, right?
Yes, the 25th of this month, I believe, is when the date is. The Time Twister Invitational thing is happening in Oklahoma City, and me and a bunch of people are going out there for that.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. We talked about that. That's gonna be a fun party.
And then the tournament that's in Ohio and Columbus, I believe we're going to that later this year as well.
All right. Well, I wish you luck there, buddy.
Hey, Rust, would you mind talking about why you decided the top is better over Scrounger?
It's in his swaps. We're gonna get there.
Oh, okay.
Yep, you're good. So the preferred non-clock combo, it's one that I'm gonna say I don't know if you engineered it, but you definitely popularized it.
And we broke some judges in the
oh
process.
man, did we?
Yeah, just a little bit.
They were so mad.
Is this our role as a deck? Is just trying to compete with Kark Sakashima as far as number of rules questions?
I mean that line I just gave is gonna give so many issues.
Yeah,
too.
no. I'm sure Ken Bauman has like a tattoo of all the judges he's sent to the loony bin, and we need to beat that number, whatever it is. So yeah, for those people that don't know how the welder combo works, Russ, do you want to explain it real quick?
Sure. So you do need Masquerade Nexus for this. That's card not listed there.
Sure.
But the general idea is you have Goblin Welder, and you then put Masquerade Nexus into play. You know, have your Goblin Welder. It's a dwarf, or it's a dragon rather, and it is also dwarf. You use the apple to give the Goblin Welder haste. And then once that happens, you use your treasures to put Sculpting Steel into play as a copy of the apple. Whenever you do that, you will sacrifice the original to the legendary rule. And there will be another trigger from the Sculpting Steel apple to untap the Goblin Welder and give it haste again. You're going to hold priority on that. And activate your Goblin Welder, targeting the Sculpting Steel that you have and the apple that you just sacrificed. And then, very, very big rules text box aside for what we have for this. At that point, you can then infinitely reset your apple and your Sculpting Steel to untap your Goblin Welder infinite times. And then because Masquerade Nexus makes it a dwarf, every time you activate the ability, you go up a treasure.
Right.
And then once you have infinite treasures, you can then start using those treasures to activate the apple to start draining the table for 3, using the Goblin Welder to put it back into play. and generally you'll need to have like a Lotus Petal or a Jewel Lotus to switch it out in between. But yeah, it's a pretty fun one.
Yep.
I do want to say that even though this line does break judges, there is a variant of the line that is almost exactly identical, except when you're using the sculpting steel from the bin, you swap it out for one of the 2 treasures from the past 2 repetitions, so that you're netting 1 treasure every 2 reps rather than 2 treasures like every 2 reps.
Right.
So that way there's no like rules questions. So like if a judge is just like fuck you, you can't do this, then you're like, okay, cool. Here's the
It
backup
still
line
works
that does
the way that
anyway.
it should.
Right. Yeah, bad judge. You can circumvent the bad judge call, which this will be one of those that it'll happen. It's not an if, it's a when. It's super niche. Checking like when sculpting seal checks for ETBs, it checks at 2 points, and judges seem to only know about one of those points. Anyway, not super important. Very very minutia laden. So the preferred outlet WinCon we have here, it's you just like your Dualcasters right now.
Yeah, so this is definitely recency bias, just because it is the newest thing, like the new hotness, so to speak. But just the kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier of putting your Dualcaster Mage into play, turning it into an artifact, and then doing your Goblin Welder or Goblin Engineer loops with Sculpting Steel to make infinite Dualcaster Mages it's like crack.
Right.
You do it once, you're addicted. Like it turns into the point of, what can I start copying now? I mean, there were some games and tournaments where I was purposefully looking to see if an opponent had a Bowmaster in play, so that I could trigger the Bowmaster once, cast Return the Favor on the Bowmaster trigger to copy it, and then make infinite Dualcaster Mages and copy infinite Bowmaster triggers that weren't mine.
That's great. That's sort of like the GPS thing, right?
Yeah.
It's so good. I love it.
Can you talk about Apple's importance with Welder and the haste portion being so important?
Yeah, so Apple is not necessarily just an outlet for like a combo enabler for that aspect of like, the Goblin Welder, Goblin Engineer, loops or anything like that. It is actually mainly in the deck for a haste enabler, the haste effect. Because if you are not on Elixir, it is really hard to put a Curse Mirror into play, and then whatever you copied is probably not an artifact, turn it into an artifact, blow it up, and then shuffle back into your deck. But since I'm not an Elixir, it allows me to use my Curse Mirror effects more liberally.
Right.
And on top of that, because I'm able to do that, I can use Apple as a way through Grafdigger's Cage that does not require like Axguard Cavalry already having haste or anything like that. To give haste to other things as well.
Which gives you some ability to cut some like unneeded redundancy.
Yeah,
if you're going to.
This is kind of something that I talked about in the philosophy of my deck list. It's like, sure, I say quote unquote no bad cards because there's really not a better term for it, but it's more so just how many overlapping pieces can I have that are individually good that also lead to the play patterns that I want to be doing of just, playing like it's more of a control list at this point, honestly.
Yeah. I'll definitely say mine. King, we've already went over Fomori. I will post this video when it's done, and we'll get you there.
So, in regards to Apple, do you think that it is a functional replacement for Elixir of Immortality as long as you are on a Welder Engineer package?
The problem is, a lot of people tend to see Apple and Elixir as like, well, you can play one. Yes, they're like a pair. Either like you can use Elixir as a way to get through Grafter's Cage and a way to get through like a Rule of Law effect to where you just put Apple into play infinite times, then activate it. Yep. But honestly speaking, like most deck lists don't even need to do that line to win the game anyway. and you really are just looking for the haste enabler in at least my version of the build.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, let me tell you, when we go through Shodokan's primer, the combo primer in a little bit, yeah, there's no reason that that there should be just so many like redundant pieces.
I agree. So let's look at your pet cards. This is your favorite card. It's not a pet card. Pet cards are bad cards usually.
Yeah, Clown Car. It's so funny. Every time you cast it, your opponents are like, "What?" Oh my god, I love. Now, it has probably changed, which I know it's only been a couple days since I did this from Clown Car to Return the Favor.
Yeah.
But come on, it's Clown Car.
Clown Car's great. I love that. I had a Mishra, and Koibito will tell you that I completely fucked up this line, which I did. I absolutely messed up my sequencing. But the fact that I had a Mishra's Workshop, a Clown Car, and a Flywheel, and I had and no red sources in my hand, and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try to roll the dice on these clowns and see if I can get a creature to make red mana. I screwed it up and only, but it was a viable option. The fact that you can make infinite clowns or just make clowns in general is not terrible.
It is interesting though that you can use Return the Favor to copy the X, and actually get extra dudes. So like there can be some situations where like you play Clown Car, there's already a Masquid in play, and you're just like Return the Favorite, cool, X equals 4, you've spent 7 mana, and now there's a potential for up to 8 creatures. And it's just like, oh well, that could potentially win me the game now.
Win con with infinite mana with Basalt. Sorry.
Yep, that's true. That is a thing. All right. So changes. You're on crimes, and not only you're on crimes, you're also on colorless sources that also make red, so you can play Warping Whale, right?
Yes. So I have been cutting. So just in terms of the cuts that we have here, the mountain was actually for Tarnished Citadel and Ramanop Ruins, because obviously untapped red sources are good.
Yep.
The Mycosynth Gardens was ending up to be the cut for Hammerheim.
Sure. Hammerheim just does a little bit more for us.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's free. There's no reason not to be running it if you are playing the new one. And yeah, it's pretty good.
I personally found Gardens it's good when it's Soul Ring and it's pretty mediocre everywhere else. And it's
also good when it makes a copy of your clock when someone tries to destroy it, but it's so niche as to when it's good that like you're seeing this card because
the upside's
it's not
really
tutorable.
not worth it.
Yeah, because the card isn't tutorable, you're seeing it maybe 1 in every 7 games, and then you have to have a perfect opener,
right,
or a good enough opening hand that you can copy either a Crypt or a Soul Ring or something, or just leaving it there and hoping you have mana to protect something. So it's like.
And if you're on a low to the ground list, getting the extra 2 mana is not always like taking a turn off basically to get that extra 4 mana or 2 mana is not always super valuable if you're in like a red heavy deck and you're not playing a lot of like Karns or Ubermasks or just like mid-range artifacts. You may not be able to like weaponize that. And this actually makes me want to talk about the role that lands have in your deck and the difference between proactively useful and reactively useful lands. Something that I've seen is that lands that are good when you can use them proactively are generally always good, or are good most of the time. Lands that require something to have happened for you to need that land, that you have to start doing like a risk assessment on how often is this game state going to be coming up, and then now multiply that by 1 in 100, however often you're going to draw that card. And this is the reason cards like Mycosynth Gardens and command or Homeward Path become very very weak cards relative to what their like potential ceiling is, because you're like betting on stuff happening to you that makes this card good, when you could be playing cards like Barbarian Ring that if you have cards in the graveyard, it's just good, and it's also a red source.
I will say that, Command Beacon is something that you will be putting your commander in your hand to be able to play it for 2, right?
Right.
But Homeward Path in specific, because of the new Modern Horizons 3 Gilded Drake 2.0, is probably going to end up eking its way back into a lot of pilots' deck.
Agreed. 100% agreed on that. But when it was just Drake and people were not using it as often, then Homeward Path was slowly becoming less awesome.
Yeah.
So there is something I want to piggyback off of the land discussion that we're having right now.
Yeah.
In regards to, actually, I may be getting ahead of myself because we're going over spoiled cards later on, right?
I mean, oh no, we are not talking about MH3 stuff today.
Okay, so I'll say that now. I know a lot of people are really excited about Winter Moon.
Yep.
It reads on paper really good. It seems like like a slam dunk kind of thing. The only opinion that I have about it is that your land base is probably one of the more important parts about your entire deck, because you are in mono red. You need to have really high card quality, and just ensuring that every card that you play can be as possibly good as it can be is really hard when you are having to cut a lot of your utility lands in place of basic lands, because realistically speaking, if you are wanting to play Winter Moon, I don't think you play it unless you were on like minimum like 17 mountains or something like that.
Right.
Which if you look at my list, I am on 8, and I'm thinking of cutting that number lower. And the only reason I'm on 8 right now is because Archon of Emeria is a card that I routinely see, and it is relevant to have untapped red sources in these games where every resource matters.
Right.
The big thing about that though is like, sure, it can turn off opponents, but if we are in a situation to where your opponents can kind of expect it,
yeah, and they can plan around it, and it's a little more consistent.
who you're playing with, obviously. With the rise of Magda in the meta, a lot of decks have just been adding like 1 or 2 basics, just the minimum amount that they need to run.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of the times when I'm sitting in games, they just get their basics anyway. So in the times where Winter Moon, quote unquote, could do something, it just doesn't.
Right.
From the playtesting that I've done with it so far, which, maybe our meta is a little screwed up here, so it's, not super relevant, but that is something I wanted to bring up about that card specifically, because I see a lot of people talking about it.
So for those of you that don't know what Winter Moon is yet, it is like Winter Orb. Each player may not untap more than 1 non-basic land during each of their untap steps. And that is, like I said, it reads like a very fantastic card. And I was very excited initially because I was like, how many mountains can I afford to fit into my list? And then I realized that I was really defanging Magda 2.0, which is just a better card, right? It, like, you were taking out so many of your crime-enabling lands that have a cost to include of 0, just so you can run, like, Winter Moon and Mog Salvage, when there are equivalent cards that do close enough most of the time, and don't have like really weird matchup related issues. Like Winter Moon is going to not do so much against Kinnan, and Kinnan's one of the biggest threats in the meta. But yeah, I would say Winter Moon is definitely looking a little bit more like a trap card in terms of what it asks of you and your deck building constraints. Huntelius asked why people aren't on fetches. Mostly because of Archon. Like, Archon, it slows us down, and we don't really get anything for the deck thinning. or
Okay, so I do want to piggyback off of this for a second because
Sure.
it'll transition into Sensei Stop.
Sure.
So the very first thing that happened when I put in Sensei Stop, so I'm going to go over that first, just, my experiences with the card.
Sure.
So Sensei Stop is really, really old tech. That was like one of the first things that people were doing with it, because once you make Infinite Treasures, you can tutor it into play, draw the top card of your deck, tutor it back into play, draw the top card of your deck, and then you just keep going until you draw your deck, essentially. But because the card wasn't super good outside of, that combo kind of thing, and because card quality was a lot worse back then, people started cutting it, because why would you need to look at bad cards? But with the increase of card quality for mono red and just the sheer amount of cards that say, hey, if this doesn't get, stopped, I'm winning the game.
Right.
I put it in as a way to help me dig deeper for those cards, because, obviously if you have cards that just say I win the game on them, and you're getting those in higher numbers via WotC just printing them, it's good to look at that. And on top of that, if you are... So for a mono red list, we really struggle with hitting red sources sometimes. I don't know if that's just me.
It's not just you.
But yeah, it's a little ridiculous. So it also kind of helps with that aspect as well. I mean, in the tournament that I was playing it in, 3 of my 5 rounds had a Mana Crypt, Sensei's Top, and then no colored sources opener, and it made the hands keepable. At least, for playtesting purposes. But the big thing about Sensei's Top, in conjunction with that, is a lot of the times when people are using Top, they're using them with, fetch lands or, ways to shuffle your deck so that you could put, all the chaff back and then, start seeing new cards. The problem with that is I don't know if fetch lands in the deck without Top are worth it, just because, the deck is very mana hungry, and getting your lands turned off by Op Agents and... feeding it to Obnixilis even is probably not worth it, in my opinion. So, given that I don't think they're worth it in a deck that doesn't have Sensei's Top, when you look at a deck, like mine that has it, you can kind of use your fetch lands as like a card advantage engine, because, obviously, let's say you look at the top 3 and then you don't like them. If you shuffle them away with a fetch, or your commander's ability, sure, you get to start looking at new cards. But is it really worth it in a world where we are already screwed by Op Agent to just continue even more hard in that direction?
Right.
Which I don't think it is. So I think currently, Sensei's Top is just a good enough value piece in the current card advantage, card quality era, that it might be playable. I've been super happy with it in the playtesting that I've been doing, but as soon as I just cannot see playing fetch lands in a deck like this. Okay, so this will piggyback into something else. So Axis mentioned fetches also feed into Archivist, which is true. But there is something that I want to mention about Archivist specifically that I'm not sure a lot of people see. So Archivist of Ogma is a 2-mana flash creature in white. It says that whenever a opponent searches their library, you gain a life and draw a card. That drawing a card is not a May. So if your opponent is irresponsible, or they just have one in play and you have infinitely tutors, you infinitely activate your commander, fail to find because your deck is a hidden zone and it's asking you for specific card types that you cannot look for, and you force them to deck themselves. And you can do this at any point. Let's say they flash in something or have a removal spell or something like that. Yeah, dog, go for it. And it's even interesting in a kind of like an ethics of cEDH decision, because let's say they draw an Angel's Grace or a Trick Bind or something like that. It doesn't matter if they have these things, because a lot of the times, if they are just dead anyway, casting them is a spite play.
Right.
And a lot of players just won't do that anyway, so they're kind of forced into a situation where they can't do anything about it.
So, yeah, that's especially in top 4 and top 16, they are literally just king making in that situation.
Correct.
Yeah, and that would be against, if not the actual rules, it might be against the spirit of the format. That's interesting. Yeah, no, Archivist is a fun, that's a fun one. Yeah, I mean, I think I get why you're on Sensei's over Hanger Scrounger. Torpor Orb.
Also, just three mana dwarf. 3-mana dwarf was rough.
2/1 dwarf too.
I really liked Hanger Scrounger in terms of it drew me a lot of cards. It fed into the Goblin Engineer, Goblin Welder aspect that I was kind of talking about earlier with Fomori Vault. But it's 3 mana.
in 3 very mediocre mana, unfortunately.
Yeah.
So, last thing, Torpor Orb turns off Dockside, turns off Thoracle. Is that about it?
This is the best Stax piece in the entire game. I am very of the opinion that if people want to be running cards in their deck, they should be able to, regardless of, if I play them, what my opinions are about them. I don't feel that way with Torpor Orb. I think that if you are not playing Torpor Orb, that is a mistake. Just because it turns off the Oracle, it turns off Docksides, especially with, a lot of the Sisei lists that are running around right now. Their main win condition is, like Amanatu flickering Dockside or get a meal flicker Dockside, and it turns off all that. On top of that, it turns off a lot of the value pieces that can be used against you.
Yep.
So sure, Orcish Bowmasters is still going to trigger off the draws, but there have been so many games that I've won by just having a Torpor Orb in play, and their 1 damage that they needed to interact with just didn't happen.
Right, and no one can draw, anything, so the rest of the card doesn't mean anything. Or if you're under Torpor and Ubo, something I've done very often, the Orcish Bowmaster doesn't do anything ever, and
correct.
People will say, "What about your Imperial and your Goblin Matron?" Those cards are synergy cards. I would much rather win the game slower than lose the game quickly. That's
I mean, sure. Sometimes it's rough that you play a Torpor Orb and then you draw your Recruiter cards or your Dockside or even your Plundering Barbarian or something like that. Sure, that sucks. Trust me, I have been there. But the amount of times, let's say if you play 50 games and you have a Torpor Orb in play, 45 of those games are not going to be relevant enough to cut Torpor Orb because, oh man, I have my Dockside, and if I had my Dockside, I could have won. A large majority of your games are going to be, this Torpor Orb stopped us from losing on turn 1 or turn 2, and it allowed me to progress my board state enough to where I could overpower everybody else and win.
And something more than that, the last 3 times I've had Torpor Orb in hand, and I was like, nah, I think I can wait a turn, I'm going to develop. I lost that game. The last 3 times I chose not to play Torpor Orb, I lost the game immediately because of it. It just, it's too good.
And that kind of transitions into the next point that I have about it, where the biggest downside to the deck, just overall, not even depending on playstyle, just as the deck itself, is turbo pods. You get a turbo deck like Diata or Rogsai or even Tevish Crom, depending on how they're built.
Right.
And you are not winning that game unless your opponents are being responsible. Right. And unfortunately, you cannot always rely on that. So having your Torpor Orb or your Grafdigger's Cage in your opening hand is so important, especially for Rogsai, because Rogsai is generally trying to win the game on turn 2.
Right.
I have even been turn 1. I've been turned 1 so many times by Rogsai. But the big thing is, you have to mulligan aggressively to these things if you don't think that you can coerce your opponent into interacting with them as they should be. And then sometimes they just have it anyway. So I think that if you are going into an event that, even though we are currently stuck in the quote-unquote mid-range hell meta right now, there is still a fair number of amounts of turbo decks that I think that Torpor Orb is a necessary justice, even though I think it should just be an auto-include in every single deck.
Right. I tend to agree. All right. I think so. Koibito couldn't make it today, so I'm actually
Before
going.
we
Yeah.
go off of Rust's lists,
Oh yeah.
he and I had a conversation the other night about Dead and Gone, and I would like him to talk about that card.
Okay. For those of you that don't know, it is a 3-mana opponent creature bounce, or do what? 2 damage to any target.
Yes. So
Excuse me for what?
Target creature.
Grab a DoorDash order real quick.
Well, that's timely.
Yes.
Lead us in.
So basically, Dead and Gone is a card that I don't agree with, but Pigeon runs it as well. And the conversation mostly led to the Gone portion doesn't exist 99% of the time. You are using it as a 1 cost 2 damage to deal with 80% of the things in the format that will shut down our deck. That are creatures, right?
Yeah.
And the Gone portion, because it is so seat reliant and turn order reliant, comes up every so often, and the times that it comes up, it is game breaking. But the times that it doesn't come up, or it is a hindrance, where as an example, you're in spot 3, but the person before you in seat 2 has the Drannith Magistrate. So you bounce their Drannith Magistrate in order to unlock your own Magda. However, both of your other opponents in seat 4 and seat 1 are also locked out behind Drannith Magistrate.
Yep.
So you are now opening up 2 players to change their game plan, and also build their board state. So in situations where you're playing against like Kinnan, or you're playing against Blue Farm, or any of these situations where you are potentially giving your opponents card advantage in some way, it's not usually a good idea to give them the ability to actually cast their commander.
Right.
It's better to wait until you have potentially made a board state where you can win the game, and at that point, sure, you can use your 3 mana to bounce it before your turn and attempt to make a win. But the times that comes up is few and far between, and it's usually going to be in situations where you are trying to get rid of something like a Yasharn instead, where it's only really locking you out, and also Yasharn being there makes it so that your opponent's treasures stack up as well, which can make it a little bit easier for you to win the game.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where it's like, it's a very niche situation where Gone itself gets used, but the times that it's useful are great. Otherwise, it's just a shock. Is that a good representation of that card, Rust?
Pretty much. It is like 80% of the time just a shock. Like the Gone part is not super relevant. The thing that I do want to kind of touch on here, because I was away for a little bit grabbing food, but the big thing that I want to stress about Dead and Gone is that sometimes you don't want to just like absolutely nuke something. You want to have, and this is regardless of seeding order. Like, let's say for example, there's a Manglehorn in play, and then you have the option to kill it with the dead. But if, like, let's say you get stopped for whatever reason, the person behind you has a known dockside in their hand and will win with it. So in that situation, you don't want to kill the Manglehorn, you just want to bounce it.
Right.
Because if it gets back to their turn and there's not something, turning off docksides or anything like that, you're losing. And it's important to think about that because, a lot of Stax players fall into the trap of, well, I played my Stax pieces, why did I lose? And the reason they lost is, well, you didn't sequence your Stax pieces right, you played the wrong ones at the wrong time, that kind of thing, where yes, we can kind of do that with our stuff too, but it's different because mono red is really good at removing creatures. So it's important to have options that remove creatures without killing them in case you need the oh shit button to put it back into play.
Gotcha. And it also is a tempo swing against the opponent who is now being bullied to put it back.
Correct. I mean, so one of the best examples that I can think of with it is in my round 3 at the Boil earlier this year. I was playing in a pod with Rogsai, Kinnan, myself, and then I'm going to say Winota just because I can't remember what the actual deck was, but it was a red-white Stax deck. And they were going first before anyone else could even do anything. They had a turn 1 Draenith, and it bullied everyone. Like, Rogsai didn't even get to cast the Rogue Rack, you know. So in that situation, the game ended up going into a spot where I had, like, 8 dwarves in play, I had a vehicle, like, I was stacked, I was ready. And then on Kinnan's instep, you cast the Gone on the Draenith, so that way when it goes to my turn, I could cast my commander, which, you know, ended up happening, and, you know, I get my commander in play, and I pass the turn, and then the Boros player is forced to put the Draenith back into play, because if he doesn't, the Kinnan player is set up to win, and the Rogside player is set up to win as soon as they get any creature that they can start, you know, protecting themselves with. And it even got to the point where whenever he cast the Draenith Magistrate, you know, it was attempted to get Force of Willed, and, you know, all this, you know, stack interaction happened, and I was purposefully, like, red blasting and, you know, deflecting, swatting all these counter spells because I want this Draenith in play. I need this thing back in play so much.
Right.
And the other opponents just couldn't see it. They're like, why would you want a Draenith in play? And it's like, well, my commander's in play right now. This Dead and Gone has done exactly what I wanted it to, and that gameplay decision of not killing the Draenith, but just having it available again, won me that entire game.
Gotcha.
That also does still come down to the seat order that you are in.
Right.
So, like...
Yes. So that game specifically did come down to seat order, which is kind of the most important part about that card, but it is important too for, like, I mean, even on flash creatures like Op Agent and Bowmasters, it's important that they have those pieces back, because you can, I mean, I have made deals with people where, hey, let me Gone your Op Agent, I will go get a Torpor Orb, and then you can put it back into play.
Yeah.
Or, like, hey, I'm going to Gone your Bowmaster, put your Bowmaster back into play, and then kill this Mana Dork, or, you know, something like that.
Right.
That is interesting, actually.
So
There's
it's
a lot
more
of versatility to the card.
There's versatility, but a lot of it comes down to politics more so than...
raw card power.
Yeah, raw card power.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then, you know, sometimes it's just, hey, pick up this Elish Norn, get out of here.
Yeah. Fuck that card.
Put your
both of them.
Put your Crom back in your hand with Jewel Lotus and no rocks and no ability to draw. Enjoy your life. So I think we've kind of plumbed Rust's list, and I think that's the end of the list, if I remember correctly. I mean, Koibito would have been here. He likes Goblin Sharpshooter. That's the thing he likes.
He's a card.
He also likes Crucible, although he's not currently on it. So, we're going to do one last thing before we get to the Q&A. There's not a whole lot of Q&A like from our mail-in, as it were, but Shodo wants to talk about something real quick relating to his Mega-Primer. You want to take the floor there, buddy?
You want to bring it up?
Yeah. Yeah, you give me the list. It's at the front. Oh, I have to go back. Let me go to your... I'm just gonna go to my PMs.
Since Pigeon already talked about his line...
Yep.
I'm just putting it in chat.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is what I have been working on. It is currently, in its current form, I should say, is just a combo primer, and it is going to transform into a mega primer for Magda. It goes through making infinite treasures in all different variations, including, you know, your explaining everything in depth with Clock of Omens, your Maskwood Battered Golem stuff. And every single combo is accompanied with video. Every single one.
Right.
So if you're the type of player that doesn't like to read and rather would look at a board state and have things explained to them, then that is there for you. We then go through combo adjacent information, talking about, professional face breakers usage, like fighting through Null Rod, your different draw loops, how you would go about removing enchantments and non-artifact problem permanents, your welder, and then how to protect your own win. And then after that, we have all the ways to end the game, your basic outlets like your Skargan Hellkite, your grinding stations, your ETB loops with Skargan and Terror, all of the Elixir of Immortality outlets, your Tel'Jalad Stylus stuff, all of your welder lines, the new Dualcaster stuff, and then some other gimmicky things like stealing Thassa's Oracle triggers with Return the Favor, and then exiling your deck with Professional Facebreaker. And then finally, I go over some staple cards. What we have dubbed pseudo staple cards, as in these are things that are in a majority of decks, but they can be taken in or out depending on your own personal opinions. And then the last thing is going to be the card and combo packages. This is something that I'm working on, and I would like community feedback on how this is structured. So the way that I'm trying to structure it is talk about the card and what its uses are, as well as what usually goes with it and how those interactions exist. So in this example, talking about Iriet's Tempting Apple with Elixir of Immortality as primarily a infinite outlet, using Jeweled Lotus and Lotus Petal as examples, as well as Mirror the Forebears for ways to make infinite untapped treasures through Grafdigger's Cage, Draw Loop and Game Ender with Pyrite Spellbomb, Sculpting Steel for all the different lines that that's part of, how Spine of Isha works with things, your Draw Loop with the One Ring, Twin Shot Sniper, Unlicensed Hearst, etc. And then under this, I do an example of an actual package of cards that is put in the deck. Elixir, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Mirror the Forebears, Sculpting Steel, One Ring, Twin Shot, Unlicensed Hearst. And then explain why this sort of functions the way that it does. And then I talk about tertiary cards. So I go over Apple here, explaining that this card may be important when running a secondary package like Welder or Engineer to have redundancy and the ability to give haste to target creatures, as the Cursed Mirror stuff that we talked about earlier. However, that Elixir of Immortality gives a different path to obtaining the same value by being able to force remove your Cursed Mirror in a bunch of different ways, putting it back in your deck, retutoring it, and then going from there. And then also why you might want to avoid a specific card or a specific package of cards. So like talking about how the Goblin Welder Engineer thing with Apple, that Elixir of Immortality is kind of fluff at that point, unless you have specific value for the recursion that it offers you, as well as the value that you get out of like Grafdigger's Cage, and how if you're already on things like Terror of the Peaks or Scourge of Valkis or something like that, a majority of the lines don't necessarily require Elixir, and those are also fluff lines. But while it does have some downsides, there are the plethora of lines that it does enable, and it gives you that layer of safety that some pilots might value more than the slight win percentage that they would gain while running other things, similar to the line of reasoning for Spine of Isha.
Yep.
So this is the sort of thing that I'm going to go through for all the different like catalyst cards and all the things that go with it. Is this the correct way or a good way to structure this? Or is there some other way that would be better for going over this sort of thing? Because this is very important to understand. And then this is going to eventually branch out into how all the different packages overlap, why you would add specific packages together, how this affects your deck building, and then eventually when it turns into a Mega-Primer, going over all of our choices for every slot and the reasoning behind why you may or may not want a specific card in your deck.
All right. So, obviously that's a lot. It's in that way intentionally because I think Shoto correctly identified that there's not really a way to approach this without it being kind of a lot.
It's overwhelming.
Right. And for me, I like the base card, package card example, like looking at like the cards on the periphery of the package, and then the devil's advocate kind of why not to use it, right? Like I think that's all very useful because it gives multiple it gives you a lot of context, and then it gives you a lot of it gives you the counterpoint so that people can understand both sides of the argument without having to talk to two people.
Right. And I definitely want to thank Zombie and thank Rust and Koibito and Drew for being there for me to bounce things off of and for helping sort of edit things.
Yeah. What I was singing your praises earlier, I wasn't blowing smoke, and I hadn't even seen this part yet. I like
I asked for your opinion on it last night, and you were like, "Shh, I'm watching a movie." I was like, "Okay, he'll get to it eventually."
It was late. I'm sorry, but I mean, I think this is really a very solid way of doing it. I appreciate there's like an inherent logic of the what as the core, the what else, the example, the why, and then the why not. Like I think this is pretty. This makes sense to me. Like I think there's an inherent grok ability in how you're setting up these packages. And the table of contents looks good enough, and it's going to only get better as you're able to break it down a little bit better with Markdown and something that's once it's finished. It's going to have to be an ongoing primer.
Yeah, it will be an ongoing primer that as new cards are introduced, their combos will be added, their card packages will be added, and all that stuff. Yeah, it's over 21,000 words, and the first Harry Potter book is like right around 80,000, so I'm at a quarter of a Harry Potter book.
I mean, they get bigger.
They do get bigger, but
no, it's amazing. How long did it take you to write this? About 10 days?
About 10 days.
Yeah.
Not every day, but I did a sprint starting from Tuesday to Friday to get this ready for Dwarf Day, because I know that we have a lot of new pilots, and this sort of information is what they need to inform their decisions on how they want to play the deck.
Right. I 100% agree. So, with the new players in mind, I want to say thank you for doing this. It really does help to have someone who can, I don't know, hyper-focus and elucidate to the levels that you can. Like, just reading this is hard for me because I have such a hard, attention span issue. I can't imagine writing it, but it's necessary.
And then making all the videos.
And then, oh yeah, I mean, you are a particular person, and I appreciate you greatly. That's all.
So, I will say, if you're watching the videos and you're like, "Oh, I wonder what other Magda content he has on his YouTube," it's all unlisted because my YouTube is primarily for Street Fighter.
Right.
So all my Magda stuff is gonna end up being unlisted. So just keep an eye out, I guess, on when I post stuff.
Yeah. Throw up his channel.
Yeah, that's also like. I also wanted this specifically not to just be useful for new pilots. I wanted it to be able to have an in-depth explanation of everything, so that even seasoned pilots can be like, "Oh, this makes sense," or "I don't agree," or whatever, to facilitate the ability for all of us to have more constructive conversations about making this deck better.
Right. All right. So before we press on, anyone that has like a question, Koibito, are you on the are you here, or are you just an audience? Oh. All right, cool. He was just saying as an audience. So, anyone that has a question, just ping me in the Hall of the Mountain Queen chat. That's totally fine with your question, and we'll talk about it. Probably gonna give this like 10 minutes though, because this has been a chunky one, guys. This is longer than last year, I think, or last March. So let me go to the. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Well, no.
Do you want me to answer C3KO's question, or
We'll queue them up.
Or
Just
wait.
anyone that has a question, we'll queue up and then we'll pull you up on this. On the stage. I want to answer the first one that's in paper or in writing before I forget about that one. So something Elian asked. It's how do you figure out how many copies of an effect you want in your deck? Assuming there are multiple copies of similar strength available, effects being cheap dwarves, vehicles, or removal, for example, for tutorable Stax effects. Do you want enough to be able to mulligan for them, or just 1-2 to tutor for? And what do you enjoy most about playing Magda and cEDH? So that's roughly 2 questions. For me, I think assessing how many copies you want comes down to whether you consider it like a package utility card or like a card you need to see in your first 10 cards every single game, right? And that comes down to dwarves, right? Very few people are off the 11 dwarves, the 11 1-drops. You just run them all. And most people are on at least 4 vehicles, if not 5 or 6. And that's a good example of a card where you want density for mulligans, right? But if you're talking about lockdown pieces, like Stax pieces, for example, you may not want literally every flavor you can find. Like there are people that, and usually you're looking at the most efficient or the ones that target the meta the strongest, and not just throwing in generically powerful effects because you think you want more density of stacks. A good example of this is like Sphere and Thorn. A lot of people are off that because they don't find taxes to be as strong, so they're not running them as often. But they'll run Null Rod, and they'll run Torpor Orb, and they'll run Grafdigger's Cage, despite only having one of those cards, because they want to be able to tutor it if the need arises, or just because they're so uniquely powerful. So in the current meta, I think it's definitely more like you want the most powerful and uniquely targeting of the Stax pieces, and you definitely want more density of like the interaction pieces and the burn spells. I think that's where a lot of lists are going for. How do you guys feel about that?
I think that that's an apt approach. Like, you also have to understand that while there is redundancy in some things, such as Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon, those particular things break decks completely open.
Right.
So if players aren't respecting Magda's ability to shut down their primary colors in a 4 to 5 color deck, those cards just turn the deck off, especially when combined with Null Rod, right? So literally I've had people play 4 color decks. It was me, 3 4 color decks, and I played Magus of the Moon Null Rod by turn 3, and they all conceded the game.
Right. Magus plus Null Rod just wins the game. The problem with cards that are, I guess we probably would run 4 Maguses if we could.
I mean, yeah, but that's also like, when talking about like the 1-drops and stuff, you have to think about what your main game plan for your deck is,
right,
and how important that is to happen. Like, because a majority of us are, well, red doesn't have a lot of card draw, right? So you want to have the density of 1-drops and potentially 2-drops in some situations that will allow you to progress your main game plan as consistently as possible.
right.
So that's why you have such redundancy when you're going for that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But redundancy in every slot doesn't necessarily matter unless it's like removal or things that are important, like to your tertiary game plan, where like I'm going to play the pseudo control deck variant of Magda, where I'm looking specifically to have as much of these removal pieces as possible so that I can control the pace of the game. I can remove important permanents that are on creatures, and I can also basically force situations to occur that I want to happen, and protect my own wins from most of the things that end up stopping us to begin with. So redundancy is one of those things where, like, if you have too many combos, as an example, or if you're adding things specifically for combos to add redundancy, once you go past 3 or 4 win conditions, anything past that is just fluff and
Right.
for convenience. Or potentially there are a lot of cards that people add to their deck that are just sort of like shortcuts for explaining things.
Right.
Like Rust said the example of having Elixir along with Apple because it's one of the easier ways to explain your win. And while those things exist, they're usually not the best way to go about things unless they specifically overlap another package of cards and are only like a 1-card difference from making both of them function and have extra redundancy. So it's like, it's very hard to get the exact amount that you want while not like dipping your toes into another entire package of cards, and now you're like, okay, well, I wanted this one effect and now I need to do this and this, and I need to find 3 slots for it. And it's
Right.
like, well, does that change how your deck functions? Are you comfortable with the playstyle that you have now? It might entirely change the playstyle of your deck just removing 3 cards to make room for 3 more. So like there's a lot of nuance to those sort of decision making, and like redundancy is one of those things where, because we are a singleton format, while you want as much as possible, you don't want to overdo it either.
And what I'll say is, I know Koibito's going to line up next for this question, but the thing that I'll say is that we're talking about redundancy of effect, not necessarily redundancy. Like, there's a different kind of redundancy in making sure you can win through different kinds of hate pieces. And that is also something you can overdose on pretty quickly.
Yeah,
Totally.
because like this is a point of contention that we've had over the past week, right? When talking about like intentionally adding things to fight through Null Rod, intentionally adding things to fight through Graph Cage. There are so many lines that we have that can potentially deal with all of these things by adding maybe one extra tool that covers multiple like layers. So it goes back to that whole argument of like spine versus no spine, right?
Sure.
Where sometimes it's a necessary evil, but that one card solves 8 problems rather than you introducing 3 new cards to fight through 3 different stack pieces.
Right. I agree with that. So I want to restate the question just so that it's clear, because Koibito's going to answer it again, or he's going to give his take. Assuming there are multiple copies of similar strength available, effects being like cheap dwarves, vehicles, or removals, for example, for tutorable Stax effects, do you want to be able to mulligan for them, or just 1 to 2 to tutor for? How do you figure out how many copies of said effects you want in your deck?
I just took a huge bite of food. 1 second, sorry.
Wow, I even gave you time to chew it over with a Twix.
I was chewing so fast. I'm so sorry. Okay, so honestly, I think Shod did a pretty good job of answering this, and mostly that he kind of gleaned into how deep of this. There are so many Magda's decisions that are deeply interwoven with other leading deck decisions, and that's why I'm always trying to drive players to be like, when you start your deck list from the first card you add, are you trying to win on turns like 2 and 3 and 4? Or are you trying to admit that you can't race the real fast decks, so you're choosing intentionally to take like win position 3, 4, 5, to where we're wanting 1 or 2 win attempts to pop off and get shut down, and that's when we lunch. I think that being deliberate about that type of deck positioning is crucial before you start making any of these changes. And that's kind of what the whole redundancy question is, right? So with that, again, a weird long segue in mind, I think that when we're starting to look at our redundancy, for our number one redundancy is like the number of artifact dwarfs, right? That's where we really get to choose. Like, are we going to use our deck slots to try to ask at the table, hey, can I win now?
Right.
Because that's what that is. Like, if you just crank up, you sacrifice, just like Sho was saying, you sacrifice deck versatility in whatever way you want that to be for your deck, right? That could be more interaction slots, that could be more mid-range value engines, that could be more attempts at the go. Whatever it is, you're sacrificing it to have more chances to win on 5 treasures every single time.
So like, to piggyback off of that, right? Like, that sort of how many artifact dwarves do I want is a question that a lot of turbo pilots have been asking for a long time. And I would consider Pigeon's deck to be a very streamlined turbo list, where he has realized while playing his turbo variant of the deck that I don't need as many artifact dwarves as I originally thought.
Yep.
Is that accurate?
Yep, very accurate.
Okay.
I don't need 4 or 5 if I can just have one or just like one that doubles all my stuff and one that buffs my stuff, which is actually really relevant.
Right.
And what that comes down to, right, is do you have the Robo Dwarf when you need it to win? Because if you have it sooner than that, you're just wasting card. Exactly. So if it's just a luxury drawn, if ever, if you're planning on searching Roaming Throne to slingshot win that way, running extra redundancies is just a good feeling at the end of the day. It's not going to increase your win percent.
But it also, I mean, mine's different, but I also just don't need an Artifact Dwarf or Clock to win, so I don't have to do that. I don't have to be scary because I don't always go for that line, so they're like, oh, he doesn't have his line, we're good.
Right.
And they don't realize that, right? If I'm getting rings, they're like, oh, it's just rings, I don't care. And then it passes, and I have a turn cycle with another tutor, and I just win. They're like, wait, you never got a Clock of Omens. I'm like, I don't need Clock of Omens.
Right.
You just think I need Clock of Omens.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brewer's Advantage.
Yeah. For real though.
Okay, but also, so I think, like, in this exact situation, right, you can math out how, like, what the chances are of you seeing specific things. Yes. So, like, let's say, as an example, we're using artifact dwarves, right? And we want to see how many artifact dwarves we are going to see when we're going through our first, like, 12 cards of the game, which is, like, turn 5, right? So if we're looking for 4 dwarves and we need to see at least 1, your chance is 40%, which is very high. And if we go up to 7, or let's just say 6 by adding 2 more, it goes to 54%. Mm-hmm. And that's that's basically almost every game, because you're going to be in a situation where you can still tutor for these things, right? Mm-hmm. If you're drawing them, then that's great. But some decks are going up to 11, and that has a 77% chance to see 1 or more in the first 12 cards.
Right.
So, like, they're trying to very specifically be like, I want 5 treasures, and then go for my clock combo and go for the win.
Right.
But the other problem with clock combo is that if you don't have the backup artifacts to potentially combo off over interaction attempts, then you're just going to screw yourself.
Yep.
So this is a conversation that Rust and I have had where, a lot of times, instead of going for that main line where you're going for a clock, you're trying to get a board state where you can go for, Battered Golem or some other line, or in Pigeon's case, any of his other non-Magda specific, like, ways that he can get.
I can do other things.
Yeah. So, like, if you have pivot points that are more valuable than adding that slot for just getting to clock, then that's very important. And I think that as the deck has progressed, we are no longer just a Clock of Omens, jam it, try to win deck, right? Yep. So as we've changed over time, us being on 4 or 5 Robo Dwarves, which is the most common situation, we have, so most of us are on 6, I believe, because we have Adaptive Automaton, Universal Automaton,
Roaming.
Roaming Throne, and then half of us are on Mirror the Forebears. All of us are on Liquid Metal Torque, and I
Yeah.
believe there's one more that most people are on. So even at 5, it's like a 48% chance,
Right.
and that's
Good enough.
enough.
Right.
Well, it opens up 2 next questions, right? Like, one is, what are you doing when you're not winning, right? Like, if you don't have that 48% chance and you're up to search, can you just pass safely? That goes back into the deck design. Like, what are we doing with our single search? What's the backup on our second search? I think it's something really interesting that you kind of picked on here. It's like the diminishing return on spending those extra deck slots on artifact dwarves. But if our goal is still to be turbo, if we're still trying to be proactive, how many artifacts can we just play that are a 2-card combo where we can play half, search half from hand, and then search the other half from Magda? And then every time we draw half of one of these combos, it's essentially increasing our odds of.
Dwarf,
Right.
in a way.
But in better, because it doesn't diminish against them the way that running 2 Robo-Dwarfs in your, like having 2 Robo-Dwarfs in your hand just feels awkward.
Right.
And,
If you have
and it doesn't always show that you're just gonna go for winning.
Right. If you have Basalt, yeah. Oh, I guess he's gonna play Karn, maybe.
Yeah.
All right. I think we've answered this question. I think we got there. This is a good one.
It's a really good question.
It's a deep question too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Seiko, you've been waiting for like 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Shoot, bud.
It's fine. No, I've just been creeping in the background. Old Magda player, haven't played in a long time just because school. But I was looking at some of the lists today that were from the stuff that people showed. And at least one card that I thought was, always going to be in a list was Jeska's Will. And I noticed a lot of people not running Jeska's Will and then a couple other cards. I don't know if it's just something where it's kind of fallen in favor or what. But I just thought that maybe the card advantage or, the temporary draw and mana was something that was really exciting, but seeing it not in list makes me go, oh, maybe it's not as exciting as I thought.
All right. I have opinions.
So,
Go, Shoto.
Jeska's Will is one of those cards where you have to look at both modes. One of them is a ritual that is dependent on your opponent's cards in hand. So if you're playing them early, if everyone has the same speed of deck and everyone is down to 3 cards, it doesn't have any value. Now, in the current meta, a lot of decks are going to have 6 to 8 cards, or more, depending on the situation and how many draw engines they have available, how people are playing the table, and all that stuff. But it is contingent on our opponent's play. On top of that, it is not usually a situation where we want to be generating a bunch of mana outside of playing big artifacts, which a majority of decks, or dragons, which a majority of decks are not currently doing. So if you don't have that 5-drop that you need to play on turn 3, getting that 5 mana doesn't do much for you if you can't play out 2 dwarves and then threaten to win on the next turn.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're trying to use the secondary thing of impulse drawing, you're risking removing cards from your deck that are very valuable. So while you may have access to that 5 mana, you may draw your Return the Favor, your Clock of Omens, and your in a vehicle, right?
Okay.
And you only have the mana to play one of them.
Can I jump off that? Because I think that's a very important point. As the decks have moved away from, I guess, mid-range value generation as something we have a significant amount of redundancy in. Like, we're not running dragons, right? We're not running Chistoria, right? We could definitely run Jeska into Chistoria and then keep moving along. We're not doing that. We have cut things to include combo pieces, specifically sorcery and instant speed combo pieces that are very contextual when they're valuable. And we've talked about Uamask a couple times today and how it affects the players that have that kind of impulse draw imposed upon them and how disruptive it can be. We have moved our deck more in that direction, that we fall victim to similar kind of problems if our draws are impulse draws. The reason it doesn't usually hurt us too much vis-a-vis Ubamask is that we don't draw that many cards, and we often control our cards and our mana generation, or our mana availability when we do draw cards, so that we can't really goozle ourselves that way.
So when you're drawing one card at a time, as an example,
right?
Sorry to cut you off.
You're fine.
When you're drawing one card at a time, as an example, seeing that red blast come up, there's possible uses for it. Seeing that dwarf come up, cool. It's a 1-drop or a 2-drop. I can play this, while still holding up mana for interaction that we already have in our hand. Where that's not available to us when you are exiling multiple cards in most game states in the early game.
Mm-hmm.
So where Jeska's Will becomes a card that actually still functions for its purpose is when you are on that sort of turbo Stax list, where it is that medium between I am looking to shut my opponents down and I'm trying to get as many of these things out of my hand potentially as possible early.
I agree.
So,
it's like a list that's willing to be proactive and to play sorceries to begin with.
Right. And in those situations, it's very strong, and it's usually partnered with other cards in a package, like Simian Spirit Guide, Rite of Flame, and other things that are in your deck that are a little bit more expensive to play, and the value that you would get off of a turn 2 or turn 3 Jeska, that's not just cool, I get to play my commander, one other dwarf, and maybe something else. Like, sure, it gives you the board state that you need to generate, but a lot of the variants of the decks aren't looking to go for that win on turn 2 or turn 3 every single time. And Jeska's Will helped provide a way to give that a little bit more consistency. And as things have developed over time, especially when trying to cast things, all of these mid-range decks that you're playing against in the current meta usually will have answers to something. And forcing them to deal with your own win attempt means that you're just setting up an opponent to win.
I think this is where 90% of the reasoning is, to be totally honest. Like as a player who I cut all my sorceries pretty quick when I switched into Magda, just because when there's a feel for all your wins are like snagged or stolen wins that are happening at instant speed, maybe on someone else's turn even. So the idea of playing sorceries that we rely on just feels unintuitive to begin with. But again, as that builds over time and like your sorcery speed interaction that's where you get bamboozled. That's where you're getting hung up. I think that's where this card really comes into play. Like Cho was saying, like if we spend a sorcery speed deck slot on a little bit of card advantage, but we end up drawing from player C their force of will for some reason because they think Magda is the supreme leader and they're determined not to have us recover in the game.
Let me cut you off by doing a direct comparison, okay?
Sure.
Let's say this card is 3 mana. You can play Heat Shimmer instead. Which card are you playing and why?
There you go. Exactly. And Heat Shimmer itself is on the list for the same reasons. Like we're skeptical to play it because again, we're trying to win at sorcery speed is a little bit slower and clunky. But that's at least we're winning the game when that resolves, right? Ideally, we're winning the game when Heat Shimmer resolves.
The floor on that is very low, right? It's a treasure, but the ceiling is winning the game. The ceiling on Jeska's Will is seldom winning the game, and it's at sorcery speed for the same mana.
Well, I mean, there's something to be said for defending it on like turn 2 or turn 3, or turn 1 maybe even. But that's where like you already addressed. It's a difference in deck style.
The other thing is if you're in that situation, it's board development where you're required to have a very specific hand.
Right.
So if you're mulliganing into that hand, it needs to be in your first usual 7 or 6 sort of situation. If you're going any below that on your mulligans, then Jeska's Will becomes significantly worse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's cliche to say, but like if I was playing Drago Magda, pretty much, I would not be playing Jeska's Will. And that's where I would like put the mid-range position. And if you're playing Turbo on the other hand, like why wouldn't you play card advantage mana ramp? Like you're already on Rite of Flame. I think it's at least worth considering from that perspective.
Right. I think that's it's wholly an archetype thing. It's just people are more on the pivot plan, and it doesn't support the pivot plan as much as we would like it to. I think that's the big thing. So the next question we had was actually first.
Hopefully that is
Yeah.
a good answer. Like I don't know if he has any rebuttals.
Yeah.
To that.
You have any questions, buddy? Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm not gonna find anybody on that. I'm looking at my deck list now, and just from today, I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got like 8 cards to come in, and I'm like, great. I'm gonna have to go and bug someone in the chat about what I should and shouldn't have anymore because my list is way out of whack.
That
So,
to be a dwarf is to embrace change and build things.
just have to
And to
dig deeper.
play Amulet of Vigor.
No, I don't know about that. Hold on, slow down.
Hold on.
All right, not that much change.
That's pretty progressive.
That's pretty progressive.
We-
Exactly right.
This is
That's exactly right.
this is a conservative dwarven household.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I'm gonna kick you back down to the chat, buddy. Thank you so much for your question. I'm gonna pull one from the written one from I'm gonna say Hythine12. That's how I'm gonna pronounce it. How do you deal with politics when opponents who kill Magda as soon as she comes down? I had a game where I had a dwarf and Magda turn 2, and he killed Magda and proceeded to politic to kill Magda for the rest of the game. Well, they probably lost that game, unless they were not the one using those resources. Open hands, unironically, open hands. I can't win here. I'm just going to. I can help stop wins. Are you winning right now? No. You want me to help you stop wins? I'm not winning right here. Here, look at my hand.
This is also a very important part of the Magda pivot plan,
Right.
where
Yeah.
we can effectively reveal information to our opponents, tell them what our base game plan is currently with our pod, and then say this is what I'm planning on doing. That doesn't lock you into that based on what you see in the future that may change your particular lines of play or goals. So you have to be willing to sometimes, like Koibito does, reveal your hand. Because you can be like, hey, I mulled down to 5. This is what I have. You stopping Magda from existing just stops me from helping you guys prevent wins for other opponents if it gets to that point. So, like, that's also one of the important parts of politicking with Magda is if your opponents are just burying their head in the sand and they don't want to listen to you being able to reactively help stop things, then that's on them. And you're going to run into players that are hard-headed and they don't want to do that, or they want to attempt to politic to the point where they are only looking to advance their own game plan, and you existing is stopping them from potentially winning with whatever it is that they have. And that's something you also need to be willing to say to your opponents and be like, hey, I'm willing to show my hand and this is what my game plan. You willing to do the same thing?
Yeah.
And that's where you get into this deeper conversation. Like, first off, I totally agree. Like, yeah, if you're playing mid-range Magda or Stax Magda, you need to be prepared to talk to your opponents because it's a crucial role to play. It's like we're waging a psychological war, and since that we're putting everyone who's not winning in the dilemma that keeping us alive is more profitable than killing us. And it's a true statement because we can actively prevent wins in ways that other decks cannot actively prevent wins. So
At instant speed.
yeah, exactly. So if I'm playing some mono white jank, maybe I want to crush Magda on like turn 10, but I need Magda to get to turn 10. And that's just a real part of that logic train.
Right.
So, and that's where revealing your hand, it really comes down to who knows these decks that play most, who knows what they're actually getting onto, and who can actually stop them. And that's where it becomes kind of like Sho was saying, you're always going to find these opponents who are like, I would rather burn myself alive than help you, Magda. It's crazy. Like they're so determined. So determined to make their own spite play line instead of like trying to interact.
The other thing I want to point out is that when one player plays with full revealed information, it changes how everyone else in the pod plays.
Absolutely.
Because they now have to decide, am I going to hyper focus on what the player that has given me this information is going to do and save my interaction for when they attempt to do something? Or am I going to be able to react now to my opponents making other decisions and how they are looking to, establish their board or attempt to win the game, etc. Because
Something that
if you end up in this situation where you're providing information and now your opponents, like, the best way to explain it is in fighting games we have this thing called the mental stack, where you're putting your opponent in a situation where they have to think about 8 things at once and they can only make one decision.
In a split second.
In a split second. So it's the same thing in Magic, that when you are revealing information, your opponents now have more things on their mental stack that they have to consider when making the decisions to use things. And it can be very beneficial to do so in some situations, but it can also hurt you by having people hyper focus on you, which is why you have to be very specific as to when you are revealing information, especially if you're hard revealing information by showing cards.
Dude, the hardest part about this strategy is that it's more effective on better players. Like, if you get yourself into the top 16 brackets, this strategy has so much more reliability.
Yeah.
However, against players who are, again, just shooting from the hip with no regard, it's so much harder to fully implement, because you can't. And that's where, like, it's a tricky spot to be in. I found myself in that position so many times, playing especially online. And my final retort to that, like my final table talk attempt, is like, I came here to play cEDH, where our goal is to try to win with our decks if possible. What are you doing with your decisions, and is that okay with you? But that even a question as sharp and direct as that doesn't change their ability to be like, nah, F you, Magda, I'm gonna do what I want to do. You know what I mean? Like, they can still do whatever. So in the game, it doesn't even necessarily prevent the behavior from popping off.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do to keep bad players from choosing the wrong target at the wrong time. You can do your best to be cordial, amiable, hyper logical in a way that doesn't sound like you're being condescending. Like, if you can find a way to walk someone through a series of events without it sound like you're lecturing them, that is your greatest tool, because you're saying, here's the information I think we both have about what might happen, and if you do this, here's what I think is going to be resultant. Do you agree with that? And even in posing it as a question to get them engaged in a conversation about cause and effect, especially their actions, you're more likely to bring them to the table of cooperation versus them, doing what is effectively a boneheaded spite play, right?
Totally agree.
So this is also why Magda is such a high skill ceiling deck, is because the better you are at cEDH, the better you are at navigating these problems in these situations.
And identifying those lines that you can explain.
If you can identify play patterns and all this stuff for other decks, understanding all of their win cons, and effectively communicate everything, then you're a step ahead. And it will almost always result in Magda staying alive longer than she should.
Right.
Can I throw my flag to pivot into the what if cEDH apocalypse future that we could, I think, really be on the brink of any time?
Let's put in the podcast.
I do have something to say too.
Yeah.
Really, 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 really important. Players casting, I don't know, Path to Exile on Magda. I'm not doing anything. It's not my turn. Player, before you put that spell on the stack, why are you doing this? What is concerning you? What is making you do this? And they say, oh, well, it's Magda, and I don't want you to do that. I'm like, okay, it's an instant speed spell. You can do this later. If I become scary with a spell in the stack, you do this to me. If I don't, you save this very crucial piece of removal. We're in a not super removal-heavy format where removal is key. Removal is very important to hold up. If they're going to waste that on you for no reason, you have to talk to them. Don't make them sound stupid. Make them say, like, hey, just, like, actually, I know this is hurting me right now, but why are you doing this? Ask them for a legitimate reason. If they cannot come up with a legitimate reason, say, I don't think this is the right play. Can you please save this for someone, including me, later?
Right. You
appeal to them logically.
The other
You have to
problem,
make them realize that their play is wrong. You can't tell them their play is wrong. If you tell them their play is wrong, they're gonna do it anyways.
to piggyback off of that, I've said a couple times already, most decks in the format are on between 3 and 6 pieces of single target interaction.
right.
So,
I think the number's it's higher now, but maybe
no,
not.
it's less. It's very
Man.
low. Like I went through like 40 different deck lists that won tournaments.
Spot
or top
removal's
4
low.
tournaments, and spot removal is very low.
Counters are higher, but mostly the free ones that they can cast reactively and after they've already been.
We
super
meant like in
greedy.
the metagame. We're not talking about Magda decks.
No, I'm not talking about Magda decks. Magda decks run a lot more.
That's what I would say. It's like we run a lot more. I feel like, but no, totally.
But I'm talking
they're
about other
totally
decks.
low.
So like Pigeon is talking about when someone plays that Path to Exile, the other important thing is like how they're doing things, because if they tap their mana and then declare what they're doing, like it's happening, right? In a lot of cases. So like it also comes down to player skill as well. Because if you're going to do something, especially as Magda or whatever, announce what you're going to do before you tap your mana for it, so that you can have the opponents actually talk to you. And that's also an important aspect of cEDH in general, is understanding how to use the rules of Magic to your advantage. Because if someone, as an example, I'm a blue farm player and my opponent decides to Path to Exile Magda, they tap their mana, they announce their thing, they put it on the stack, right? They played their spell. At that point, there's nothing that a judge can do to stop that from resolving. However, if you were to say, I am playing this spell, and then you don't tap your mana for it, all you're doing at that point is revealing information to your opponents.
Exactly.
Right.
Which is why sometimes I'll be like, hey, table, let's talk about this. I'm going to do this. Give me reasons I shouldn't be doing this right now.
Right.
I'm going to show the table this card, including the guy I'm going to do it to. Tell me why I shouldn't.
And it's somewhat counterintuitive because when you're teaching new players about like proper table etiquette, like you'll probably say, hey, you definitely need to tap your mana to play your spell. Don't forget to do that. Be clean with your game lines. And then people get very robotic with it. And that's what leads to this kind of behavior in Commander. They're trying to be efficient and accurate with representing their board state, right? And then they're like, no, I'm playing a spell. Oh wait, you can like talk. You can just reveal information and talk about it while you're holding priority.
Right.
What? Right? And that's just like you said, it's a skill issue thing where the minutia of what game actions you have access to, it just flies right over their head until they have these kind of conversations. So all you players that are tapping your mana first, don't do that. There's never a reason to do that.
There could be, but not in this deck. Not in this deck.
I mean, yeah, there might be some funky rules thing somewhere.
Well, I could see in the same spirit you're playing open-handed sometimes, right? Like you're being forthcoming and revealing, and it's a way that you can be truthful with your actions with your opponents to build more trust.
Right.
But that's the deep mind box for hopefully not playing it all the time.
Well, it's a lobby. Well, I mean, you in the same sense, like you going hands up and saying, hey, this is what I'm thinking about doing. You guys should talk to me and make sure I'm making the right play. That's going to garner trust in and of itself, even if you are just fishing for information.
Yeah, you're
right?
committed at that point.
Right.
Garner, hello. That's
So I think we've answered that question pretty effectively. You got to politic better. You gotta make yourself smarter.
You have to yap, bro.
You have to be smarter, nicer, more proactive in the way in the way you converse. You can't be defensive. You can't be aggrieved. You have to be intelligent and what's the word? Articulate.
Yappy.
And yappy, but you got to do it in a way that does not.
See, this is where I feel like this situation begs the question, right? Like, so much of our Magic the Gathering skill competition is beginning to really heavily rely on not just strategy with our opponents, but our ability to verbally convince them.
Right.
Like we're here to play cEDH, not like vocal stage fright politics question mark. Who knows what's coming in this?
Having social anxiety is a skill issue in cEDH.
And
It really is like
It
a
really
well,
is.
It's unfortunate, but it is.
I think that for some period of time you're probably allowed to cuss out your opponent in golf right before they swing their but that over time
Well,
I think
don't commit a fucking
Yeah, don't
That-
tournament game.
no,
Get you know.
well,
Yeah.
that's my point. Is that like as golf focused on we're trying to see who's the best at golf, who's not the best at shit talking, or you know what I mean, what have you. They removed everything else to where there's just golf at the end. What happens to cEDH when we're not allowed to table talk? Like as a Magda pilot, especially, the game gets so hard. I think it's a really interesting thing to think about.
I mean, it is, but I think the problem with comparing it to sports where,
Chess, for example,
the mental, right? Chat,
1v1.
like the mental
but
is.
there's no talking still in chess, right?
You can. I don't know what I'm honestly not sure about like what the competitive.
I think the tournament rules are pretty strict about what you can talk about.
That's possibly true. What I'm trying to say is that if you compare that to games where they are games of primarily skill and that the mental is kind of ancillary, right? Versus a strategy, a cooperative / competitive strategy game is inherently tied to your ability to communicate plans and strategy to keep the game going longer.
See, it just becomes this weird crossroad though, because like Sho was explaining before, and as someone who reveals my game information, sometimes they'll see like the mountain barbarian ring in my hand, and I'm like, oh my gosh, she's got a barbarian ring. It's gonna be active in like 6 turns. We better get to work. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, sometimes they will just hyper fixate if given the opportunity, and
That's
then
fair.
Why are they fixating
3v1?
on me? Table, why is this guy fixating on me when I have actually 3 lands in hand? This means he is trying to deflect onto me, and he's going to go for a win. That's all you have to say, and then they realize you're right.
Yeah, you don't even say it's that accusatorily. You can just say, "Hey, it really feels like there's an outsized like emphasis on my board state right now, when it's pretty obvious that I'm not presenting anything, and given my hand, I won't be presenting anything. Should we be focusing elsewhere?" Right? You can, yeah. Go ahead, sorry.
But it's at some point in the day, that's the concern here, that our biggest strength, that they can never predict us. What if our opponents concede in the other direction, right? This used to happen as a Kruk pilot all the time. People are like, Kruk's too complicated or incalculable for me to figure it out, so I'm going to respond by killing Kruk on sight, because this is the only logic that I can chew on while sitting at the table that gives me a win chance at the end of the day.
Sure.
So if like we have to be careful that we're not too far falling into that category, while we're also staying, because sometimes it's reasonable, right? Like, if I've got Magda 5 treasures and 2 cards in hand, you're right. You know, who knows what's gonna happen next turn?
So
right.
The other important thing to talk about here is like what's happening because we're winning so much, right? Is Magda going to turn into the next Winota, where she is counter and remove on sight, kind of regardless of what we bring to the table?
And how do we slow and prevent that, right?
I show them my interaction that would have stopped it, and they realize like, okay, that was too early. It can happen, and it might happen, like how Winota was. If it does, then we have to change our game plan. We can do that. We have pivoted so many times and changed with this format that we can continue to do that.
I think that's correct.
Yeah. So let's take this other question from Hay in chat.
Good idea.
Oh,
he's asking why pilots are running Stax pieces that hinder our own ability to win, such as Grafdigger's Cage, Null Rod, and Torpor Orb.
You can win through it.
So,
short answer.
So short answer for why you are able to run those things is that you can win through them sometimes very easily, sometimes somewhat easily, sometimes not easily. But I would say Null Rod's probably the hardest. Grafdigger's is probably the second easiest. Torpor's is just easy. Torpor doesn't really... Torpor hurts us. It doesn't stop us from winning. Something that I mentioned with regard to silver bullets is that silver bullets you are always in control of when you shoot them, or if you shoot them, and if you don't, you're not locked under them. You just that's not playing on a spell or a Stax piece that you think will not get you closer to winning than it would have been had you played it, you just decide not to play it.
Things
So
kind of
the
just go ahead,
Go
Joe.
ahead. No, you can go ahead first.
Sorry. So things kind of just work out nicely too. Like I think I probably jam myself more than most other players because I'm so like strict on how many outs I'll run. Like I haven't been playing Elixir for a long time. I've been cutting myself. I don't play Spine, I think, currently. I'm trying to play without those get out of jail free cards to see what that real line is like. Like what is our minimum number of outs that we can play and still win through some of the most oppressive stacks pieces being in our 99. But just the way it plays out naturally, if you're playing win cons as like clock alternate battered golem, then you just naturally have the ability to play through either turbo orb or null rod. And it just like you find these like natural setups where you're going to draw one or two stacks pieces and you just search the ones that you didn't nombo from what you drew. You just kind of pivot to your own draws, like because you're searching your win regardless, right? You're going to search for it.
So the main reason or the main thing to think about here is that Grafdiggers is a necessary evil because of how prevalent Underworld Breach and similar things exist. It also shuts down Kinnan, or not shuts him down, but it makes it harder for him to win. And it also makes it very hard for Sisay to win because she needs to go through very specific lines. If she lucks into the creatures that she needs to start her tutor chain stuff with her planeswalkers, then cool. There's nothing we can do about that. But not every Sisay deck is also on that path. There are, I think it's the New England Clam Chowder list.
Yeah.
Where they're not running any of the planeswalkers, really. So, like, there are different variants of different decks that shut things down.
Right.
Torpor Orb is very important to stop ETB effects. Like, it shuts down Atraxa. It shuts down Rocco. It shuts
Atali.
down Dockside, Itali, and it barely affects us outside of a couple creatures. It gives us but it gives us some.
Will his vehicles screwing? That's kind of harsh.
No, it's Torpor.
Torpor Orb.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And it also gives us a way to, at instant speed, stop a Thoracle win.
Right.
Or stop a Dockside loop from progressing. So, in regards to, like, Null Rod and all these other things, like, we're fine because we can play our deck to the point where we can generate a board state that will allow us to win either through it, or give us a board state where we can generate the resources to remove it and then win.
Right.
Because once you actually get that answer, and we have a lot of ways to force ourselves into a manner where we can get the answers required to remove our Graph Cage, remove our Null Rod, our Torpor Orb, whatever it is that's stopping us. And at that point, we usually have infinite treasures. And once we have infinite treasures, unless our opponent has Trick Bind, they cannot interact and win the game.
Right.
We can put infinite Magda activations on the stack on top of any interaction that they have and restart whatever it is that we're doing. So removing these things also doesn't hinder us from winning either.
Right.
It's why I was talking about earlier, like, some pilots add specific cards to make sure that they can fight or win through these specific stacks pieces, but that's not even necessarily required for most of the Magda deck lists. It's just that the individual pilots are using them as safety nets rather than actually, like, actively understanding how to dig their way out of their problem.
Right.
And that's a pilot preference too.
Right, with the tools that are available. So that also comes down to, pilot preference for running Spine versus not running Spine, because Spine very easily removes all of the things that are a problem.
I would say it's a bigger question of winning through the Null Rod or being able to remove the Null Rod, because that's like I as someone who, again, I stacks myself out probably more than most players, and something to be said about that too. I don't actually lose many games because I stack myself out. I've only had one game loss and all of my stacks playing where I actually locked myself out of a win. So most of the time you can still win those games.
I'm of the opinion that this type of dynamic is I'm choosing to win slowly rather than lose quickly when I'm developing these Stax pieces. And I've probably said that a couple times today. That I think it's very important that if you do not develop these Stax pieces, you can just be in a position where you had no impact on the early turns. And keep in mind, Turbo is our worst matchup, bar none.
And the most successful deck in the format, Blue Farm, is 4-color Rogsai.
Exactly.
So, while it used to be this mid-range sort of thing, and it certainly can still pivot into that, it's still trying to win as fast as humanly possible in most cases. The difference between that and Rogsai in their normal game plan is that, like, Rogsai wants to be the first to do it in most situations because they're a make-you-have-it sort of thing. Whereas Blue Farm wants to be the second to do it in most situations because they can afford to.
See, and I just don't want to be in that situation where I have managed to stave off them winning for a few turns by layering these stacks. But then when I go for my own win attempt, let's say I am relying on Spine to dig myself out, as you would say, I have to take whatever stacks piece might be holding them out of the game off the table in order to reach for the win myself. Like I would rather if I can win through the null rod than risk removing the null rod and giving them whatever assets that they've been declined.
Depending on how you're removing it, when you're removing it, etc., there's no risk.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Board Opponent Wind is a pretty good card, but yeah, you're right. And it's mitigatable. You can counter mana and so on.
Like if you're winning specifically through Null Rod as an example, and you're grabbing your you have infinite tap treasures or whatever, you grab your Maskwood Nexus, you grab your Professional Face Breaker, you transition into something that will allow you to make infinite untapped treasures, and then you go from there. You win the game.
That scenario is actually off, because if you're talking about Null Rod winning specifically, getting 2 infinite tap treasures is kind of tricky. And the only way that we really can get 2 infinite tap treasures, even through Null Rod, is Battered Golem, who makes them untapped. They're just only treasures still. Right. So like if you have Nord in play, you probably aren't at infinite tap treasures, and if you are, they're already untapped.
Depends. But I see where you're coming from.
I'll take any counterpoint. Like that's just the way that the Null Rod and through Null Rod lines work at the moment.
Well, it also depends on what other opponents have. The Dauntless Dismantlers, all these other things that are also very common. And when we're fighting, the point is that if you're fighting through 2 things, it's very easy to fight through 2 things when you are removing something and there's still something holding people at bay.
Yeah.
While Born Upon a Wind is something that you have to respect, it's a card that is 1 in 99. So, like, there are situations where you're going to be forced to actively do something that can open an opponent up, but if the odds are in your favor, it's always going to be something that you should be looking to do, if it is available to you. Alternatively, you can, look for that game plan of, I'm just going to leave it here and I'm going to beat your face in until I win the game. But very few pilots outside of yourself are on that game plan.
It's a risk assessment plan for sure. And like, there's a lot of validity to trying to win the game instead of survive 6 more turns. Like anytime you give your 3 opponents another draw, untap opportunity to break out, there's a very large amount of risk you're exposing. And in exchange for having a slightly increased higher chance of winning proactively via stacks, it's the entire philosophy behind like win conless stacks decks. But at the same time, it's still valid. Searching GPS gives us a real chance at it. I think it's still a valid way to play. That said, I think that it piggybacks or relies heavily on being able to table talk, and it relies on those opponents, table talk opponents, to be reasonable opponents.
Sorry to cut you off, but when talking about Null Rod specifically, you and I have had this conversation, and Rust and I had this conversation last night about the copy lines. So going for Roaming Throne, Zorn, all of these things that are creatures that don't require you to necessarily, like, have access to anything specific outside of just, like, Blood Boiler at that point. So it still requires Blood Boiler.
Maskwood.
Blood Boiler Maskwood, but like there's still other lines that do exist, and you can easily force those lines into existence by doing like the whole situation that we talked about earlier, where Null Rod's in play. You go tutor Maskwood, tutor Dockside, make X treasures, Cursed Mirror as a copy of Dockside, and then on your next upkeep, search for Sculpting Steel as a copy of Dockside, get the 2 pieces that you need to win the game. So like those lines still exist.
Right.
And that's the difference between a very experienced Magda pilot and someone who's just trying to only win on their own turn in most situations.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to
I
cut
mean,
you off.
no, totally. And then like Dockside ones specifically, like you're talking about no rod in play, no graph, no torpor. But yeah, it is not a shallow game. It is a very deep contemplation, and being able to properly pivot between, you know, do I want to try to win right now, or do I want to let my opponents have another risky untap so that I can try to win the turn after, the turn after. It's definitely, I think it's one of the deeper skill components of the game, or of Magda specifically. I love the deck for it.
Yep. We had another question. How risky do we feel running? Would we feel running only Crime Magda line and not and cutting Battered Golem?
It requires that you actively are looking to use your copy spells on things like Roaming Throne.
Right.
So it forces you into a very specific line regardless. And by removing Battered Golem, you remove pivot points that may require less searches in order to set it up.
Right.
So by removing Barry, and you know, Pigeon can talk about this because he's removed Battered Golem from his deck. What would you do in that situation?
Oh, he's not here right now.
Oh,
He's muted. Yeah, unfortunately. And I don't have any context because I like Barry.
yeah,
I like
mean,
him a lot. I
most-
was one of the leading pilots suggesting we cut him maybe too, right? Like I posted that question hard at Midrange Stacks one day, and I on the back side of it, it's like you have to sacrifice an entire turn almost. You have to commit to only reaching for those lines at sorcery speed under very niche situations.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Battered Golem Barry, he continues to have this ability to at instant speed you can reach for that, and you can acquire infinite tap treasures through certain game states, be it Blind Obedience or Null Rod, with his help at instant speed. Magda 2.0 just doesn't do that. I'm not saying that she isn't still playable. She generates treasures all the time like a champ. She's not a reliable backup win con at the same speed that Barry is. Barry's only slightly slower than Clock. Like you could just cut Clock and play Barry almost and be pretty much fine, like another half turn behind or something.
he also protects himself better than Clock Combo does because if you have untapped dwarves, then those are restart points, rather than requiring 3 untapped treasures for each restart point for Clock.
Right.
So like it's huge resource denial for actually like restarting Clock compared to, you know, having a board state where you can tap another dwarf to restart your combo.
Yeah, see, and especially considering that Clock and then the Berrywood combos are both so efficient and self-reliant, and the overlap is like we're playing Maskwood, and that's the only card that's kind of questionable after Barry.
Right.
Until we leave that nice three-legged threshold or whatever, I don't see running fewer or more of the other win con cards because it's like those are just so good at their job.
And I would say that if you're talking about these creatures as like, hey, which ones are functionally redundant, we're talking more like Axguard Cavalry, right? That's the card that you're likely to be able to get rid of because you don't need the Maskwood line anymore, like the Maskwood Axguard Torque line.
I mean, sure, but he kind of like Magda 2.0 is kind of just like one of the better 2-mana dwarves in the game.
Right? No, I'm saying that Magda 2.0 doesn't replace Barry it replaces Axe Guard as
I see what you mean.
and see if you're basically as Axe Guard has always been like option 3, right, for people, maybe 4 sometimes with Dualcaster in the list now. This is just like a better option 3, right? Not a replacement for Plan B.
So, Pigeon, why did you cut Barry, and what, like, in situations where you would normally have gone to go get Batter Golem to find a secondary way to make treasures, how are you doing it now?
Is Pigeon on Null Rod?
No, absolutely not. Give me give me a situation where.
Well, we're talking
I
specifically
am
about
to
Null
win.
Rod.
So maybe
there's
an
a
opponent
Null
plays
Rod in
Oof.
play. I need to win now and need to get rid of Null Rod to win. Is what the scenario is.
Sure.
Sure.
I have Spine. I have a copy of Spine. I don't
Yeah.
care. I do not want to already add more bad cards to the deck that I don't want to draw.
Sure.
Barry
Oh.
works through with Null Rod. I don't even like Blood Boiler. It's 3 red.
Yep.
It also it's just a bit harsh. I don't like 3 mana dwarves anyways.
Yep.
If I'm playing 3 mana for a creature, I either want it to be a win or find a win, which is like what
Matron and Recruiter.
and
Yeah.
Recruiter do. Same thing. I don't want to add worse redundancy that gives me a line that I can already play around because I play Spine. If I
Alright.
have the amount of tutors to win with Barry, I've already won with Spine. Like I actually need 1 less.
So,
I don't
can
need
you,
to do
can
it.
you explain that line?
So 3 for So I need 3 tutors for Barry, Maskwood, and Blood Boiler. That's 15 treasures, right?
Mhm.
I just get Spine, blow up Null Rod, get either my Rings line for 10 or Clock line for 10.
I mean,
I
if you
don't
have
have
15
to
treasures outright, that's kind of like an
That's what I'm
insane
saying.
starting point.
That's what I'm saying. I don't
that's-
ever need to do this.
To counterpoint to defend Maskwood and Maskwood lines, the thing about Maskwood is that it's like Roaming Throne. It kind of slingshots you upwards towards, like you search Maskwood 4/5, it immediately represents 2 or 3 that turn, and then another 2 or 3 in your next untap. So in that way, it kind of replaces itself in the total requirement cycle. And if Maskwood isn't a part of that cycle, it doesn't really work that way. So like
Also
you might
this
have.
too.
Go ahead.
I'm getting Maskwood first. I love Maskwood. Now I have a Dockside.
Right.
The
Yeah, right.
Dockside
Like
is
Maskwood
always going to be
Dockside
more
is
than
probably
5.
the line.
I don't even have to worry about literally
Yeah.
ever trying to do things.
Yeah, at 10
I can copy Dockside 2 more times now, and then I just don't worry.
right. If the number is like 7, you've got the game. If the number is
See-
like You go ahead?
That's a perfect situation of going down to that the direct exact decision of, am I going to try to win through Null Rod, or am I going to remove this Null Rod and go for a win right now?
Right.
And again, Pigeon's clearly playing on the aggressive path there. I think that there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a very valid way to build. And if that's your play out, if that's your design from turn 1, like, Spine is priceless in those kind of games.
Yeah. And if not, I have things like, wow, guess what? What's it called? Fucking the stupid Ingot Chewer. I've got Ingot Chewer that blows up.
Yeah, that is true.
I have other answers too.
That's
This
true.
is why I'm testing this, because I want a backup that's not just a shitty 7-drop.
Sure.
The real issue is
Right.
when it's Stony Silence. Stony Silence, I super need Spine.
Yeah, and at that point, I don't know if I want kind of mediocre answers for a single card type when I could have the big guy. But I think that answers the question. So let's move on to the literal last one. Sorry, anyone else that's having an idea in the next 10 seconds. It's been 5 hours. Let me find our post. So, Eline had a question. What do you most enjoy about playing Magda and cEDH? I kicked this to the end of the line because he has 2 in a row, and also because I think it's a fun one to end the presentation on. What's your favorite thing about playing Magda, or why do you like playing Magda so much? That's only half of a tournament. Thank you. Yeah, no. So I think my favorite thing about playing Magda is that I'm being forced to make as many choices as a control deck, but I get to make I force my my co-players at the table to make as many choices they're not used to making as possible, imposing a significant amount of mental load on them. It's the reason I like Stax in general, is that I'm hampering their ability to play through their lines as they have practiced. They are now thinking about Damping Sphere. They are now thinking about, what the hell do I do with a moon on the field? And my inclination when brewing or building or mulliganing is, how disruptive can I be and still present a win? And the answer for Magda is pretty damn disruptive, right? There's very few decks that can play this many hate cards and they be effective at playing through them, or even breaking parity on them pretty effortlessly with cards like Tanglewire or GPS, right? And very few other decks do anything even close to that. So that's why. Good.
I was saying Time.
Yeah, Time's a deck that I very much will play at some point, because it does the same thing. My lines are confusing to them, and the way I present my deck to the table confuses them, like introduces mental load for them to play their own deck, and that's useful. That's win percentage points right there. What do y'all love about playing Magda?
Really being able to, I use the word pivot a lot, but just change my game plan within a cycle 3 times, right? It looks like I'm going to go for it, and then someone now has a dockside in play, and I can copy with a tutor. Or now, I need to get a Spine of Ishsa, blow the thing up. Or now I need to get a Godfurrows to stop the player behind me that's about to win. Or get a portal so that I can, on my upkeep, get a new dockside from grave. Like, there's so many changes and options I have that it's really my opponent's decks that change everything I do. And I just have to sit back and wait for it to matter.
It really does embody the, like, this is a singleton format. Despite being a tutor deck, right? We're not just like finding the same 2 cards over and over again necessarily. We are really reacting. It's a control deck in not a control color.
It's the absolute original definition of mid-range, where we can shift between aggressive and defensive. And I guess I get that mid-range has been kind of dubbed now that we have this new like rock paper scissors of Stax turbo mid-range.
Yeah.
I still love that Magda. I mean, because even in my version of the deck, which is playing the fewest fast mana rocks, some of the chonkiest upper end cards, like playing this mid-range plan, I win on turn 4 all the time. Like, it's just like you're still playing Magda. Like, winning on turn 3 or 4 is just like a draw or 2 away. It's so easy to do.
It's a dockside away, really.
Less, yeah, exactly. So it's like we're always within, even on the Staxier versions or the turbo versions. Like, a lot of the turbo decks still play GPS, right?
Right.
Like, you still have that flexibility. It's just like, which side are you leaning more into? And 100%. Like, as far as what I love the most about Magda as a cEDH deck, same thing. It's like, when I like to play Magic because I can always change my deck to meet my opponent. So I feel like I have the ability to adapt and improve as long as I'm willing to put the work in. And it feels so true with Magda, especially. Like, you can literally flex in so many different directions with your like instant surges early in the game.
Yeah, I agree. How about you, Sho?
Basically everything that's been said. I mean, I like playing Magda because I feel the most in control of my own fate.
Yep.
As long as my opponents are not hyper fixated on removing me over and over and over again, I feel like I can participate in everything and eventually turn it in my direction. And that's something that I don't think any other deck does. I also think that, like, she is a deck that you can build for high power decks and still have similar functionality, but get some interesting other lines that you might not normally be playing with. So, like, she's not necessarily something that changes how she functions when going from cEDH to high power, but it still gives you a different look. And unlike something like Winota or something just doesn't fold to board wipe after board wipe after board wipe because treasures stay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, you know, I like being able to tell the opponents no while not playing blue.
Yep. 100%. That is it. Yeah. 100%. All right.
And also,
go ahead.
the deck is cheaper to build than almost any of the other decks.
It's
So,
ridiculous. It's so cheap to build
It-
compared to
yeah.
others.
Looks at
like
eight.
you try and build Najila, congratulations on your $5,000 to $10,000 deck.
Right.
You try to build Magda without any fancy stuff, you're at like 1,500.
There's a $25 version that I've designed that is literally like unethical to play against non-CDH opponents.
I'm about to, after this, there's a player who asked for deck building for a budget league or a budget tournament where every card must be $3 or less. So I'm going to take a stab at making a variant of the deck that functions as close to the cEDH version for that deck building constraints.
Yeah.
Definitely check out my $50 version. That's sick. I'm looking forward to seeing what you come up with.
Yep. Me too. So, I think unless Russ wants
it
to,
removes things like Maskwood Nexus and like things that are normally what we would consider
Portal.
baseline.
yeah.
Yeah.
Fraying
There's
line.
this card-
Fraying line is cheap, guys.
The frame line is really good too,
Yeah, it
honestly.
is.
And I think if you're playing a budget, I think Elixir gets a lot better and Stylus as well, probably.
Yeah.
Elixir,
And,
if you don't have
fine.
access to
Quick,
Batter Golem
quick
lines,
question. Shoto, did you
ahead.
say you were building this deck after we were done with Duarte?
Right now.
Yeah, why?
Because it sounds like you're building it right now.
Right now.
Yeah. Well, I'm
Sounds
going
like you're
through it in
putting
my mind.
ingot
You're
chewer
fine.
in.
You're fine. You're fine. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll put Ingot Chewer in just for you.
Yes.
So there's this chunky card. I wasn't by myself. I can't take full credit. It was me, Roth, and some others. But when I was building my $25 version, I had a few collaborators, and we found this 2-mana dragon that sacks for 2 red mana. So you can actually supplement Battered Golem with him for ways to win through Null Rod and alternate clockless infinite mana with stupid Elixir of Immortality. You just need some other card that makes mana with Elixir. Like Lotus Petal might legitimately be out of budget, but if there's something like Lotus Petal, we have a lot to choose from at that point, like Mirror, things like that.
There's probably a Bloom card from Modern.
Spine kind of does the same thing.
Rings of Bright Earth 290.
Is it really?
Is it?
290.
Wow.
It was
Basalt
$4.
Monolith
wait a
is
second,
cheap too.
It was
It was
$4
above-
on. It was
It's
$4.47 last night.
Oh wait, no. Okay, so it's someone's
It goes.
selling
It goes
on
by.
online.
It goes by TCG player like
Low.
Mid.
Moxfield price.
Well, you can adjust it between TCG Player or Moxfield. Or not, sorry. It's either TCG Player or Card Kingdom, I believe,
Yeah,
on
so
Moxfield.
Violet's price is $242. The market price is $4.
All right.
I'm pretty sure it uses market price for these things, right?
Oh.
Yeah, it usually
it-
does.
You can set it on that. I think low, medium, or high market, but it should set to mid market.
All right. As interesting as the $3 deck is, I wanna press on.
Go ahead.
All right. So it's been 5 hours. I think my brain needs a bit of a break, but I know I did promise scrimmage pods after this. However many there are gonna be. That's we got 19 people in the chat. There's gonna be at least 2 games, if not 3. That's pretty great. So here's what I'm gonna say. I want to give the people that have been up here talking for 5 hours, let's say 25 after is our meet back time, because I need to drink something and and maybe grab a quick bite. But here's what I want. I have the scrimmage best practices. They're not rules. They're just things that I think people should do. To make your scrimmage time the most efficient and beneficial to you as a Magda player and playing against Magda. I want you guys to try to adhere to these if you can. The thing I want to do is for people that haven't played on Spell Table before or haven't played digitally with Moxfield virtual games on Spell Table using OBS, I would like to walk you guys through that and get a group of people that haven't done it yet together while the other players play the first pod. And so you guys can jump into said Moxfield Spell Tabling as quickly as possible, so you guys can do that in the future and play on the cEDH, server, or here. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say who needs help. No, not everyone's playing Magda. If you look at the rules here, I'll just read them out for people that are voice only. One Magda per pod, ideally. Ideal pod composition is 1 Magda, 2 meta decks, and 1 fringe/wildcard deck. Trade off Magda every game. The best way to try to win with Magda is to know how she loses. Play as close to comp rel as possible. Minimal takebacks. Learn from mistakes. Take pictures of your mulligans to discuss after the game. Play out your lines when you're comboing out the full line. You will only get good at that in high stakes games if you do it in low stakes games. Utilize your political tools and reveal useful information when appropriate. Open hands. Assume you are in a tournament Swiss, 75-minute rounds, no turns. Minimize slow play. This is to help you guys get better. This is not to make it unfun. Whatever feels unfun, you can eschew it. But if you, I'm gonna post something real quick in LFG. I want everyone who's needs to be taught how to use OBS or Spell Table or Moxfield or any combination of those to respond to the post with the emojis I throw up there, and in 15 minutes I'll be back and we'll talk about it while everyone else is getting their pods together. Everyone else, the LFG chat, the LF looking for dwarf chat, has the Spell Table bot set up, and there should be room for you. If we have more than 3 games, I'll make another game table. No biggie there. Anyone have any questions about what we're doing? Yeah, no, I need a break too. Yeah, let me throw that LFD the thing up in LFD, and anyone needing help with OBS, Moxfield, or Spell Table.
Minutes be back in 20.
Yep, yeah. It's let's just say 4:30. And
Yeah.
people otherwise queue up in the LFD with Spell Table bot. Bam. There it is.
Sorry to be late, and thanks everybody for coming to you.
Of course. Absolutely. Everyone, thanks for your time, your insight, and the amount of energy and effort you put into making Magda as good as she can be. I'm gonna go ahead and pause my stream now because I think we're done. So I hope everyone enjoyed the May Dwarf Day, and see you guys in about 20 minutes.